Story 1. The attic always had a way of keeping its secrets. From the moment Olivia stepped inside, it felt like she was intruding on something ancient, something that had been waiting. The dim beam of her flashlight cut through the swirling dust, illuminating the corners of a room she hadn't dared enter since inheriting the house. The house had come with no explanation, just a name on a legal document: Olivia Greaves, sole heir to the Greaves estate. Her grandmother had passed suddenly, and with her, the family's last connection to this decaying Victorian mansion perched on the cliffs. Olivia had considered selling it. God knows she had no love for the place. But something had drawn her back, something inexplicable, like a whisper at the edge of her dreams, pulling her toward this moment. And now, here she was. The attic was cluttered with relics of lives she never knew. Stacks of yellowed newspapers leaned against a broken rocking chair. A tarnished mirror reflected the flashlight's beam, distorting her features into something unrecognizable. And in the corner, half hidden beneath a moth-eaten quilt, was a chest. It didn't belong here. Everything else in the attic bore the weight of decades, covered in layers of grime and neglect, but the chest seemed untouched. The brass lock gleamed faintly in the light, its edges sharp and unweathered, as though it had been placed there yesterday. A shiver ran down Olivia's spine as she approached. She could feel the air grow colder with every step, and by the time she reached the chest, her breath was visible in the beam of the flashlight. Her fingers hesitated over the lid. That was when she heard it. A faint, rhythmic tapping. It was soft at first, like the distant ticking of a clock. But as she knelt closer, it grew louder, more deliberate. The sound wasn't coming from the room, it was coming from inside the chest. Her pulse quickened. Every instinct screamed for her to leave, to turn around and pretend she'd never been here. But something kept her rooted to the spot. A mix of curiosity and fear. The chest bore no keyhole, just a carved set of initials on the lid. A.M. Olivia. Trace the letters with trembling fingers. They weren't hers. They weren't her grandmother's either. But the initials were familiar. She'd seen them before, scribbled in the margins of an old journal her mother used to keep. A name long buried in family history: Agatha Maeve, her great-grandmother, the woman who, according to family legend, had been buried alive. The tapping stopped. The silence was worse. Olivia's heart thundered in her chest as she lifted the lid. For a moment, all she saw was darkness, a void so deep it felt like the air was being sucked from the room. And then something moved. It was small at first, a flicker, a ripple in the shadows, but then it took shape, stretching and coiling like smoke, until a pair of faintly glowing eyes stared back at her. "Why did you open it?" a voice whispered, so faint she almost convinced herself she'd imagined it. But she hadn't. And whatever she had unleashed, it wasn't staying in the chest. Olivia Greaves had always felt like an outsider in her own family. They were a complicated mix of tradition and avoidance, tiptoeing around the past as though it were a fragile pane of glass that might shatter under too much pressure. Her mother, Elaine, rarely spoke of her own childhood, and Olivia's father had left when she was young, another ghost in a family haunted by absence. The Greaves house, her house now, was the kind of place that existed more as a legend than a home. Perched on the windswept cliffs of Ravenswood Bay, it loomed in family stories like an antagonist, the keeper of secrets no one dared uncover. Olivia had grown up hearing whispers about the house, but she'd only visited twice as a child. Both times she'd felt the heavy weight of its silence, its long shadows following her as she wandered its halls. "Be careful where you step," her grandmother, Margaret Greaves, had said the last time Olivia visited. She was just 10 years old, standing at the base of the grand staircase, staring up at the chandelier that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. The house remembers. Margaret had always been peculiar, sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, She ruled over the family with an iron will, her voice commanding even in her silences. But as she aged, her quirks turned into obsessions. Rooms were locked, certain names were never spoken, and the mention of her own mother, Agatha Maeve Greaves, was strictly forbidden. She was sick, Margaret had snapped once when Olivia dared to ask. And the dead should stay buried, Olivia. Leave it at that. But the more Margaret refused to speak, the more Olivia's curiosity grew. As a child, she would sneak into her grandmother's study and pore over the old letters and photographs she kept hidden in the drawers. She never found much. Margaret had a habit of burning anything she deemed too revealing. But one photograph had stuck with Olivia. It was a black and white portrait of a young woman with piercing eyes and a faint smile. On the back, someone had written in faded ink, Agatha Maeve, 1912. The woman in the photo didn't look sick. She looked alive. Too alive, almost, like her eyes followed you no matter where you stood. Now, standing in the kitchen of the Greaves house, Olivia couldn't shake the feeling that those eyes were still watching her. She set her phone on the counter and scrolled through the emails she'd ignored since moving in. One caught her attention, a message from her mother. Subject: why did you take the house? Olivia sighed and opened it. Olivia, I wish you had called before deciding to stay there. That house isn't what you think it is. It's not safe. Your grandmother never told you the truth, and now that she's gone, I don't know if I can. If you hear anything strange, leave immediately. Promise me. Don't go digging into things you don't understand. You're not like her. You don't have to carry this. Please call me. Mom. She stared at the message for a long time before closing it. It wasn't like her mother to sound so desperate. Normally, Elaine kept her distance, sending polite but distant messages for birthdays and holidays. This sudden concern felt out of character and unsettling. The sound of footsteps above broke her concentration. She froze, her eyes darting to the ceiling. The attic. Olivia told herself it was just the wind shifting through the old beams. The house made noise. It was old and settling, nothing more. But as the footsteps grew louder, she couldn't shake the image of the chest, its carved initials, and the flickering eyes she'd seen when she opened it. Her phone buzzed, snapping her out of her thoughts. It was another email, this time from her sister, Caroline. Subject: you're braver than me. The message was short. I couldn't spend a single night there. If you find anything strange, don't tell me. I don't want to know. No explanation, no follow-up. Just a cryptic warning. Olivia rubbed her temples, the weight of the day pressing down on her. She hadn't asked for this, didn't even want it if she was being honest. But the house was hers now, and whatever her family was hiding, she wasn't going to let it scare her off. The footsteps stopped. Silence filled the room, thick and suffocating. Olivia glanced at the ceiling again, her heart pounding. Maybe it was time to call her mother back after all, but deep down, she knew she wouldn't. Something about this house had always felt like it belonged to her, like it had been waiting for her. And no matter how much her family warned her, Olivia couldn't ignore the pull of its secrets, especially now that the chest was open. Ravenswood Bay was a place that seemed to exist outside of time. The coastal town had a quiet, forgotten quality to it, as though it had been left behind by the rest of the world. The streets were lined with old, uneven cobblestones, and the houses leaned toward each other like gossiping elders. On most days, a dense fog rolled in from the sea, blurring the edges of reality. But it was the Greaves house that commanded the most attention. Perched at the very edge of a jagged cliff, the house loomed like a sentinel over the restless waves. Its once bright white paint had faded to a ghostly grey, peeling in long, curling strips. The roof sagged in places, the windows were clouded with grime, and the front porch creaked under even the lightest step. Despite its decay, the house felt alive, watching, waiting. Olivia stood in the front yard, staring up at the house with its gabled roof and ornate trim. The fog clung to her skin, and the salt in the air seemed heavier here, as if the sea itself was trying to warn her away. The inside of the house wasn't much better. The scent of damp wood and mothballs greeted her at the door, accompanied by the faint metallic tang of something she couldn't quite place. The grand foyer, once a masterpiece of Victorian elegance, now felt hollow. Dust motes floated in the weak sunlight, filtering through the stained glass windows, and the elaborate staircase creaked under her weight as she climbed. It wasn't the house she remembered from her childhood visits. Back then, the halls had been filled with furniture covered in heavy velvet drapes, and the fireplace in the parlor was always lit, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Her grandmother, Margaret, had a way of making the house seem smaller than it was, her presence filling every corner with a strange mixture of authority and unease. Now the house felt impossibly large. Every room she entered was filled with shadows. Every corner seemed to hold its breath as she passed. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper. The patterns faded and cracked, like veins spreading through the wood beneath. And then there was the attic. Olivia had thought about it all morning, replaying the sound of the tapping in her mind. She'd slept poorly, her dreams filled with flashes of the chest and the faint glow of those eyes. She told herself it was just her imagination, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd disturbed something that was now awake. The attic door was at the end of the upstairs hallway, a narrow wooden panel with a rusted latch. She paused before opening it, her hand trembling on the handle. The air changed the moment she stepped inside. It was colder here, far colder than the rest of the house. The musty smell was overpowering, mixed with the faint scent of something sweet and cloying like decaying flowers. Olivia shone her flashlight across the room, illuminating a sea of forgotten relics, broken furniture, stacks of old books, and faded photographs in cracked frames. In the center of it all was the chest. She'd left it open the night before, but now the lid was closed. The sight of it sent a chill racing through her. Something was different. The initials carved into the lid, AM, seemed deeper now, the grooves darker, as though the wood itself had bled. And there was a new addition, a faint outline of a handprint, pressed into the dust on the lid. Olivia backed away, her breath quickening. The room seemed to darken around her, the shadows stretching and coiling like living things. She turned to leave, but the door had swung shut behind her, the latch clicking into place. A low creak echoed from the far side of the room. "Hello?" she called, her voice shaky. No response, just the sound of her own breathing and the distant crash of waves against the cliffs. Then, faintly, a whisper, "Agatha." Olivia froze. It wasn't her voice. The flashlight flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a moment before the beam returned. When it did, she wasn't alone. A figure stood in the corner, shrouded in shadows. Its outline was faint, barely distinguishable from the darkness around it, but Olivia could feel its presence like a weight pressing down on her chest. "What do you want?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. The figure didn't move, didn't speak. It simply stood there, watching her with those same faintly glowing eyes she'd seen in the chest. And then, just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. The door creaked open, and the cold air rushed out of the attic as if exhaling a held breath. Olivia stumbled out into the hallway, her heart racing. She leaned against the wall, her hands trembling as she gripped the flashlight. She couldn't stay here. Whatever was in that attic, whatever she'd awakened, wasn't going to leave her alone, but leaving wasn't an option, not yet. The night settled over the house like a heavy blanket, thick and oppressive. Olivia lay in the bed she'd hastily made in the downstairs guest room, unwilling to sleep upstairs after what she'd seen in the attic. Every creak and groan of the old house seemed louder in the stillness, each sound like a footstep in the dark. Her phone sat on the bedside table, the screen glowing faintly with her mother's unanswered emails. She thought about calling, about confessing everything, the chest, the whisper, the figure in the attic. But what would she even say? That the family curse she'd dismissed as superstition was starting to feel terrifyingly real. The house was silent now, but it was the kind of silence that wasn't empty. It felt heavy, charged, like the moment before a thunderstorm when the air buzzed with electricity. Olivia couldn't sleep, not with that weight pressing down on her. She got up and walked into the kitchen, flicking on the dim overhead light. The bulb buzzed faintly, casting a sickly yellow glow over the room. She made herself a cup of tea, the motions calming her hands as she tried to focus on anything but the attic. The sound came just as she lifted the cup to her lips. A faint thump. She froze, the cup hovering in mid-air. Thump, thump. It wasn't the usual settling noises of the old house. It was deliberate, rhythmic, like footsteps. The sound was coming from the hallway that led to the parlor. Slowly, Olivia set the cup down on the counter and grabbed the flashlight she'd left by the sink. "Hello?" she called, her voice quivering. There was no response, just the steady sound of footsteps moving closer. The hallway stretched out before her, the darkness swallowing everything beyond the flashlight's beam. She stepped forward cautiously, her bare feet brushing against the cold wooden floor. The footsteps stopped. For a moment she thought she'd imagined it. Her breath was shallow, her pulse racing, and the silence pressed down on her ears like static. Then she saw it. A figure stood at the end of the hallway, just out of reach of the light. It wasn't like the shadowy presence she'd seen in the attic. This was more solid, more real. Its outline was sharp against the dark, and it was facing her, though its face was obscured in shadow. "Who are you?" Olivia whispered, her voice cracking. The figure didn't answer. It didn't move. It simply stood there, watching her. A chill ran down her spine, and she took a step back, the flashlight shaking in her hand. The figure began to move then, but not toward her. Slowly, it turned and walked down the hallway, disappearing into the parlor. Olivia hesitated, every nerve in her body screaming for her to run. But something compelled her to follow. She crept down the hallway, the flashlight's beam bouncing along the walls, illuminating faded family portraits and peeling wallpaper. The parlor door was ajar, the faint scent of lavender wafting through the crack. She pushed it open with trembling fingers. The room was empty. The parlor was exactly as she remembered it from childhood. An old piano sat in one corner, its keys yellowed and chipped. The fireplace was cold and unused, the mantel lined with dusty photographs of ancestors she'd never met. The curtains fluttered faintly, though the windows were closed. And then she saw it. On the piano bench sat an object she hadn't noticed when she entered. A small black book. Its leather cover was cracked with age, the edges of its pages frayed. Slowly, Olivia approached, her fingers hovering over the book before picking it up. The leather was cold, almost wet to the touch, and the faint scent of lavender grew stronger as she opened it. The handwriting inside was spidery and uneven, the ink faded with time. June 12th, 1912. The whispers are growing louder. Mother says I must not answer them, but they know my name now. They speak it in the night. The next page was torn, the words scratched out violently. Olivia flipped through the book, her heart pounding faster with every entry she read. Each one was more desperate than the last, recounting sleepless nights, strange visions, and something else. Something waiting in the shadows. The final entry was written in shaky, almost illegible letters. I opened it. I didn't mean to, but I did. Now they won't let me go. They want me to stay. Forever. A sudden crash made Olivia jump, the book tumbling from her hands. The flashlight flickered and she spun around, searching for the source of the noise. The sound had come from the hallway. She rushed out, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The air felt colder now, the chill biting at her skin. The flashlight's beam landed on the hallway mirror, and Olivia froze. In the glass, her reflection stared back at her, but it wasn't her. Her eyes were wrong, glowing faintly, just like the figure in the attic. Her mouth moved, though Olivia hadn't spoken, the words faint but clear in the silence. "You shouldn't have opened it." The mirror cracked, the sound splitting the air like a gunshot. Olivia stumbled back, the flashlight clattering to the floor as the darkness closed in around her. Olivia spent the morning poring over the black journal, her hands trembling as she turned the fragile pages. The words written by her great-grandmother, Agatha Maeve, painted a chilling picture, one of a life slowly consumed by whispers, shadows, and the overwhelming sense of being watched. June 21st, 1912. "Mother says it's a punishment, but she won't say for what. I hear them at night, calling to me from the chest. The air turns cold, and the tapping begins. Last night, I saw her, the woman from my dreams. She stood at the foot of my bed, her face hollow, her hands dripping with seawater. She whispered my name and said it wasn't over." Olivia leaned back in the cracked leather chair by the parlor window, her mind racing. Her mother's cryptic emails, Caroline's refusal to set foot in the house, and her grandmother's obsessive secrecy, all of it pointed to one thing. The Greaves family had been living under the shadow of this curse for generations. She placed the journal down and stared out at the churning waves beyond the cliffs. Somewhere out there was the truth, buried deep beneath decades of silence. With a sense of dread, Olivia pulled out her phone and dialed her mother's number. It rang twice before Elaine picked up. "Olivia," her mother said, her voice tight, with worry. "You're still at the house, aren't you?" "I need you to tell me the truth," Olivia said, her voice firmer than she expected. "What's going on? What happened to great-grandmother Agatha?" Her mother was silent for a long moment. "Elaine!" Olivia snapped. "There are things you're better off not knowing," her mother said finally. "That house, it takes something from everyone who stays there too long. Agatha thought she could stop it, but what?" Olivia demanded. "She made a mistake," Elaine said, her voice breaking. "She thought she could break the curse, but she only made it stronger. That chest, I opened it," Olivia interrupted, her heart pounding. A sharp intake of breath crackled through the phone. "Olivia, you didn't." "I had to," Olivia said. "There was something inside, something alive." "You have to leave," Elaine said urgently. "Pack your things and leave now. Don't touch anything else." "Don't!" The line went dead. Olivia stared at her phone, the silence more unnerving than her mother's panic. She redialed, but the call wouldn't connect. She slammed the phone onto the table, frustration bubbling up inside her. Her family had been keeping this secret for years, passing the curse down like an heirloom no one wanted to claim. But why? And what had Agatha done to make it worse? Her gaze drifted to the mantel above the fireplace, where an old photo album rested. She pulled it down, the leather cover brittle and cracked. Inside were photographs of generations of Greaves, serious faces staring out from black and white frames. Agatha Maeve appeared halfway through, standing in front of the house with a faint smile. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the photograph as though she knew Olivia was looking. The next page held a newspaper clipping, yellowed and fragile. Ravenswood Bay Gazette, June 23rd, 1912. Local woman missing after storm. Agatha Maeve Greaves, daughter of renowned merchant Victor Greaves, was last seen entering the family estate during the night of the storm. Friends and neighbors claim Agatha had become increasingly withdrawn, muttering about strange dreams and voices. Despite a search of the property, no trace of her has been found. Below the clipping was another entry in the journal, written in Agatha's hand, June 23rd, 1912. It's too late. They've taken her, and now they want me. The chest. It's their anchor. If I destroy it, maybe it will end. But the cost. The cost. Olivia's breath caught in her throat as a memory surfaced. Her grandmother's voice, brittle with age, repeating the same phrase when Olivia was a child. Everything has a cost, Olivia. Nothing is ever truly free. A sound interrupted her thoughts. A soft, melodic humming coming from the hallway. Olivia froze, her blood turning to ice. The sound was faint, like a lullaby drifting through the air. She rose to her feet, clutching the flashlight, and stepped cautiously toward the doorway. The humming grew louder as she approached, guiding her down the hallway to the base of the grand staircase. At the top of the stairs, in the dim glow of morning light, stood a figure. It was a woman, her back turned to Olivia. Her long hair hung in damp strands, and her dress clung to her as though she'd been caught in the rain. Agatha? Olivia whispered. The figure stopped humming and turned slowly. Her face was pale, almost translucent. Her eyes dark voids that seemed to pull Olivia in. Water dripped from her fingers, pooling on the wooden floor beneath her. Her lips moved, but the words were a whisper carried by the air. Leave, before it's too late. Olivia stumbled back, her hand gripping the banister for support. What do you want? She asked, her voice shaking. The woman stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate. They won't let you go, she whispered. Not now. Not ever! Olivia turned and ran, the woman's voice chasing her down the hallway. You shouldn't have opened it. Olivia didn't stop running until she reached the front yard, her lungs burning from the icy coastal air. The house loomed behind her, its windows dark and accusing. She doubled over, gasping for breath, her heart pounding in her ears. The words echoed in her mind. They won't let you go. Not now. Not ever. For the first time, Olivia admitted to herself that this wasn't just superstition or family folklore. Something unnatural was tethered to the house and to her family. She needed answers. By the time she caught her breath, the morning sun was burning off the fog. The pale light made the house look almost normal, but Olivia knew better. She pulled her phone from her pocket and scrolled through her contacts until she found her Aunt Clara's number. Clara was the family historian, or, as Caroline had once called her, the keeper of all the skeletons. If anyone could shed light on the curse, it was Clara. Olivia hesitated for a moment before pressing call. The phone rang twice before Clara answered. Olivia? Her voice was sharp, startled. Hi, Aunt Clara. I need to ask you about the house. Clara sighed heavily. I was wondering how long it would take before you called me. You're still there, aren't you? I need to know what's happening, Olivia said, her voice firm. Why did Mom and Caroline refuse to tell me anything? What aren't they saying? There was a long pause. They're afraid, Olivia, Clara said finally. Afraid of what happened to Agatha, afraid of what's been happening to our family for generations. What happened to her? Clara's voice lowered, as though she was afraid someone might overhear. Agatha Maeve didn't just disappear. She was taken, that chest. It's a prison. It holds something ancient, something that's been with our family for over a century. And it takes what it wants. Olivia's grip on the phone tightened. What do you mean, takes what it wants? It started with Victor Greaves, Agatha's father, Clara continued. He was a merchant and one of his ships ran aground in a storm near Ravenswood Bay. The crew was lost, but the wreckage washed up on shore. Among the debris was that chest. What was inside? No one knows. The story goes that Victor brought it home as a curiosity. But the moment it entered the house, strange things began happening. Agatha's mother fell ill, servants reported, hearing voices, and Victor himself became obsessed with the chest. He kept it locked in the attic and forbade anyone from touching it. Then why didn't they get rid of it? Olivia asked, pacing the yard. They tried, Clara said. Victor ordered it burned, but the fire wouldn't touch it. They buried it, but it reappeared in the attic the next morning. It was as if the house itself wouldn't let it go. Eventually, Victor gave up. But Agatha... Clara's voice trailed. Off. What did she do? Olivia pressed. She thought she could end it, Clara said. After her mother died, Agatha started hearing voices coming from the chest, whispers calling her name. She believed that whatever was inside could be destroyed. But when she tried to break the chest open, she vanished. Olivia swallowed, hard, her mouth dry. Vanished? Like, disappeared? No body, no trace, Clara confirmed. Her father searched for months, but she was gone. And after that, the curse only grew stronger. Every generation since has experienced it in some way: strange illnesses, unexplained deaths, visions. The chest is the heart of it all. It binds itself to whoever opens it. Olivia's blood ran cold. So now it's bound to me. Yes, Clara said gravely, and it won't stop until it takes what it wants. A heavy silence hung between them. Olivia's mind raced, trying to make sense of everything. Her family had spent decades avoiding this curse, tiptoeing around the chest, pretending it wasn't real. And now she was the one caught in its grip. Is there any way to stop it? She asked finally. Clara hesitated. There's an old story, she said. Agatha wrote in her journal that the chest isn't just a prison, it's a doorway.
If you can close the doorway, the curse might end, but no one knows how. Every attempt to destroy the chest has failed. Olivia's gaze drifted back to the house.
The weight of her family's secrets pressed down on her, suffocating and inescapable. She thought of the figure in the attic, the woman on the staircase. They weren't just memories, they were warnings. I have to try, Olivia said, determination hardening her voice. Olivia, listen to me, Clara said urgently. This isn't a game. People have died trying to end this curse. If you confront it, you need to be prepared for the cost. I'll figure it out, Olivia said, cutting her off. I don't have a choice. She ended the call before Clara could protest and stared up at the house. The windows seemed darker now, as though the house itself was angry. Whatever was inside that chest, whatever had bound itself to her family, it had been feeding off their fear and silence for too long. If Agatha had been willing to confront it, then Olivia would too. But deep down, she couldn't shake the feeling that the cost Clara had mentioned would be more than she was prepared to pay. The house came alive that night. Olivia had tried to prepare herself, bracing for what might come after uncovering the truth. But the weight of knowledge only made the darkness heavier. She sat in the kitchen with the black journal spread open. In front of her, Agatha's spidery handwriting taunting her with cryptic warnings. The doorway breathes. It waits for the desperate, the curious, and the guilty. And once opened, it never closes. The words blurred as Olivia blinked away her exhaustion. She hadn't slept since the encounter with the figure in the hallway, and the house's constant noises had worn her nerves to the edge. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the wind felt deliberate, like whispers meant only for her. Then came the scratching. At first it was faint, a soft, intermittent sound like nails brushing against the walls. Olivia froze, her ears straining to locate the source. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, traveling through the pipes beneath the floorboards, behind the walls. She stood, gripping the flashlight tightly, and followed the sound into the hallway. The air felt colder there, carrying a metallic tang that made her stomach churn. The scratching grew louder as she approached the staircase. When she looked up, she saw them, handprints, dark, smudged marks stretched up the walls, trailing toward the ceiling. Each print was elongated, the fingers too long, the palms too narrow. Olivia's breath hitched as she followed them with her flashlight. They led up the staircase and into the shadows of the second floor. "Not again," she whispered to herself. Her body moved before her mind could protest, her feet climbing the creaking steps as if pulled by an invisible thread. The air grew heavier with every step, pressing against her chest like a weight. At the top of the stairs, she saw the first door open slowly, revealing the dim interior of the guest room. "Hello?" she called, her voice trembling. The room was empty. The bed was untouched, the curtains fluttering faintly in the breeze from a cracked window. But on the wall above the bed, something had been carved into the wood. "Leave." The letters were jagged, uneven, as though they'd been scratched in by desperate hands. Olivia turned to leave, but a sharp bang made her spin back around. The door slammed shut in her face, the force rattling the floor beneath her. Her scream echoed down the hallway as she stumbled backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. The scratching returned, louder now, coming from inside the walls. It surrounded her, drowning out her panicked breaths. She pressed her hands over her ears, but it didn't help. The sound wasn't just in the walls, it was in her head, in her very bones. Then she heard the voice. It was soft at first, like the faint murmur of a breeze through an open window. But as it grew louder, it became clear, distinct. "Olivia." She turned sharply, the beam of her flashlight catching movement at the end of the hallway. There, just outside the attic door, stood the woman. Her dress was tattered and soaked, clinging to her frail frame. Water dripped from her hair, pooling at her bare feet. But it was her face that stopped Olivia cold. Her eyes were hollow, dark voids that seemed to pull the light into them. "You shouldn't be here," the woman said, her voice echoing unnaturally. "Who are you?" Olivia demanded, though her voice wavered. The woman didn't answer. She raised a hand and pointed toward the attic. "You opened it," she said. "Now you have to finish it." The hallway plunged into darkness. Olivia screamed as the flashlight flickered and died, leaving her alone in the suffocating blackness. The scratching was back, more furious than before, and it was closer now, as though the walls themselves were closing in on her. She stumbled blindly toward the staircase, her hands groping for the banister. Her foot caught on something and she fell hard, the impact jarring her teeth and sending pain shooting up her arm. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, from the darkness, came a single chilling sound. The tapping. Slow, deliberate, rhythmic. It was coming from the attic. Olivia scrambled to her feet, her heart hammering against her ribs. She didn't want to go back up there. Every fiber of her being screamed against it. But the tapping was relentless, a summons she couldn't ignore. She found herself standing in front of the attic door, her hand trembling as it hovered over the latch. The tapping stopped, the silence stretched unbearable. When she opened the door, the cold hit her like a physical force. The attic was darker than she remembered, the shadows deeper, the air thicker. The chest sat in the center of the room, its brass lock gleaming faintly. The lid was open. Olivia took a step forward, her legs shaking beneath her. The darkness inside the chest seemed to writhe, like it was alive. "Finish it," the voice whispered again, this time from directly behind her. She turned, but the attic was empty. When she looked back at the chest, something was reaching out of it. Olivia fled the attic. Her heart pounded as she slammed the door shut, pressing her back against it as though her body alone could hold whatever was inside at bay. The tapping had stopped, but the silence it left behind was worse. She didn't know how long she stood there, trembling in the cold hallway, before she forced herself to move. She needed answers, something concrete, something she could use to make sense of the impossible. The black journal wasn't enough. Agatha's words were riddles, fragmented glimpses into her descent. What Olivia needed was history, and she knew where to find it. The Ravenswood Bay Historical Society sat in the centre of town, its modest brick building tucked between an old bakery and a shuttered post office. Olivia had passed it dozens of times as a child, never imagining she'd one day step through its heavy oak doors in search of answers about her family's curse. The interior smelled of aged paper and dust, the air heavy with the weight of time. Shelves lined with binders and books stretched toward the ceiling, and a cluttered desk sat in the center of the room. Behind it, an elderly man with thick glasses and a distracted expression looked up as Olivia entered. "Help you?" he asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. "I'm looking for information about the Greaves family," Olivia said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. "Specifically about the house on the cliffs." The man's expression darkened. He set down the book he'd been reading and motioned for her to sit at the desk. "The Greaves family, you say? That's old history, but it's not a happy one." "I've gathered that," Olivia muttered, sinking into the chair. The man introduced himself as Mr. Harlan, the town's unofficial historian. He retrieved a binder from a nearby shelf, its spine labelled Ravenswood Folklore and Legends. "This is the best place to start," he said, setting it in front of her. "A lot of what's written about that family is embellished, but some of it's rooted in truth." Olivia opened the binder, her fingers brushing against faded newspaper clippings and handwritten notes. One headline caught her attention immediately. "Cursed Cargo, the Tale of the Greaves Chest." "What's this?" she asked, tapping the page. Harlan adjusted his glasses. "That chest is the centerpiece of the Greaves story. According to local legend, it came from a shipwreck off the bay back in the 1800s. They say it belonged to a woman, a passenger who wasn't supposed to be aboard. Some accounts call her a stowaway, others a witch." "A witch?" Olivia asked, raising an eyebrow. "Depends on who you ask," Harlan said. "What's clear is that she died when the ship went down, but her belongings washed ashore. The chest was among them. Victor Greaves took it in, not knowing what it contained." Olivia leaned closer, her heart racing. "What was inside?" Harlan hesitated. "No one knows for certain, but the rumors are disturbing. Some say it was filled with artifacts tied to dark rituals. Others claim it held something alive, something that wasn't meant to be released. Whatever it was, it brought misfortune to the family. Strange deaths, disappearances, madness. The kind of things that get exaggerated over time, but still leave a mark." Olivia swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling in her chest. "And Agatha Maeve," Harlan nodded grimly. "She's the most famous victim of the curse. People say she tried to destroy the chest, but she disappeared before she could. The story goes that she was dragged into it, swallowed whole by whatever was inside." Olivia shivered, her mind flashing back to the writhing shadows she'd seen in the attic. "Is there any record of someone breaking the curse?" she asked. Harlan shook his head. "Plenty of people have tried, but the chest always comes back. Fire, water, even burial. It's as if the thing is bound to the house itself. You'd have to find a way to sever that connection entirely, and no one knows how to do that. Not even Agatha." Olivia's stomach sank. Every answer seemed to lead to another dead end. "Why does it want me?" she whispered, more to herself than to Harlan. He looked at her sharply. "You opened it, didn't you?" Her silence was answer. "Enough." Harlan leaned back in his chair, his expression grim. "Then you're in its grip now. Once it's opened, it latches onto you. The only way to stop it is to close the doorway." Olivia frowned. "Close it how?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Harlan said. "If anyone knew, this wouldn't still be haunting your family." He paused, his gaze thoughtful. "There is one thing you might try. Agatha kept a private diary, separate from the one the family knows about. She hid it somewhere in the house, hoping it would help the next person who had to face the chest. If you can find it, you might find a way to stop this." Olivia's pulse quickened. Where is it? No one knows, Harlan admitted. But if I were you, I'd start in the attic. That's where the curse seems strongest. The attic. Of course it was the attic. The sun was setting by the time Olivia returned to the house, the pale light casting long shadows over the yard. The wind howled as she climbed the front steps, the door groaning on its hinges as she pushed it open. The house felt different now. The air was heavier, the shadows deeper. Olivia's resolve wavered as she made her way up the staircase, but she forced herself to keep moving. When she reached the attic door, she hesitated, her hand trembling on the latch. The memory of the chest loomed in her mind, but so did Harlan's words. If Agatha had left something behind, this was her only chance to find it. Taking a deep breath, Olivia opened the door and stepped inside. The attic felt different this time. The cold was sharper, biting through Olivia's sweater as she stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of damp wood and lavender, the same cloying aroma she'd noticed before. Her flashlight cut through, the darkness illuminating the familiar clutter of forgotten furniture and family relics. But tonight, the shadows seemed alive. Her heart pounded as she crossed the room, her steps cautious and deliberate. The chest sat in its usual spot, closed. Once more, the brass lock gleaming faintly in the light. She avoided looking directly at it, afraid that even acknowledging its presence would summon something she wasn't ready to face. She wasn't here for the chest. Not yet. She was here for Agatha's diary. The floor creaked beneath her weight as she moved toward the far corner of the attic, where an old wardrobe stood. Its doors hung slightly ajar, revealing a tangle of moth-eaten fabric. Olivia reached inside, pushing aside the brittle clothes, her hands searching for anything that might be hidden within. A faint sound made her freeze. It was soft at first, like the rustling of fabric in the breeze. But as she turned, the sound grew louder, closer. The shadows in the room began to shift, coalescing into a single point near the chest. Olivia's breath caught as she saw it. A figure emerging from the darkness. It was the woman again, her form more defined than before. Her dress clung to her as though soaked, and water dripped steadily from her hair, pooling on the wooden floor. Her face was pale, translucent, and her eyes were deep voids that seemed to draw Olivia in. Agatha, Olivia whispered, though she wasn't sure why she spoke the name aloud. The woman didn't respond. She stood silently by the chest, her head tilted slightly as though listening to something Olivia couldn't hear. Summoning her courage, Olivia stepped closer. "You're her, aren't you? Agatha Maeve." The woman's lips parted, but no sound came. Instead, her head turned slowly, her empty eyes locking onto Olivia. "Why did you open it?" the woman whispered, her voice hollow and layered, like multiple voices speaking at once. "I didn't know," Olivia said, her voice trembling. "I didn't know what it was." The woman took a step forward, her movements slow and deliberate, as though she were wading through water. "They never do," she said, her tone laced with sorrow. "But it doesn't matter. Once it's opened, it cannot be undone." Olivia's flashlight flickered, the beam weakening as the shadows around her grew darker. She fought the urge to run, her instincts warring with her need for answers. "Agatha, please," she said. "I found your journal. I know you tried to stop it. Tell me how." The woman hesitated, her form flickering like a projection on a faulty screen. "You cannot stop it," she said finally. "The chest is a doorway. It feeds on what we cannot bear to lose." "What does that mean?" Olivia asked, her frustration rising. The woman's gaze drifted toward the chest. "It takes, and it will take from you." "No," Olivia said firmly, shaking her head. "There has to be a way to end this. You tried, didn't you? That's why you disappeared." Agatha's form grew less solid, her edges blurring as the light in the room dimmed further. You cannot end what you do not understand, she said, but perhaps you can contain it. The cost is great. What cost? Olivia pressed. The woman's lips curved into the faintest hint of a smile, one filled with sorrow. You will see, she whispered. Suddenly the chest creaked, its lid shifting slightly. A gust of cold air burst from within, extinguishing the flashlight completely. Olivia was plunged into darkness, her only sense the sound of her own ragged breathing and the faint dripping of water. And then, the voice came again. Olivia! It wasn't Agatha this time. This voice was deeper, more guttural, and filled with malice. The air around her grew oppressive, pressing against her chest like a physical weight. She stumbled backward, her hands groping for something solid to hold on to. The voice laughed, a chilling, echoing sound that filled the attic. Why did you come here? It asked. I want to stop this, Olivia said, her voice barely above a whisper. You cannot stop me, the voice growled, but you can join me. The chest slammed shut with a deafening bang and the room went still. When Olivia's flashlight flickered back to life, the woman was gone. But something else lingered in the room, a presence that felt heavier, darker. Olivia's gaze darted back to the wardrobe. Inside, wedged behind a broken drawer, was a small, leather-bound book. Her heart leapt as she grabbed it, flipping through the pages. It was Agatha's diary, the one Harlan had spoken of. The final entry stopped her cold. If you are reading this, then the chest has claimed you. There is only one way to close the doorway, but it will cost you everything. The floor creaked behind her. Slowly, Olivia turned, her flashlight shaking in her hand. The shadows were moving again, but this time they weren't forming a figure. They were spreading, creeping toward her like tendrils of ink, and within them, two faintly glowing eyes stared back at her. The glowing eyes bore into Olivia, their light flickering like dying embers. The shadows around them writhed and pulsed, stretching across the attic floor as if alive. Olivia's heart hammered as she clutched Agatha's diary to her chest, the weight of its final words echoing in her mind. It will cost you everything. The air turned heavy, pressing against her chest like a physical weight. The voice returned, low and guttural, resonating through the room. You cannot escape me, Olivia. Her flashlight sputtered and died, plunging her into complete darkness. She stumbled backward, her breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The diary slipped from her grasp, hitting the floor with a dull thud. What do you want from me? She screamed into the void. The shadows surged forward, enveloping her in an icy grip. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I want what I have always taken. Your bloodline has fed me for generations. And now, it is your turn to pay the price. No, Olivia whispered, shaking her head. I won't let you take me. The voice laughed, a sound that reverberated through her very bones. You have no choice, child. The doorway is open. It hungers, and you are its offering. No, Olivia screamed, her defiance cutting through the oppressive darkness. She reached blindly for the diary, her fingers fumbling over its cracked leather cover. Her hands trembled as she flipped through the pages, her flashlight still useless. She read the words by memory, Agatha's warnings etched into her mind. The chest is a doorway, and the doorway demands a keeper. To close it is to take its place. To contain it is to become its prisoner. Her stomach turned as the truth settled over her. The cost wasn't death, it was something far worse. To stop the curse, she would have to bind herself to the chest, becoming its new keeper. The shadows tightened around her, and the voice grew louder. Choose, Olivia, your life or your family's freedom. Tears stung her eyes as she clutched the diary to her chest. Why me? She whispered. Why did you choose me? "You opened the door," the voice hissed. "Now you must close it." The darkness shifted, and suddenly the chest was before her, its brass lock glowing faintly. The lid creaked open, revealing the swirling void within. It pulsed with a sickly light, its depths writhing like a living thing. Olivia's knees buckled as the cold radiating from the chest engulfed her. Her entire body ached, her mind screaming against the pull of the void. "Do it," Agatha's voice whispered, faint but urgent. "You can end it. Take the burden." The void seemed to call to her, its whispers growing louder, more insistent. Olivia's hands trembled as she reached for the chest, her fingers brushing the edge of the lid. "What happens to me?" she asked, her voice breaking. The voice laughed, low and cruel. "You will become one with the shadows. You will guard the doorway, as all keepers before you have done. You will not die, Olivia. You will endure." Her breath hitched, and she thought of her family, her mother, her sister, the generations that had come before her, haunted by this curse. If she didn't act, the cycle would continue. The chest would claim another and another and another. Olivia closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. She had spent her entire life feeling like she didn't belong, like she was an outsider, in her own family. But now, she realized, she had been chosen for this moment. "I'll do it," she whispered. The shadows recoiled, as though satisfied by her words. The chest glowed brighter, its pull growing stronger. "But on one condition," she said, her voice steadier now. The voice growled, low and curious. "Speak. You leave my family alone, forever. No more whispers, no more deaths. It ends with me." The shadows surged, the glowing eyes narrowing as if considering her demand. "Agreed," the voice said finally, its tone dripping with malice. "But you will pay the price." Olivia took a deep breath, her hands gripping the edge of the chest. The void within seemed to pulse in anticipation, its whispers turning into a deafening roar. She climbed inside. The moment her body crossed the threshold, the cold consumed her. The shadows wrapped around her, pulling her deeper into the void. The attic disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of darkness, lit only by the faint glow of the chest's edges. Pain shot through her body as the void merged with her, her very essence unraveling and reforming. She screamed, the sound echoing endlessly, swallowed by the infinite dark. And then there was silence. When Olivia opened her eyes, she was standing in the attic. The chest sat before her, its lid closed, the brass lock glinting faintly. The air was still, the oppressive weight lifted. But she wasn't the same. Her reflection in the dusty wardrobe mirror was not her own. Her eyes glowed faintly, just like the figure she had seen before. Her skin was pale, her form slightly translucent. She was the new keeper. From the hallway below, she heard a voice, her mother's voice. "Olivia, are you there?" Olivia stepped back into the shadows, her heart breaking as she realized she could no longer join them. She was part of the house, now bound to its curse for eternity. But her family was free, for now. Olivia watched from the shadows as her mother moved cautiously through the house, calling her name. "Olivia? Where are you?" Elaine's voice trembled, her footsteps hesitant as they echoed through the hollow halls. Olivia wanted to answer, to run to her mother and wrap her arms around her. But her voice was gone, stolen by the void. She was no longer flesh and blood. She was part of the house now, her form flickering faintly in the dim light of the attic. Her mother reached the base of the attic stairs, her face pale and drawn. "Olivia, please," she called, her voice cracking. The attic door creaked open on its own, as if beckoning her inside. Elaine froze, staring up at the darkened doorway. "No," she whispered, taking a step back. not again. Olivia felt the house shift around her, its ancient presence brushing against her like a cold wind. It wanted Elaine. It wanted to pull her back into the cycle. No, Olivia thought fiercely, her will pressing back against the house's hunger. The door slammed shut, cutting off the icy draft. Elaine gasped, stumbling backward, and Olivia felt a small surge of relief. The chest was locked. The curse was contained. As long as it stayed that way, her family would be safe. But safety came at a cost. Days passed in a blur of silence. Olivia drifted through the house like a ghost, her form barely visible in the mirrors and reflective surfaces. She didn't need to eat, sleep, or breathe. Time felt meaningless, the hours stretching endlessly as she wandered the empty halls. At first, she tried to make herself known. She stood in front of her mother as Elaine packed up the belongings Olivia had left behind. But her mother's gaze passed through her as though she wasn't there. She whispered her sister's name as Caroline arrived to help clear out the house, but her voice was no more than a faint breath, lost in the wind. The house was quieter now, its malevolent energy subdued by her presence. The whispers had stopped, the shadows no longer writhed, and the oppressive weight that had once filled. The air was gone, but the house was still watching, still waiting. One night, Olivia found herself in the attic again, standing before the chest. Its brass lock gleamed faintly in the moonlight filtering through the cracked window. She could feel the void within, its hunger pressing against the edges of its prison. Her reflection in the wardrobe mirror caught her attention. She stared at the woman she'd become, her translucent form, her glowing eyes. She looked like the spirits she had once feared, the ones that had haunted her family for generations. This is who I am now, she thought, her heart aching. This is who I have to be. She knelt beside the chest, her fingers brushing its cold surface. It pulsed faintly under her touch, a reminder that it was alive, waiting for the moment it could escape again. "You won't take them," Olivia said softly. Her voice was stronger now, more resonant, as though it carried the weight of the house itself. The chest hummed in response, but its lid stayed shut. Over the following weeks, Elaine and Caroline worked to clear out the house. They didn't speak much, their silence filled with unspoken grief. Elaine's eyes lingered on the attic door each time she passed it, but she never opened it again. One afternoon, as Caroline packed the last of Olivia's belongings into a box, she paused, her hand brushing against a photo. It was an old family picture, taken years ago at a picnic. Olivia was in the center, her smile bright and carefree. Caroline's eyes welled with tears. "I wish I could have told you," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I wish I could have warned you about all of this." Olivia stood in the corner, her heart aching at the sight of her sister's pain. She wanted to comfort her, to tell her it wasn't her fault. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, she reached out, her translucent fingers brushing the edge of the photo. A faint chill passed over Caroline, and she shivered, looking around the room. "Olivia?" she murmured. Olivia froze, her hand hovering over the photo. Caroline's gaze lingered on the spot where she stood, her brow furrowed. For a moment it felt like her sister could sense her presence, but the moment passed, and Caroline shook her head, wiping her tears away. "Get it together," she muttered to herself, closing the box. When the day came to lock the house for good, Elaine and Caroline stood in the front yard, their faces somber. "We should have torn this place down years ago," Elaine said, her voice heavy. "It's caused nothing but pain." Caroline nodded, but her gaze lingered on the attic window. Do you think she's still here?" Elaine hesitated, her expression unreadable. "If she is, I hope she's at peace." Inside, Olivia watched them from the shadows, her chest tightening with unspoken emotions. She couldn't follow them. She couldn't leave. The house was her prison now, and the chest was her charge. That night, as the house stood empty, Olivia sat in the attic staring at the chest. The void within was silent, but she could feel it waiting. The loneliness was unbearable, but she reminded herself why she had made the choice. Her family was safe. The curse had ended with her, and yet, deep in her heart, she couldn't shake the feeling that the house was still hungry. The whispers returned, faint and far away, but growing louder with each passing night. The whispers grew louder each night, a constant presence that Olivia couldn't ignore. They echoed through the halls, slipping beneath the attic door like smoke. Though the house was empty, its shadows seemed to shift, to breathe. It wasn't just the chest. The entire house was waking up. Olivia sat cross-legged on the attic floor, her translucent fingers brushing the lid of the chest. She could feel its pull, the rhythmic hum of the void within, like a heartbeat that wasn't her own. "You want me?" she said aloud, her voice resonating in the stillness. The whispers quieted for a moment as though listening. Then they surged, filling the attic with overlapping voices. "Not just you." The words sent a chill through Olivia's spectral form. She pressed her hands to her ears, but it didn't help. The voices were inside her, wrapping around her mind like chains. "What does that mean?" she demanded. "I made the pact. I became the keeper. Leave them alone." The chest shuddered under her hands, the brass lock rattling as though it might break. The voices twisted into laughter, a sound that echoed through the attic like the crash of distant waves. "You are the doorway. The pact is incomplete." Olivia recoiled, her mind racing. The pact was supposed to end the curse, to contain the chest, and free her family. But now she realized the chest had deceived her. It was bound to her, yes, but the house, the doorway, was still hungry. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, her voice breaking. The shadows in the attic swirled, gathering in the far corner of the room. Slowly they coalesced into a figure, a tall, shrouded form with glowing eyes and jagged edges, like it had been carved from darkness itself. "You," it growled, its voice low and resonant. "And all you hold dear." Olivia scrambled back, her form flickering as fear gripped her. "No, you can't have them." The figure stepped closer, its movements slow and deliberate. "The doorway demands more. The keeper is not enough. Blood must seal it." Her thoughts flashed to her mother and sister, to the generations of Greaves who had suffered under this curse. If the chest wanted blood, it would go after them next, unless I stop it. "What if I go through?" Olivia asked, her voice trembling. "What if I step into the void? Will that end it?" The figure paused, its glowing eyes narrowing. "The void accepts no gifts freely," it hissed. "You will face what lies beyond." "What lies beyond?" Olivia pressed. The shadows surged. Around her, a suffocating wave of cold and darkness. The truth, the curse, the weight of all who have come before you. Olivia's breath caught, though she no longer needed to breathe. She didn't know what lay beyond the void, but she knew one thing. If she didn't act, her family would never truly be free. She stood, her form glowing faintly in the darkened attic. "I'll do it," she said. "I'll go through. But you leave them alone, forever." The figure tilted its head, considering her words. After a long moment, it nodded. "The pact will be complete. Their blood will be spared." The chest's lid creaked open, revealing the swirling void within. The shadows retreated to its edges, pulling Olivia toward it like a tide. She hesitated, fear clawing at her. She didn't know what would happen once she stepped inside. Would she be destroyed? Trapped forever? Would she become part of the curse itself? But she thought of Elaine and Caroline, Of all the Greaves who had been haunted and hunted by the chest, she had a chance to end it. She stepped forward. The moment her foot crossed the threshold, the void swallowed her whole. It wasn't like before when she had become the keeper. This time the cold was deeper, more complete, freezing her to her core. She fell into darkness, her body weightless and unmoored, as though she was sinking into an endless sea. The whispers grew louder, forming words she couldn't understand. Faces appeared in the void, Agatha's, Victor's, and others she didn't recognize. They stared at her with hollow eyes, their mouths moving silently, their hands reaching for her. "What is this?" she cried, her voice echoing into nothingness. A new voice answered, deeper and more resonant than the others. "This is the weight of your bloodline, the choices made, the sins carried." The faces began to fade, replaced by a blinding light. Olivia shielded her eyes, her form flickering under the strain. "What do I do?" she asked. The light pulsed, and the voice boomed again. "You must seal the doorway. Accept the cost." "How?" she demanded, her voice breaking. The light dimmed, and the void rippled around her. The chest appeared before her, floating in the emptiness. Its lid was open, and the shadows within churned like a storm. Her hands moved instinctively, gripping the edges of the lid. She felt the weight of the void resisting her, pulling against her strength. "You must give what you have." "Taken," the voice said. "Yourself." She pushed with all her might, the lid inching closed as the shadows clawed at her. They tore at her form, pulling pieces of her into the void. Pain seared through her, but she didn't stop. The lid slammed shut, and the void erupted in a burst of light. When Olivia opened her eyes, she was back in the attic. The chest sat before her, its brass lock gleaming, its presence muted. The air was still, the whispers gone. But Olivia was different. Her form was faint, her edges blurred. She wasn't part of the house anymore, but she wasn't whole either. The curse was over. She stood, looking around the attic one last time. The house was quiet, peaceful in a way it hadn't been in centuries. For the first time in years, the Greaves family was free. Olivia stood in the attic, her form faint and flickering. The chest before her sat silent, its lock firmly sealed. For the first time since she'd opened it, the house was quiet. No whispers, no shadows shifting in the corners, no oppressive weight hanging in the air. But the stillness wasn't comforting. It was hollow. She looked down at her hands, translucent and insubstantial. Her fingers moved, but she felt no sensation. The faint glow of her form reflected in the cracked wardrobe mirror, and the reality of what she'd done sank in fully. She was gone. Not dead, not alive, something in between. The curse was broken, but Olivia had paid the ultimate price. She was no longer part of the living world. Her body was gone, dissolved into the void she had sealed. What remained was her essence, bound to the house in a way even the chest hadn't been. Her family was free, but she would never see them again. The attic door creaked open, and Olivia turned sharply. She expected to see the shadows, the entity, returning to taunt her, to claim it wasn't truly over. But it was her mother. Elaine stood at the threshold, her face pale, her eyes wide with shock. "Olivia!" she whispered, her voice trembling. Olivia's chest tightened. Her mother shouldn't have been able to see her. No one had been able to see her since she became the keeper. "Mom," she said, her voice faint and echoing. Elaine stepped into the room cautiously, her gaze fixed on Olivia's glowing form. What happened to you?" Olivia struggled for words, the weight of her mother's presence making her feel more ghostly than ever. I broke it," she said. "The curse, it's over now." Tears welled in Elaine's eyes, and she reached out as if to touch Olivia, but her hand passed through empty air. "No," she whispered, shaking her head. Not like this. Not like this, Olivia. This was the only way, Olivia said, her voice breaking. It was the only way to save you. To save Caroline. The chest. It's locked now. It's over. Elaine fell to her knees, her sobs filling the room. I should have told you, she said, her voice raw. I should have warned you. This house, that chest, I should have... Mom, stop, Olivia said, kneeling beside her. It's not your fault. You didn't know. None of us did. Elaine looked up at her, her tear-streaked face filled with grief. I lost my mother to this house, my sister. And now you... You didn't lose me, Olivia said, though she didn't believe it herself. I'm still here. I'll always be here. That's not fair, Elaine said, her voice rising. You shouldn't have had to do this. You should have had a life, Olivia. You should have been free. Olivia reached out instinctively, her hand passing through her mother's, shoulder like mist. The gesture made her ache in ways she couldn't describe. It had to end, Mom. Someone had to stop it. Elaine wiped her eyes, her gaze drifting to the chest. And it's really over. It won't come back. Olivia hesitated. I think so, she said. As long as no one opens it again. Elaine's expression hardened and she stood, her movements sharp and determined. Then I'll make sure no one ever can. Mom, what are you... But Elaine didn't answer. She marched to the chest, grabbed it by its edges, and began dragging it across the floor. Olivia followed, her faint footsteps silent against the creaking boards. Elaine carried the chest down the attic stairs, her breaths labored with the effort. She moved with purpose, her grief fueling her strength. Olivia trailed behind her, her glowing form casting faint light on the darkened walls. At the edge of the cliffs, Elaine stopped. The sea roared below, the waves crashing against the rocks with relentless force. The night air was cold, the wind whipping Elaine's hair around her face. What are you doing? Olivia cried, her voice thin and desperate. Elaine didn't answer. She stared down at the chest, her jaw clenched, her expression resolute. If this is what it takes to protect my family, she said, then so be it. No! Olivia shouted, reaching out, though she knew it was futile. Mom, you can't. It won't work. It'll just come back. I can't take that chance, Elaine said softly. With a final heaving motion, she pushed the chest over the edge. Olivia watched helplessly as it tumbled through the air, the brass lock glinting in the moonlight. The chest struck the rocks below with a deafening crack, the sound swallowed by the crashing waves. For a moment, the world was still. Then the sea began to churn. The water below the cliffs turned black, a swirling void that mirrored the one inside the chest. A low, guttural sound rose from the depths, shaking the ground beneath Elaine's feet. Olivia screamed, the force of the sound ripping through her spectral form. The house seemed to shudder in response, its windows rattling, its walls groaning. Elaine staggered backward, her eyes wide with horror as the black water surged upward, tendrils of shadow stretching toward the cliffs. "Mom, run!" Olivia shouted, but the shadows were too fast. They reached the edge of the cliff and wrapped around. Elaine pulling her toward the void below. "No!" Olivia cried, her form blazing with desperate light. She lunged toward her mother, her spectral hands colliding with the shadows. For the first time she felt something, a resistance, a connection. The shadows recoiled, but they didn't let go. Elaine looked at Olivia, her face pale and filled with a strange mixture of fear and relief. "You're still with me," she whispered. "I won't let you go." Olivia screamed, her glow intensifying. With a burst of effort, she pushed against the shadows, the force of her will driving them back. The void retreated, the tendrils dissolving into mist as the sea returned to its normal, restless state. Elaine collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Olivia knelt beside her, her form flickering faintly in the moonlight. "I told you. Olivia said softly. "It's over." Elaine reached for her, her fingers brushing against Olivia's glowing hand. For the briefest moment they connected, warmth and light passing between them. Then Olivia faded, her form dissolving into the night. Elaine sat motionless at the edge of the cliff, her breaths ragged and uneven. The crashing waves below had returned to their natural rhythm, but the memory of the swirling void lingered, etched into her mind like a scar. Her hands trembled as she stared at the spot where Olivia had been just moments before. The warmth of their fleeting connection still lingered in her fingers, but the light, Olivia's light, was gone. "I'm so sorry," Elaine whispered, her voice breaking. "I never should have let this happen." The house loomed behind her, its dark silhouette a reminder of the curse that had stolen so much from their family. The chest was gone, shattered against the rocks, its lock broken. But the price had been far greater than Elaine could have imagined, and deep down, she knew it wasn't over. Inside the house, Olivia's essence lingered. She wasn't sure what she was anymore, less than a person, more than a shadow. She felt, stretched thin, pulled in every direction, her form flickering like a dying flame. The void inside the chest had been destroyed, but its presence hadn't been erased. It had bled into the house, into the land, into her. The house groaned as though alive, its walls shifting and creaking. Olivia felt its pain, its hunger, its loss. It had relied on the chest for centuries, drawing strength from the darkness within. Now it was empty and desperate. She wandered the halls, her faint glow illuminating the peeling wallpaper and faded portraits. Memories drifted through her mind, fragments of her life before the chest, playing in the garden as a child, laughing with Caroline, sitting at the kitchen table while her mother told her stories about the house. But those moments felt distant, now as though they had happened to someone else. Olivia stopped in front of the attic door, her translucent hand hovering over the doorknob. She could feel the remnants of the void inside, faint but persistent, like embers waiting to ignite. "You're still here," she whispered, her voice echoing softly. The house seemed to answer, a low creak rippling through the floorboards. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The attic was just as she had left it, silent, cold, and empty. The chest's absence was palpable, a void in itself, as though the room mourned its loss. Olivia moved to the center of the room and knelt on the floor. She could feel the presence of the house pressing down on her, testing her, demanding something. "I won't let you take anyone else," she said, her voice firm. The shadows in the attic shifted, coiling around her faintly glowing form. She closed her eyes, letting the house's energy wash over her. The void wasn't gone. It had merely changed. It wasn't tied to the chest anymore. It was tied to her. To contain it is to become its prisoner. Agatha's words echoed in her mind, a final warning she hadn't fully understood until now. Olivia took a deep breath, the air cold and sharp, though she no longer needed to breathe. "You want a keeper?" she said aloud. "You have one." The house groaned in response, the shadows tightening around her. The weight of its hunger pressed against her, suffocating and relentless. For a brief moment she saw her family, her mother, Caroline, and the generations of Greaves who had suffered before her. They had endured so much, carried so many burdens. She wouldn't let them carry this one. "I won't let you hurt them," Olivia said. "Take me instead." The shadows surged, consuming her completely. The house fell silent. The air grew lighter, the oppressive weight that had hung over it for centuries dissolving into nothingness. The walls stopped creaking, the floorboards stilled, and the lingering scent of lavender faded. Elaine stood in the doorway, her heart heavy as she gazed up at the attic. She didn't know why, but she felt a profound sense of peace. The house no longer felt threatening. It felt empty, almost hollow. "Olivia," she whispered, though she knew there would be no answer. Tears streamed down her face as she stepped back, her hands trembling as she closed the door. She locked it with a key she hadn't used in decades and placed it in her pocket. Outside, the wind carried the faintest whisper, a voice she could barely hear. "It's over." Elaine turned toward the horizon, where the first rays of dawn were breaking over the sea. The curse was gone, but Olivia's sacrifice would linger in her heart forever. Inside the attic, the faintest glow remained, a small, steady light in the center of the room. It flickered once, twice, before fading into the shadows. Olivia was gone. But she was also everywhere, woven into the fabric of the house, guarding it, containing it, ensuring no one else would suffer. The void had found its final keeper. Years passed, but the house remained untouched. After Olivia's sacrifice, Elaine had locked the doors and boarded up the windows. She refused to sell it despite Caroline's protests. "Let it rot," Elaine had said, her voice hollow. No one else should set foot in that place. The Greaves house became a local legend, a ghost story whispered among the townsfolk of Ravenswood Bay. Children dared each other to run up the cracked front steps, but none ever went inside. The wind that howled through the empty halls seemed to carry whispers, faint and mournful, a warning to stay away. But the house wasn't truly empty. Inside, Olivia lingered. Her presence had become one with the house, a quiet force woven into its walls and floors. She felt every shift of the wood, every gust of wind that rattled the shutters. The void within her was quiet now, subdued and contained. But it wasn't gone. Late at night, when the moonlight filtered through the attic window, the shadows still moved, coiling and stretching like restless tendrils. Olivia stood watch, her faintly glowing form a sentinel against the darkness. She felt the void testing its boundaries, searching for cracks, for weaknesses. It would never stop trying to escape. Neither will I, she thought, her resolve as unyielding as the house itself. Decades passed, and Elaine and Caroline grew old. Caroline eventually left Ravenswood Bay, unable to bear the weight of the memories. But Elaine stayed, visiting the house once a year on the anniversary of Olivia's disappearance. She would stand at the edge of the yard, her gaze fixed on the attic window, her heart heavy with grief and gratitude. "I hope you're at peace," Elaine whispered one final time, her voice carried away by the wind. When Elaine passed, the house was left abandoned, its secrets locked away. But the curse had left its mark on Ravenswood Bay, and whispers of the Greaves house persisted. One stormy evening, a young couple driving through the area sought shelter. Their car had broken down on the winding coastal road, and the sight of the old house, even in its decayed state, was a welcome relief. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the air was stale and heavy, the faint scent of lavender lingering in the corners. Dust coated every surface, and cobwebs stretched across the banister of the grand staircase. "This place gives me the creeps," the woman said, shivering as she wrapped her arms around herself. "It's just an old house," her partner replied, though his voice betrayed a hint of unease. As they explored, their footsteps echoed through the empty halls. The woman paused in the parlor, her gaze drawn to a faded photograph on the mantel. It was an old family portrait, the figures staring out with somber expressions. "Who do you think lived here?" she asked. Her partner shrugged. "Whoever they were, they're long gone." Upstairs, the attic door creaked open. Olivia felt them the moment they entered, her senses attuned to every movement in the house. She drifted through the walls, her form faint and flickering. The void stirred within her, eager and hungry, but Olivia held it back with all her strength. "Leave," she thought, her will pressing against the edges of the house. The couple hesitated as the air grew colder, their breath visible in the dim light. "Did you feel that?" the woman asked, rubbing her arms. Yeah, her partner replied, looking around nervously. Maybe we shouldn't stay here. But the attic door was already open, and the faint sound of tapping echoed down the stairs. Do you hear that? The woman asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her partner nodded, his face pale. We need to leave now. They turned to go, but the shadows in the hallway shifted, blocking their path. I said leave, Olivia thought again, her frustration mounting. She poured every ounce of her strength into the effort, the walls groaning in protest. The couple stumbled toward the front door, their panic rising. As they crossed the threshold, the oppressive weight lifted, and the house fell silent once more. Olivia stood in the attic, her form dimmer than before. The effort of forcing them out had drained her, and she could feel the void pressing against her control, testing the boundaries she had built. She knelt beside the spot where the chest had once sat, her faint glow illuminating the dust-covered floor. I won't let you out, she whispered, her voice steady despite her exhaustion. The house groaned in response, its presence coiling around her like a cold wind. But Olivia held her ground. I am the keeper, she thought, her resolve unshaken, and I will never let you go. Outside, the couple hurried back to their car, their faces pale and their hearts racing. What the hell was that? The woman asked, her voice trembling. I don't know, her partner replied, glancing back at the house. But whatever it was, I'm not sticking around to find out. The woman nodded, her gaze lingering on the attic window. For a moment, she thought she saw something, a faint light, flickering like a dying flame. Then it was gone. The house stood silent once more, waiting. And deep inside, Olivia watched, her faint glow the only thing holding the darkness at bay. The curse was over, but the house remembered. Story 2. The icy mountain wind wrapped itself around the cabin like a sinister embrace, rattling the windows and slipping through the cracks of the wooden walls. Inside, Elliot Carter leaned over the coffee table, squinting at the yellowed blueprint. His finger traced the labeled rooms: living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom. 4 rooms in total, exactly as the listing had described. But something wasn't right. He glanced over his shoulder. There it was, a door, standing slightly ajar in the corner of the cabin, its dark wood frame barely catching the dim light of the single overhead bulb. He could see the faint outline of a room beyond, though the shadows were too thick to discern any details. Elliot frowned, turning his gaze back to the blueprint. He tapped the paper with growing frustration. Living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, 4 rooms. Yet, the cabin undeniably had a 5th. This wasn't the first time something in the cabin felt off. When Elliot arrived that morning, the place had seemed normal enough. A rustic wooden structure perched precariously on the edge of a mist-covered cliff. The rental agency's photos had shown a cozy interior with simple furniture, a functional kitchen, and a picturesque view of the forest below. It was perfect, he'd thought. A sanctuary far from the noise of the city and the suffocating disappointment of his unfinished novel. The woman at the agency, a stern figure with crows, feet that framed her pale grey eyes, had been reluctant to hand over the keys. The Hargrave cabin's a bit old-fashioned, she'd said with a tight smile, avoiding his gaze. No Wi-Fi, limited electricity. Are you sure you'll be comfortable? Elliot had waved away her concerns. I need the solitude, he'd replied. No distractions. She hesitated for a moment longer before passing him the keys. As he turned to leave, she called after him, her voice taut. If you hear anything strange, just leave. At the time, he dismissed her words as small-town superstition, a quirk of someone who likely believed in ghosts and folklore. But now, as he stared at the impossible door, unease crept up his spine like a cold hand. Elliot rubbed his temples, trying to shake off the sensation. You're being ridiculous, he muttered under his breath. He pushed himself up from the couch and walked toward the mysterious door. The old floorboards groaned beneath his weight, the sound echoing in the otherwise silent cabin. As he approached, the temperature seemed to drop. A faint draft brushed against his face, carrying with it a scent he couldn't quite place: damp, wood, and something sharper, metallic. He hesitated at the threshold. The room beyond was dim, the shadows thick and oppressive. Reaching out, he nudged the door open wider, and the faint creak of the hinges sent a chill down his spine. At first glance, the room was unremarkable. A small space with peeling wallpaper, a single window covered by tattered curtains, and a thick layer of dust that coated every surface. In the center of the room stood a desk, its surface marred with scratches and stains. But it was the object on the desk that drew his attention. A typewriter. Old, bulky, and black. The typewriter seemed out of place in the otherwise barren room. Its keys glinted faintly in the dim light, and a single sheet of paper protruded from the roller. The words on the page were scrawled in jagged, uneven letters, as though written in haste or desperation. "You shouldn't have come." Elliot's breath caught in his throat. He blinked, sure he must be seeing things, but the words remained. He stepped back, his pulse quickening. "This is a joke," he said aloud, his voice trembling despite his attempt at confidence. "Someone's messing with me. But who?" The cabin was miles from the nearest neighbor, and he hadn't seen another soul since arriving. His mind raced through possibilities: the rental agency, a prankster, a previous tenant. He shook his head, trying to dispel the growing unease. Turning on his heel, he left the room, pulling the door shut firmly behind him. The living room felt warmer, safer. Elliot sank onto the couch and grabbed his phone, his fingers fumbling over the screen. No service. He stared at the signal icon, willing it to change, but the bars remained empty. With a frustrated sigh, he tossed the phone onto the coffee table and reached for his notebook. If nothing else, he could start outlining the chapters of his novel, a psychological thriller he'd been working on for nearly 2 years. But as he flipped through the pages, his thoughts kept drifting back to the forgotten room. He hadn't noticed the door when he first moved in, of that he was certain. He'd walked through the cabin, unpacking his things and marveling at the view, and there had only been 4 doors. So, when had the 5th appeared, and why? As the hours passed, the questions gnawed at him, their weight growing heavier with each tick of the clock. By nightfall, he couldn't take it anymore. Elliot stood, grabbing a flashlight from the kitchen. Counter. He hesitated for a moment, glancing at the warm glow of the living room, before steeling himself and heading back toward the door. The forgotten room greeted him with its oppressive chill. He swept the beam of the flashlight across the space, his heart hammering in his chest. The desk was still there, but the typewriter was gone. In its place sat something else entirely, a child's rocking horse. It was small and wooden, its paint chipped and faded with age. The horse swayed gently, as though someone had just dismounted, but the room was still, and the air felt heavy. Elliot froze, the flashlight trembling in his grip. "Hello?" he called out, his voice cracking. No response. The rocking horse stopped, moving. A sound reached his ears then, faint and distant. A soft, lilting laugh, like a child's. It echoed through the room, growing louder until it seemed to come from all around him. Elliot stumbled back, his flashlight beam wavering wildly across the walls. As suddenly as it started, the laughter stopped, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. His breath came in shallow gasps as he turned and fled, slamming the door shut behind him. The sound reverberated through the cabin, and for a moment, everything was still. Elliot pressed his back against the living room wall, his hands trembling. The laughter echoed in his mind, a haunting melody that refused to fade. He glanced at the blueprint on the coffee table, his vision blurring with fear and disbelief. There was no fifth room, no door, but it was there, and it wanted something. Elliot awoke the next morning with a start, his heart pounding as fragments of the previous night clung to his mind like cobwebs. The laughter, the rocking horse, the impossible door, it felt like a fever dream. But when he opened his eyes and glanced across the cabin, he saw the door. It was still there. He stayed in bed for a long time, staring at the ceiling. The sun streamed weakly through the cabin's small windows, illuminating dust motes that floated lazily in the air. The light did little to soothe him. Elliot had come to this cabin to escape, but now he wasn't sure what he had run toward. Claire's words echoed in his mind. "You're so lost in your stories, Elliot. You're losing us too." She wasn't. Wrong. Writing had always been more than a career for Elliot. It was an obsession. In the early years of their marriage, Claire had been his biggest supporter, encouraging his dreams even as the rejection letters piled up. But the weight of his failures had grown heavier with each passing year. His debut novel had been a modest success, but the pressure to follow it with something better had crushed him. For the last 2 years, he had stared at blank pages and missed deadlines, sinking deeper into frustration. When Claire had suggested he take time away to focus, he'd jumped at the chance. But now, alone in the cabin, with nothing but his thoughts and the ghostly presence of the forgotten room, Elliot felt the crushing loneliness of his decisions. He pushed himself out of bed and stumbled into the kitchen, ignoring the door as he passed it. The cabin was quiet, save for the groan of the floorboards underfoot and the soft hum of the refrigerator. Elliot made a cup of coffee, his hands trembling slightly as he poured. He carried the mug to the living room and sat at the small desk he'd set up near the window. Outside, the forest stretched endlessly, shrouded in mist. The branches of tall pines swayed gently in the breeze, their shadows dancing across the ground. He opened his notebook and stared at the blank page. The pen in his hand felt foreign, heavy. For hours, he sat there, willing the words to come. The story was there, buried somewhere deep in his mind, but it refused to surface. His gaze kept drifting toward the door, even when he tried to focus on the page. Finally, he snapped the notebook shut and stood. He couldn't write, not with the weight of that door looming over him. Elliot approached the door cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. In the daylight, the forgotten room didn't seem quite as menacing, though its presence still unnerved him. He reached out and touched the doorknob. It was ice cold, sending a shiver up his arm. With a deep breath, he opened the door. The room looked different. The rocking horse was gone, and in its place stood a tall mirror, its surface clouded with grime. Elliot stepped inside, his shoes crunching on the gritty floor, and approached the mirror. As he drew closer, he realized the reflection was wrong. The room in the mirror wasn't the one he was standing in. It was brighter, with pristine wallpaper and polished wooden floors. A vase of fresh flowers sat on a table, their petals vibrant and alive. And then he saw himself, or rather, a version of himself, sitting at the desk in the reflection. The other Elliot was writing furiously, his hand moving across the page with a speed and confidence that seemed impossible. His face was calm, focused, as though nothing in the world existed except the words spilling onto the paper. Elliot reached out to touch the mirror, his fingers trembling. As soon as his skin made contact with the glass, the other version of him stopped writing and looked up. Their eyes met, and Elliot felt a jolt of fear. The other Elliot's face twisted into a cruel smile, and his lips moved, though no sound came. Then slowly the other Elliot reached toward the mirror, his hand pressing against the glass from the other side. Elliot stumbled back, his heart racing. The mirror cracked, a spiderweb of fractures spreading across its surface, and a faint whisper filled the air. "Finish it." He bolted from the room, slamming the door behind him. Elliot sat on the couch, clutching his coffee mug like a lifeline. His mind was racing, trying to make sense of what he had seen. The forgotten room wasn't just strange, it was impossible. It was alive, shifting and feeding on something inside him. His gaze drifted to the typewriter he'd brought with him, sitting on the coffee table. It was an old manual model he had found at an antique store, the kind he imagined classic writers using. He'd hoped it would inspire him, but so far it had been nothing more than a decorative prop. Now he couldn't help but think of the typewriter he'd seen in the room the night before, with its ominous message. "You shouldn't have come." He wanted to leave. He wanted to pack his things and drive back to the city, back to Claire, back to the life he had so carelessly abandoned. But the thought of returning empty-handed, without a completed manuscript, filled him with shame. This cabin was his last chance. If he couldn't finish his novel here, he didn't know if he ever would. The memory of the other Elliot, writing so effortlessly in the mirror, gnawed at him. Was it a vision of what he could become? Or was it something else entirely? Something darker? As the sun began to set, Elliot found himself standing in front of the door again. He wasn't sure what he was looking for. Answers, inspiration. The whisper started as soon as his hand touched the knob, faint and indistinct, like voices carried on the wind. "Finish it." He turned the knob. The room was empty. No mirror, no rocking horse, no typewriter. Just the peeling wallpaper and the faint scent of mildew. But on the floor, in the center of the room, was a single sheet of paper. Elliot bent down and picked it up, his hands shaking. The paper was blank except for a single line of text written in the same jagged, uneven hand as the message he had seen the night before. "Every story has a price." Elliot stepped outside, needing air. The cabin's walls felt suffocating, their secrets pressing in on him. The evening sky was a dull grey, the sun barely visible behind thick layers of cloud. A biting wind swept through the trees, making the pine branches creak and groan like living things. From the small porch, he could see the edge of the cliff that dropped into a chasm of fog. Beyond the cliff, the forest stretched endlessly, its dense trees forming a dark sea of shadows. The isolation was palpable, heavy, and for the first time Elliot truly felt the weight of how alone he was. The cabin had seemed so quaint when he arrived, perched in its solitary spot above the world. Now it felt sinister, more prison than sanctuary. Elliot walked around the cabin, trying to shake off the unease. The ground was soft with damp leaves, and his boots squelched with each step. He looked up at the structure, noting how weathered it was. The wooden beams were warped and grey, the windows cloudy with grime. A jagged crack ran up one side of the chimney, and patches of moss clung to the roof. From this angle, the forgotten room's window was visible. It stared back at him like a black, empty eye. He swallowed hard. That window hadn't been on the listing photos. He was sure of it. As he walked further, he spotted something half buried in the mud. A rusted horseshoe, its edges pitted and jagged. He picked it up, turning it over in his hands. It was old, the kind of relic you'd expect to find in a place steeped in history. He tossed it aside, brushing his hands off on his jeans, but the sight of it lingered in his mind. Back inside, the cabin was quiet, almost unnaturally so. No hum of electricity, no distant animal sounds from the forest, just silence, deep and oppressive. Elliot's footsteps echoed as he walked through the small space. He stopped in the living room, staring at the blueprint he'd spread across the coffee table. 4 rooms. He traced his finger over the lines again, trying to make sense of what he'd seen. The forgotten room wasn't listed anywhere, and yet it undeniably existed. Could the floor plans be wrong? As night fell, the cabin transformed. Shadows deepened in the corners, the weak light of the overhead bulb barely pushing back the darkness. Elliot lit a fire in the stone hearth, hoping the warmth would dispel the growing chill in the air. He settled into the couch with his notebook, trying once again to focus on his novel. But the page remained blank, his mind too restless to conjure words. The room felt wrong, the air too still, as though the cabin itself was holding its breath. Every so often, his eyes flicked to the door. The forgotten room was quiet, its door firmly shut, but Elliot couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him from the other side. The night stretched on, the hours crawling by with agonizing slowness. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the walls. Around midnight, Elliot heard it. A faint creak, like a floorboard bending under weight. His head snapped up, his heart pounding. The sound came again, closer this time. He strained to listen, holding his breath. Someone's in the cabin. He grabbed the flashlight from the coffee table and stood, his movements slow and deliberate. His eyes darted to the door of the forgotten room, but it was closed, the brass knob gleaming faintly in the firelight. Elliot swept the flashlight beam across the living room, then the kitchen. Nothing. He was about to sit back down when the sound came again, this time from above. Elliot froze. The cabin didn't have an upstairs. The noise grew louder, more distinct. Footsteps, deliberate and slow, moving across the ceiling. He backed toward the couch, clutching the flashlight like a weapon. The beams of the old wood creaked and groaned under the weight of something heavy. Chills spread through the cabin, sharp and sudden. The fire in the hearth dimmed, its flames sputtering as though suffocated. The footsteps stopped. Elliot stood frozen, the silence unbearable. His eyes darted around the room, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Then, with a deafening crash, the forgotten room's door burst open. The suddenness of it sent Elliot stumbling backward. The door swung violently on its hinges, slamming against the wall with enough force to shake the cabin. Beyond the threshold, the room was pitch black. The oppressive darkness seemed to spill out into the living room, pooling at the edges of the light. And then he saw it. Movement within the shadows. At first it was subtle, almost imperceptible. A flicker of motion, like a shadow detaching itself from the wall. Then it grew more distinct. A figure, tall and angular, its limbs too long, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Elliot's throat tightened, his voice caught in a scream that refused to come. The figure stepped forward, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet on tangled strings, and then it stopped. In the dim light of the room, Elliot could see its face, or rather, the absence of one. The figure's head was smooth and featureless, as though carved from polished stone. It raised one spindly arm, pointing directly at him. Elliot didn't wait to see what would happen next. He bolted for the front door, his hands fumbling with the lock. The cabin seemed to resist him, the door sticking stubbornly as he yanked on the handle. Finally, it gave way, and he stumbled outside into the freezing night air. The forest was silent, the mist thick and cloying. Elliot turned back to the cabin, half expecting the figure to follow, but the doorway was empty. The forgotten room's door was shut again, as though nothing had happened. But the cabin had changed. Its windows were darker, its shadow heavier against the pale moonlight. Elliot stood there shivering, the flashlight trembling in his hand. Somewhere in the distance, a low, mournful sound echoed through the trees. Elliot sat on the cabin's porch, his breath visible in the icy night air. His legs trembled, and his hands refused to stop shaking. He had been out there for what felt like hours, staring at the door. It sat in the center of the living room, like a silent predator daring him to return. His flashlight beam swept over the cabin's interior again and again, searching for signs of movement. The door to the forgotten room was shut tight, but the memory of what he'd seen, of that faceless, ghostly figure, remained. Elliot sat figure was burned into his mind. He could still hear the sound of its footsteps above him, the groan of floorboards that shouldn't exist. The cold gnawed at him, seeping through his jacket and numbing his fingers. He couldn't stay outside forever, and he knew it. With no neighbors for miles and no cell service, his only option was to go back inside. Elliot cursed under his breath and stood. The cabin loomed before him, its silhouette warped and menacing in the moonlight. For a fleeting moment, he considered leaving, abandoning his belongings and running into the forest. But where would he go? The nearest town was hours away, and the mist-drenched woods were treacherous at night. Even if he survived the journey, he'd be returning to Claire with nothing. No novel, no answers, just the same failures and regrets. He steeled himself and
Stepped through the front door. Inside, the cabin was silent. The fire in the hearth had gone out, leaving the air cold and heavy. The door to the forgotten room was just as he'd left it, closed, its surface faintly gleaming in the dim light. Elliot
approached it slowly, his heart pounding. He reached out and touched the doorknob, half expecting it to burn his skin. It was cold. His mind raced as he debated what to do. The figure he had seen, was it real? A trick of the light? His overworked imagination? There was only one way to find out. With a deep breath, he turned the knob and opened the door. The room had changed again. The peeling wallpaper and dusty floor were gone, replaced by something almost normal. The space was smaller now, cramped and intimate, its walls lined with bookshelves filled to bursting. A worn leather armchair sat in the center of the room, and next to it was a small table with a single oil lamp flickering softly. The rocking, horse and typewriter were gone, and there was no sign of the mirror. For a moment, Elliot felt almost at ease. The room looked inviting, warm, even cozy. He stepped inside, the creak of the floorboards beneath him echoing faintly. The air was thick with the scent of old paper and ink, a smell that reminded him of libraries he had loved as a child. It was comforting, nostalgic, but it carried a faint undertone of something metallic, like blood. On the armchair sat an open book, its pages blank except for a single line scrawled in the center. "Tell your story." Elliot froze. He glanced around the room, his pulse quickening. The shadows seemed to press closer, their edges flickering like the flame of the oil lamp. "Tell your story," the book seemed to demand, its presence commanding in the otherwise empty space. Elliot hesitated, his throat dry. This was what he had come here to do, wasn't it? To write? To finally finish the novel that had haunted him for years? His hand reached for the book, trembling as his fingers brushed against the yellowed pages. The second he touched it, the room shifted violently. The oil lamp flickered and died, plunging him into darkness. The walls groaned, and the air turned icy. Elliot stumbled back, his hand flying to his pocket for the flashlight. Before he could turn it on, the whispering began, faint at first, like the rustle of leaves in the wind. Then louder, more distinct, voices, dozens of them, echoing around the room. "Help me! Get out! It's watching!" Elliot's breath hitched as the whispers grew into a cacophony, each voice overlapping the next. He fumbled with the flashlight, finally managing to click it on. The beam cut through the darkness, landing on the book. It was no longer on the chair. The room was empty now, the shelves bare, the furniture gone. All that remained was the book, lying open on the floor. Elliot crouched down, his flashlight illuminating the page. The single line of text was gone, replaced by something new. Every story ends in blood. The whispers stopped abruptly. The silence was deafening, oppressive. Elliot straightened, his flashlight beam darting around the room. The walls seemed to close in, the air growing heavier with each passing second. Then, from the corner of the room, he heard it, a low, guttural growl, The flashlight trembled in his hand as he turned it toward the sound. At first, he saw nothing, just shadows. But as his eyes adjusted, he saw movement in the darkness. A figure emerged, its shape twisting and unnatural. It crawled on all fours, its limbs contorted, its face hidden by matted hair. Elliot stumbled back, his chest tightening as the creature inched closer. Its movements were jerky, inhuman, and its growl deepened into something that sounded like a warped laugh. Elliot bolted from the room, slamming the door shut behind him. He leaned against it, gasping for air, his mind racing. The cabin felt colder now, its walls groaning as though reacting to his panic. The forgotten room was no longer just a curiosity. It was alive, and it wanted something from him. Elliot stared at the closed door, the sound of his pounding heart filling his ears. He didn't know how much more he could take, but one thing was clear: leaving wasn't an option. Not yet. Not until he understood the room's purpose and its price. Elliot woke in the early hours of the morning, drenched in sweat. The cabin was dark, the faint hum of the wind outside barely audible. His dreams had been fractured and chaotic. Images of the faceless figure, the warped shadows, and the book's haunting message. Every story ends in blood. He sat up, rubbing his eyes and trying to ground himself in reality. But the cabin offered no comfort. Its walls felt alive, the wood groaning faintly as though it were breathing. The forgotten room loomed in his thoughts, a gnawing presence he couldn't escape. Elliot knew he couldn't keep ignoring it. Whatever was happening here, it wasn't random. By mid-morning, Elliot was dressed and ready to leave the cabin, just for a little while. He wasn't fleeing, he told himself. He just needed answers. He drove his aging sedan down the winding mountain road, the tires crunching over gravel as he descended into the nearby town of Millhaven. It was small, the kind of place where everyone knew each other, and outsiders stuck out like sore thumbs. Elliot parked near the diner and walked inside, the jingling bell above the door announcing his arrival. The smell of coffee and bacon greeted him, but the warmth of the place didn't dispel the unease that clung to him. The woman behind the counter, a middle-aged waitress with a name tag that read Debbie, gave him a polite smile. "Morning, stranger. What can I get you?" "Coffee, please," Elliot said, his voice hoarse. He hesitated, then added, "And some information, if you don't mind." Debbie poured him a cup of steaming coffee, setting it down in front of him. "Depends on the kind of information," she said with a shrug. "I'm staying in a cabin up on Black Ridge," he began, watching her reaction carefully. The smile faded from her face, replaced by a flicker of something he couldn't quite place. "Recognition? Fear? The Hargrave cabin?" she asked, her tone suddenly guarded. Elliot nodded. Debbie set the coffee pot down and leaned in slightly. "What are you doing up there?" "Writing," Elliot said. "Or at least trying." But he hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "Something doesn't feel right about the place." Debbie crossed her arms, her expression wary. "That's because it ain't right," she said flatly. "That cabin's bad news, always has been." Over the next hour, Elliot coaxed the Yarfi story out of her. The Hargraves had been a wealthy family who built the cabin in the late 1800s as a retreat from the city. They were reclusive, rarely seen in town, and when they did appear, it was usually Eleanor Hargrave, an enigmatic woman with piercing eyes and a reputation for dabbling in the occult. People said she was into seances and other strange things, Debbie explained, lowering her voice as though the very act of speaking Eleanor's name might summon her. She'd have visitors up at that cabin sometimes, but they'd always leave looking spooked. And then, one day, they stopped coming altogether. "What happened?" Elliot asked, leaning forward. Debbie shook her head. "Nobody knows for sure. One winter the whole family disappeared. The cabin was found empty, but..." She trailed off, her gaze drifting toward the window. But what? They found things in the house, she said after a long pause. Blood, symbols carved into the walls, and one of the rooms. People said it didn't make sense. It was like it shouldn't have been there. Sound familiar? Elliot felt a chill run down his spine. After the Hargraves vanished, the cabin passed through a series of owners, none of whom stayed long. There were rumors of disappearances, strange noises, and sightings of a shadowy figure. The most recent owner, an artist, had disappeared 5 years ago, leaving behind a series of grotesque paintings that were found scattered throughout the cabin. "Why hasn't anyone torn it down?" Elliot asked, his voice thick with unease. Debbie shrugged. "It's been abandoned for years. Nobody wants to go near it, and when someone does, they don't stick around long." She leaned in, her voice dropping to a whisper. "If you've got any sense, you'll leave before it's too late." Elliot thanked Debbie and left the diner, her warnings ringing in his ears. As he walked back to his car, he noticed an old man sitting on a bench near the general store, smoking a pipe. The man's eyes followed him, sharp and unblinking, as though he knew exactly where Elliot had been and what he was facing. "You're staying at the Hargrave cabin," the man said suddenly, his voice raspy. Elliot paused, unsure how to respond. "Yes, why?" The man took a long drag from his pipe before speaking. "If you've been in the room, it's already started." "Started?" Elliot asked, his stomach twisting. The man nodded solemnly. "The room doesn't just show you things. It takes something from you, little by little, until there's nothing left." Elliot felt a surge of panic. "What do you mean?" The man didn't answer right away. He simply pointed to the mountain. "That place remembers everyone who stepped inside, and it doesn't let go easy." On the drive back to the cabin, Elliot replayed the conversations in his head, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. The Hargraves, the room, the warnings. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. The cabin was cursed. It wasn't just a place. It was a trap, feeding on the fears and failures of those who entered. When Elliot finally arrived, the cabin seemed to loom larger than before, its dark windows like eyes watching him. He stepped inside, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. The forgotten room's door was closed, but Elliot could feel its presence humming faintly in the back of his mind. He set his keys on the table and glanced at the blueprint. 4 rooms. But the 5th was where the days that followed felt like fragments of a nightmare, strung together by an ever-deepening sense of dread. The cabin was no longer a place Elliot could escape. It was alive, and it wouldn't let him forget. The photograph of Claire sat on the table, its image erased. No matter how long he stared at it, the blank surface remained unchanged, a haunting reminder of what he'd lost. The book he had surrendered to the room was gone entirely, leaving a faint scorch mark on the desk, where it had been consumed. Elliot could feel the room's presence everywhere now, its whispers embedded in his thoughts. It wasn't just in the forgotten room anymore. It had seeped into the walls, the air, the very structure of the cabin, and the visions had begun. It started with small things. Shadows moved where there was no light. The faint sound of typing echoed through the cabin even when the typewriter was untouched. At night he woke to the sound of footsteps pacing above him, though the cabin had no second floor. Elliot tried to ignore it, burying himself in his writing. He sat at the typewriter for hours, hammering out words with a desperation that bordered on madness. But the story he was writing wasn't his own. It came from somewhere else, as though the room itself were guiding his hands. The plot was fractured and strange, filled with images of faceless figures, twisting corridors, and inescapable doors. When he stopped to read what he'd written, he barely recognized it. The words felt foreign, alien, but they carried a strange sense of inevitability, as though they had always been waiting for him. One night, as Elliot sat at the typewriter, the cabin grew impossibly cold, The fire in the hearth sputtered and died, the room plunging into darkness. He stood, grabbing the flashlight, but as he clicked it on, the beam flickered and failed. The whispers started again, louder this time, their voices overlapping in an urgent cacophony. "You can't run. It's inside you. Right. Finish it. Let it in." The air seemed to vibrate, a low hum that resonated in his chest. The shadows on the walls began to move, coalescing into familiar shapes. Eleanor, her twisted body shrouded in darkness. The faceless man, his smooth visage blank and accusing. The child, her hollow gaze piercing him from across the room. Elliot stumbled back, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "What do you want from me?" he shouted. The shadows surged forward, enveloping him. The cold was unbearable, seeping into his bones, and the whispers grew deafening. And then he heard it. A voice, clearer than the others, sharp and commanding. "It's time to choose." Elliot awoke on the floor, the cabin silent once more. His body ached, his head pounding with a dull throb. He sat up, disoriented, and looked around. The typewriter sat on the table, a fresh sheet of paper in place. Written across it in jagged, uneven handwriting were the words, "You can't hide from the truth." The forgotten room's door was open again. Elliot approached the door cautiously, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. He stepped inside, his flashlight cutting through the gloom. The room had changed again. The walls were lined with mirrors. Now their surfaces cracked and clouded. As Elliot moved deeper into the room, his reflection appeared in each one, distorted and wrong. In one mirror, he was skeletal, his skin stretched thin over his bones. In another, his face was missing entirely, replaced by the smooth, featureless surface of the faceless man. The whispers returned, softer this time, almost soothing. "Look closer." Elliot hesitated, then stepped toward the largest mirror at the far end of the room. His reflection stared back at him, but it wasn't quite right. The eyes were darker, the expression colder, almost cruel, and then it moved. Elliot froze as the reflection raised a hand, its lips curling into a twisted smile. "You think you can stop this?" it said, its voice low and mocking, "but the room has already won." The mirrors shattered, their pieces falling to the ground in a deafening cacophony. Elliot stumbled back, shielding his face as the shards clattered around him. When he opened his eyes, the room was empty again, its walls bare and dark. The door slammed shut behind him, and he was plunged into silence once more. Back in the living room, Elliot sank onto the couch, his body trembling. He felt hollow, as though the room had taken another piece of him without his permission. He looked at the typewriter, its presence oppressive and commanding. The story was unfinished, but he wasn't sure if he could continue. The cabin seemed to breathe around him, the creak of the wood and the faint whistle of the wind blending into a steady rhythm. It was alive, watching, waiting. Elliot closed his eyes, but the visions followed him. The mirrors, the faceless man, the photograph of Claire, now blank and lifeless. The room was unraveling him, pulling at the seams of his mind, and he wasn't sure how much more he could take. Elliot sat in the living room, staring at the closed door to the forgotten room. The air was stifling, thick with the weight of the cabin's oppressive presence. Every creak of the walls, every flicker of the shadows felt deliberate, as though the cabin itself was alive and waiting for him to make his next move. His mind raced with fragments of Eleanor's journal, the visions he'd seen and the voices that haunted him. The room wasn't just a curse, it was a predator, feeding on his fear, his memories, and his very soul. The attic. The thought hit him like a jolt of electricity. The answers weren't in the forgotten room. They were above it, hidden in the crawl space where he had found Eleanor's journal. He grabbed his flashlight and headed for the attic ladder. The attic was colder than he remembered, the air damp and stale. The flashlight beam wavered as he climbed into the cramped space, its dim light cutting through the darkness. The wooden floor groaned beneath his weight as he moved toward the far end, where the forgotten room's outline would be beneath him. The shadows seemed to shift and breathe, closing in around him as he searched. Then he saw it. A trapdoor in the floor, its edges almost invisible beneath a thick layer of dust. Elliot knelt, his heart pounding as he cleared the debris. The wood was old, splintered, and marked with strange symbols carved into its surface, symbols he recognized from the photographs and Eleanor's journal. He hesitated, his fingers hovering over the trapdoor's rusted latch. The air felt heavier here, vibrating with a low, almost imperceptible hum. He unlatched the door and lifted it. The space beneath the trapdoor was dark, a gaping void that seemed to swallow the flashlight's beam. A ladder descended into the blackness, its rungs warped and corroded. Elliot hesitated, his grip tightening on the flashlight. The whispers returned, soft and insistent, their voices overlapping. "Come closer. It's waiting. The truth is below." He took a deep breath and climbed down. The ladder led to a narrow earthen tunnel, its walls damp and cold. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and something metallic, like blood. Elliot moved cautiously, the flashlight revealing more symbols carved into the walls. They seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly glow, their shapes twisting when he looked directly at them. The tunnel ended in a small, circular chamber. In the center was an altar, its surface covered in dried blood and strange runes. Surrounding it were fragments of objects, a torn page from a book, a cracked mirror, a child's shoe. Elliot's stomach churned as he recognized some of the items from the forgotten room. They were offerings, remnants of the lives the room had claimed, and then he saw it. A figure stood behind the altar, its form shrouded in shadows. It was tall and impossibly thin, its limbs elongated and angular. Its face was featureless, smooth as polished stone, except for two dark hollows where eyes should have been. The figure stepped forward, its movements slow and deliberate. "You've come to finish it," it said, its voice a deep, resonant growl that echoed in Elliot's mind. Elliot stumbled back, his flashlight trembling in his hand. What are you?" The figure tilted its head, as though amused by the question. I am the room," it said simply. "I am the wound, the doorway, the hunger." Its voice was neither male nor female, but a chilling amalgamation of many voices speaking as one. "You've taken everything," Elliot said, his voice trembling. "Why me? Why now?" The figure moved closer, its hollow eyes boring into him. "You came here broken," it said, "full of unfinished stories, untold truths. You were already mine before you stepped through the door." Elliot felt a surge of anger. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't want any of this." The room laughed, a deep, guttural sound that reverberated through the chamber. "Want?" it said. "You came because you needed, and now you will give." The symbols on the walls began to glow brighter, the air humming with energy. The shadows around the room writhed, forming shapes: Eleanor, the child, the faceless man. They encircled Elliot, their forms flickering like flames. "You must choose," the room said. "Offer what remains, or be consumed." Elliot's mind raced. The objects on the altar, the offerings, were pieces of lives the room had devoured. He had already given up his stories, his memories of Claire. What more could it take? "I won't give you anything else," he said, his voice shaking but firm. The room's laughter grew louder. "You misunderstand. The choice was never yours." The shadows surged forward, enveloping Elliot in darkness. Visions flooded his mind. Claire, standing in their kitchen, her face etched with worry as she begged him to let go of his obsession. The faceless man, sitting at the typewriter, his hands moving with inhuman speed. The child, her hollow gaze piercing him as she whispered, "Why haven't you finished?" And then, the room itself, alive, hungry, waiting. Elliot screamed, and the sound tearing from his throat as the darkness consumed him. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the living room. The typewriter sat before him, its keys gleaming in the dim light. The forgotten room's door was closed. Elliot stared at the blank page in the typewriter, his hands trembling. He couldn't remember what he had offered, what the room had taken. But he felt its absence, a hollow space deep inside him where something vital had once been. The cabin was silent, but the weight of the room's presence lingered, and Elliot knew it wasn't over. The cabin was suffocatingly still. Elliot sat at the table, staring at the typewriter, his fingers hovering over the keys. The whispers were gone, but their absence was unnerving. It wasn't peace he felt. It was anticipation. The room had taken something from him, but he couldn't remember what. His thoughts felt disjointed, as though pieces of his mind had been carved away and hidden. The memories of his confrontation in the attic were hazy, fragmented images of shadows, symbols, and a presence that spoke in riddles. He glanced at the photograph of Claire on the table. The blank surface seemed to taunt him. He tried to recall her face, her voice, but the details slipped through his fingers like smoke. The room hadn't just taken a piece of his life. It had taken her. Elliot stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. His heart pounded as he grabbed the photograph and held it close, as though willing the image to return. "Claire," he whispered, "I won't let it have you." But, no matter how hard he tried, her face remained a blur. The more he fought to remember, the more it hurt, like trying to push through a fog that only thickened the harder he struggled. He dropped the photograph onto the table and grabbed Eleanor's journal. Flipping through its brittle pages, he searched for anything that could help him. Near the end of the journal, he found an entry that sent a chill through him. The room takes what it values most: memories, love, identity. It strips you of what makes you whole. But it doesn't destroy. It keeps. It hoards. Everything it consumes remains within. The words blurred as Elliot's mind raced. The room hadn't erased Claire. It had absorbed her, trapped her in its depths like a fly caught in amber. He thought of the visions he'd seen, the faceless man, the child, Eleanor. Were they all fragments of lives the room had taken? Could Claire be somewhere in there too, waiting to be found? The idea filled him with equal parts hope and terror. Elliot stood in front of the forgotten room's door, his resolve hardening. "If you've taken her, I'll find her," he said aloud, his voice trembling but determined. He turned the knob and stepped inside. The room had changed again. This time it was vast and cavernous, its walls stretching into darkness. The floor was smooth and cold beneath his feet, and the air was heavy with the scent of damp stone. Elliot shone his flashlight into the void, but the beam barely penetrated the shadows. He took a step forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing endlessly. "Claire!" he called, his voice swallowed by the darkness. The room responded with a low hum, a vibration that resonated in his chest. The shadows began to shift, coalescing into familiar shapes. Eleanor, her body twisted and broken. The child, her hollow gaze fixed on him, and the faceless man, his smooth visage reflecting the beam of the flashlight. But this time, there was someone else. A woman stepped forward, her figure blurred and indistinct. Her movements were hesitant, as though she was struggling to break. Free of invisible chains, Elliot's breath caught. "Claire?" The woman turned toward him, her face flickering between clarity and distortion. For a fleeting moment, he saw her as she was. Her kind eyes, her warm smile, the face he had fallen in love with. Then her features twisted, her expression becoming cold and unfamiliar. "You left me," she said, her voice distant and accusing. Elliot staggered back. "No, I didn't leave you. You abandoned me," she said, her voice rising. "You were so lost in your stories, in your failure, that you forgot who you were. You forgot us." Tears blurred his vision as he tried to reach for her. But the shadows surged between them, forcing him back. "Claire, I'm sorry," he choked out. "I came here to fix everything. I thought I could make it right." Her face softened for a moment, but then the room's presence surged, its oppressive weight pressing down on him. Claire's form dissolved into the darkness, her voice echoing faintly. "You can't save me. You can't save yourself." Elliot collapsed to his knees, his flashlight clattering to the floor. The room seemed to close in around him, its walls pulsing with malevolent energy. The faceless man stepped forward, his blank visage tilting as though studying him. "You see now," the man said, his voice low and distorted. "The room is not a curse. It is a mirror. It reflects what you bring into it." Elliot's fists clenched. "What are you talking about?" The man gestured to the shadows. "You came here broken, lost, full of fear and regret. The room did not take Claire. You did." The words hit him like a blow. Elliot's mind reeled, flashes of memory surfacing, arguments with Claire, nights spent drowning in self-pity, the growing distance he had ignored for too long. "No," he whispered, shaking his head. "I didn't mean to." "You gave her to the room the moment you walked through its door," the man said, "and now she is part of it." The shadows surged, enveloping Elliot in darkness. He felt the weight of his failures pressing down on him, suffocating him. But beneath the despair, a spark of defiance burned. "No," he said, his voice trembling but firm. "I won't let this be the end. I won't let the room win." The darkness recoiled slightly, the room seeming to hesitate. Elliot forced himself to his feet, his legs unsteady but determined. "If Claire is part of this place, then so am I. And I'm going to find her." The room roared, its walls trembling as the shadows surged again. But Elliot didn't back down. He took a step forward, into the dark. The darkness swallowed Elliot as he stepped forward, the forgotten room's oppressive presence pressing down on him. Each breath felt heavier, the air thick and cold, and the shadows writhed like living things around him, the figures he'd seen before. Eleanor, the faceless man, and the child stood watching, their forms flickering in and out of the gloom. Their gazes, hollow and accusing, bore into him as though silently challenging his resolve. But Elliot's focus was on Claire. Her voice still echoed faintly in his mind, distant and fragmented. "You can't save me. You can't save yourself." "No," Elliot whispered, his jaw tightening. "I'm not leaving without her." The altar came into view again, glowing faintly in the darkness. The symbols etched into its surface seemed to pulse, their otherworldly light casting jagged shadows on the walls of the cavernous space. As Elliot approached, the whispers returned, louder and more insistent than ever. "The price must be paid. You cannot take without giving. What will you offer?" The faceless man stepped forward, his smooth, blank visage tilting as if to observe Elliot more closely. "The room has claimed her," he said, his voice a low, distorted hum. "It will not release her unless you give it something greater." Elliot's chest tightened. "What does it want?" The faceless man gestured to the altar, the symbols glowing brighter. "It wants you." The words hung in the air, their weight crushing. The room wasn't asking for another fragment of his life, another piece of his soul. It wanted everything. Elliot's mind raced. The thought of surrendering himself to this place, of being consumed by its darkness, filled him with terror. But he thought of Claire, of the blank photograph on the table, and the memories he couldn't hold on to. She was already lost, trapped within the room's endless hunger, unless he did something. Eleanor's voice echoed in his mind, a fragment from her journal. The room does not destroy, it keeps. Everything it consumes remains within. If Claire was still within the room, then maybe he could free her. Maybe he could undo the damage he'd caused. But the cost would be everything. Elliot stepped closer to the altar, his hands trembling. If I give myself to the room, will it let her go? The faceless man tilted his head. You would trade your soul for hers. Yes, Elliot said without hesitation. The man was silent for a moment, his form flickering in the shifting shadows. Then he stepped aside, revealing the altar in full. The symbols on its surface began to shift and glow, forming patterns that seemed to twist and writhe as Elliot looked at them. You must make the offering, the man said. Only then will she be free. Elliot placed his hands on the altar, the cold stone biting into his skin. The symbols flared brighter, and the whispers grew deafening, their voices overlapping into a cacophony of demands. His mind flooded with memories, flashes of his life flashing before him. The moment he first met Claire, their wedding day, the nights they spent talking about dreams and plans. And then the failures, the arguments, the growing distance. The room showed him everything he had lost, everything he had failed to hold on to, but beneath the pain, there was a glimmer of hope. If he could save Claire, if he could give her back the life she deserved, then maybe this sacrifice would mean something. I give myself, Elliot said, his voice steady, despite the tears streaming down his face. Take me, let her go. The room roared, its walls trembling as the symbols on the altar flared with blinding light. The shadows surged toward Elliot, enveloping him in their cold, suffocating embrace. He felt the room's presence burrow into him, pulling at his very essence. It was agonizing, as though every part of him, his thoughts, his memories, his soul, was being unraveled and absorbed. And then, through the darkness, he saw her. Claire's form emerged, her face clear and unblemished. Her eyes met, his wide with confusion and fear. Elliot, she whispered. He smiled weakly, the pain subsiding for a brief moment. You're free, he said. Go. The shadows recoiled from Claire, retreating as though repelled by her presence. She stepped forward, her hand reaching for him, but the faceless man appeared between them, his smooth visage turning toward her. He is part of the room now, the man said. You must leave. No, Claire cried, her voice breaking. I won't leave him. Elliot's body trembled as the shadows tightened their grip. Claire, go, he said, his voice barely audible. Live, please. Tears streamed down her face as the room's darkness began to pull her away. Elliot, don't. Her voice faded as the light consumed her, and then she was gone. Elliot stood alone in the forgotten room, the shadows pressing closer. The altar's glow dimmed and the whispers subsided, leaving only the sound of his ragged breathing. The faceless man stepped toward him, his form towering over Elliot. You are part of the room now, he said. You belong to it, as it belongs to you. Elliot felt the weight of the words settle over him. He was no longer himself. He was the room's newest offering, its latest prisoner. But he had saved Claire, and for him, that was enough. The cabin was quiet when Claire awoke on the floor of the living room. The sunlight streamed through the windows, warm and golden. She sat up, her mind racing as fragments of memory surfaced. The cabin, the shadows, Elliot. Elliot, she called, her voice trembling. There was no response. The photograph on the table caught her eye. She picked it up, her breath catching as she saw the image. Elliot, sitting at the typewriter, his face calm and resolved. Tears filled her eyes as she clutched the photograph to her chest. She knew he was gone, but she also knew he had saved her. The forgotten room's door was gone, leaving only a blank wall where it had once stood. Elliot's sacrifice had sealed the room, trapping its darkness within. But deep inside, in the shadows and the whispers, his voice remained. And the room waited for the next story. The cabin stood silent on the mountainside, its wooden walls weathered and grey against the rising mist. The sunlight of the previous morning had faded, replaced by the familiar gloom that always seemed to cling to the place. Claire sat in the living room, staring at the photograph of Elliot. His image, clear and resolute, felt impossibly distant. She ran her fingers over the glossy surface, her tears long dried but her heart heavy with grief. She didn't know how long she had been sitting there. Hours, days. Time felt strange here, as though the cabin existed outside of it, its pulse tied to something ancient and unknowable. The door to the forgotten room was gone. It had been nothing but a blank wall since the moment she woke. Yet she could still feel its presence, a faint hum in the air that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. The photograph began to feel heavier in her hand, as though it were alive. She turned it over and froze. On the back, in Elliot's handwriting, were the words, "Don't stay. It remembers." Claire's stomach turned. She set the photograph down and stood, her hands trembling. The cabin felt smaller now, the walls pressing in on her, the shadows in the corners darker and more pronounced. "I need to leave," she whispered to herself, her voice shaky. She grabbed her coat and headed for the door, but as she reached for the handle, the faintest sound stopped her, a whisper so soft it was barely audible. "Claire." She turned sharply, her heart pounding. The cabin was silent again, but the weight of the whisper lingered. Her gaze drifted to the typewriter, sitting on the coffee table. The blank page was gone, replaced by a fresh sheet of paper. Written across it, in jagged, uneven letters, were the words, "Every story ends." Claire's chest tightened as fear gripped her. She turned back to the door, yanking it open. The cold mountain air rushed in, sharp and biting, but it felt like freedom compared to the suffocating weight of the cabin. She stepped outside, the crunch of gravel under her boots grounding her as she headed toward her car. But the forest around her seemed different now, the trees looming larger, their shadows stretching unnaturally across the ground. The wind whispered through the branches, carrying fragments of voices she couldn't quite understand. Claire reached the car and climbed in, slamming the door shut behind her. Her hands shook as she fumbled with the keys, finally getting the engine to roar to life. As she pulled away from the cabin, the voices faded, replaced by the sound of the tires crunching over gravel. But the weight in her chest didn't lift. Hours later, Claire arrived back in the city. The familiar sights of tall buildings and crowded streets should have comforted her, but something felt wrong. Her apartment was just as she had left it, cozy and warm, with framed photographs of her and Elliot on the walls. Yet as she stepped, inside the air felt heavy, as though the cabin's presence had followed her. She placed the photograph of Elliot on the coffee table, its surface catching the light. For a moment, she thought she saw the faintest flicker of movement in his image. But when she blinked, it was still. She sat on the couch, staring at the photograph. She wanted to believe it was over, that she was free. But the cabin, the room, Elliot, they wouldn't let her go so easily. That night, Claire woke to the sound of typing. She bolted upright, her heart hammering. The typewriter was gone, left behind in the cabin, but the sound was unmistakable, its rhythmic clatter echoing through the apartment. "Elliot," she whispered, her voice trembling. The typing stopped abruptly. She climbed out of bed, her legs weak beneath her. As she stepped into the living room, she froze. The photograph of Elliot was gone. In its place was a single sheet of paper, resting on the coffee table. She picked it up, her hands trembling as she read the words scrawled across it. The story isn't finished. Far away, in the cabin on the mountainside, the forgotten room stirred. Its door, now invisible to the world, began to shift, its edges glowing faintly in the darkness. Inside, shadows moved, their forms flickering and shifting like smoke. At the center of it all, Elliot sat at the desk, his hands poised above the typewriter. His face was calm, his expression unreadable. The keys began to move, each stroke echoing in the vast empty space. The story continued, and the room waited. Elliot sat at the small dining table, staring at the blueprint of the cabin. He'd studied it so many times that the lines had become etched into his memory. The living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, all accounted for. And yet, the door to the forgotten room remained impossibly, undeniably real. He tapped the paper with his pen, frustration gnawing at him. Every fiber of his being told him to leave, to abandon the cabin and its secrets. But something kept him tethered, something deeper than fear. The whispers, the visions, the cryptic warnings. They were pieces of a puzzle he couldn't ignore. And then there was the room itself, with its shifting contents and oppressive presence. It wanted something. Elliot climbed into the attic, hoping to find answers among the forgotten remnants of the cabin's past. The space was cramped, the air thick with dust that clung to his throat and stung his eyes. He clicked on his flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal stacks of old boxes, faded trunks, and cobweb-covered furniture. He sifted through the debris, his fingers brushing against brittle papers and rusted trinkets. Most of it was unremarkable. Old clothing, books too decayed to read, tarnished silverware. But one item caught his attention. A leather-bound journal tucked inside a wooden chest. The name stamped on the cover sent a chill down his spine. Eleanor Hargrave. Elliot flipped open the journal, the pages yellowed with age. The handwriting inside was neat and deliberate, but the words grew more erratic as he read, the ink darker, the letters jagged. The early entries were mundane. Descriptions of the cabin's construction, musings on the beauty of the mountain, and mentions of Eleanor's husband Samuel and their young daughter Beatrice. But as the entries continued, they took a darker turn. "There is a presence here," Eleanor had written. "I feel it in the air, in the walls." At first it was subtle, a shadow where there should be none, a whisper in the night. But now it calls to me, beckoning me to the room. Elliot's stomach twisted as he read on. Eleanor described the forgotten room in detail, how it had appeared one night inexplicably, with no explanation for its existence. She had been drawn to it, unable to resist its pull. "It shows me things," Eleanor wrote. "Memories, visions, truths I cannot bear. It knows my fears, my desires. And it promises so much, if only I will listen." The journal went on to describe Eleanor's descent into obsession. She spent hours in the room, scribbling notes and performing strange rituals. She spoke of a presence that inhabited the space, something ancient and powerful that demanded offerings. Elliot's fingers trembled as he turned the pages. The later entries were frantic, almost incoherent. "It wants more. It will not be satisfied with scraps. The room hungers, and it will take what it is owed." The final entry sent a chill through him. "Beatrice is gone. The room has her now. Samuel says we must leave, but I cannot. The room will not let me. It is part of me, and I of it. We are bound together until the end." Elliot closed the journal, his mind reeling. The room wasn't just a cursed space, it was alive, feeding on the lives of those who entered. Eleanor's obsession had consumed her, and it had taken her daughter as its price. And now it had its sights set on him. That night the whispers returned, louder and more insistent. They seemed to come from every corner of the cabin, blending into a chorus of voices that echoed in his skull. Tell your story. You owe it. Finish it. Elliot sat at his desk, the typewriter in front of him. His fingers hovered over the keys, but no words came. The blank page taunted him, a reflection of his failure. From the corner of his eye, he saw movement. He turned sharply, his heart pounding, but the room was empty. The door to the forgotten room was closed, yet he felt its presence like a weight pressing down on him. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Elliot stood and walked to the door. He opened it cautiously, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The room had changed again. This time it was filled with objects, dozens of them, scattered haphazardly across the floor. A locket, a child's shoe, a cracked mirror, a pocket watch. They were old and worn, each carrying the weight of a story untold. In the center of the room was a wooden chair. A piece of paper lay on the seat, its edges yellowed and brittle. Elliot picked it up, his breath catching in his throat as he read the words scrawled across it. They left their stories unfinished. You must not do the same. The whispers grew louder, rising to a deafening crescendo. Elliot dropped the paper and stumbled back, his flashlight beam swinging wildly across the room. The shadows seemed to move, closing in on him, their shapes twisting and contorting. Every story ends in blood, the whispers hissed in unison. Elliot fled, slamming the door shut behind him. He sat on the couch, his body trembling. The objects in the room had belonged to the others, the cabin's past occupants, its victims. Each had left something behind, a fragment of their lives consumed by the room's insatiable hunger. And now it wanted his story. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. The cabin wasn't just cursed. It was a trap, designed to ensnare those with untold stories, unfinished lives. Elliot looked at the typewriter, its black keys gleaming in the dim light. The whispers were right about one thing. He couldn't leave without finishing. But at what cost? Elliot woke to the sound of furious typing. At first, he thought it was a dream, but as his eyes adjusted to the dim light of the cabin, the rhythmic clatter of typewriter keys continued, sharp and relentless. He sat up, his breath quickening. The typewriter on the coffee table was still untouched. The sound was coming from the forgotten room. He stared at the closed door, dread pooling in his chest. The muffled typing grew louder, faster, as if whoever, or whatever, was inside was desperate to finish something. Elliot grabbed the flashlight from the table, his fingers trembling. Each step toward the door felt heavier, the air thick with an unnatural chill. The whispers started again, faint at first, but growing louder as he neared the room. It's waiting. It's watching. You're running out of time. He swallowed, hard, and turned the knob. The door creaked open, revealing a sight that made his blood run cold. The room had transformed yet again. This time it resembled a study, its walls lined with shelves that sagged under the weight of ancient books. In the center of the room, a typewriter sat on a mahogany desk, its keys hammering away furiously, though no one was there to press them. The lamp on the desk flickered erratically, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. Elliot stepped inside, his flashlight beam trembling. He approached the desk cautiously, his heart pounding. The typewriter came to an abrupt stop as soon as he was within arm's reach, the final keystroke echoing like a gunshot. The paper in the typewriter was blank, except for a single line of text. "You're next." Elliot stumbled back, his mind racing. He wanted to run, to leave the cabin and never look back, but his legs felt rooted to the floor. The room seemed to hum with energy, a low vibration that made his teeth ache. The books on the shelves began to move, their spines creaking. As they shifted, one by one they fell to the floor, their pages flipping wildly as though caught in a gale, and then the voices began again. This time they weren't whispers, they were screams. Elliot clamped his hands over his ears, but it did little to muffle the agonized cries that filled the room. The walls seemed to close in, the shelves warping and twisting as if the room itself were alive. "Stop!" Elliot shouted, his voice hoarse. "What do you want from me?" The screaming stopped abruptly, replaced by a chilling silence. The lamp on the desk flickered once more, then went out, plunging the room into darkness. Elliot bolted for the door, slamming it shut behind him. His chest heaved as he collapsed onto the couch, his flashlight clattering to the floor. He stared at the closed door, half expecting it to burst open. But the cabin was silent again, the whispers and screams gone, as if they had never existed. Elliot buried his face in his hands, trying to steady his breathing. The room was getting worse, its presence more aggressive, more demanding. It wasn't just showing him things, it was forcing him to act. He glanced at the typewriter on the coffee table. The thought of touching it made his skin crawl, but he couldn't ignore the feeling that the room wouldn't stop until he gave it what it wanted. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Elliot stood and walked to the door. He opened it cautiously, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The room had changed again. This time it was filled with objects, dozens of them, scattered haphazardly across the floor. A locket, a child's shoe, a cracked mirror, a pocket watch. They were old and worn, each carrying the weight of a story untold. In the center of the room was a wooden chair. A piece of paper lay on the seat, its edges yellowed and brittle. Elliot picked it up, his breath catching in his throat as he read the words scrawled across it. They left their stories unfinished. "You must not do the same." The whispers grew louder, rising to a deafening crescendo. Elliot dropped the paper and stumbled back, his flashlight beam swinging wildly across the room. The shadows seemed to move, closing in on him, their shapes twisting and contorting. "Every story ends in blood," the whispers hissed in unison. Elliot fled, slamming the door shut behind him. He sat on the couch, his body trembling. The objects in the room had belonged to the others, the cabin's past occupants, its victims. Each had left something behind, a fragment of their lives consumed by the room's insatiable hunger. And now it wanted his story. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. The cabin wasn't just cursed. It was a trap, designed to ensnare those with untold stories, unfinished lives. Elliot looked at the typewriter, its black keys gleaming in the dim light. The whispers were right about one thing: he couldn't leave without finishing. But at what cost? Elliot paced the cabin, his mind spinning with questions. The forgotten room had gone from an inexplicable curiosity to an undeniable threat. Every instinct screamed at him to leave, but the cabin and the room felt like a trap. It wasn't just a physical prison. It was in his mind, burrowing deeper with every passing hour. He needed answers, and he needed them now. The first step was Eleanor Hargrave's journal. Elliot retrieved it from the attic and sat at the small dining table, spreading its pages out before him. The old leather creaked as he flipped through it, scanning each entry for clues. Eleanor's descriptions of the room felt eerily familiar. The shifting contents, the whispers, the visions. But there were parts he hadn't fully absorbed during his first read, details that now seemed crucial. "The room is not of this world," Eleanor had written. "It does not obey the laws of nature. Time bends within its walls, and its hunger knows no limits. It feeds on stories, on unfinished lives, but it takes more than words. It takes pieces of us." Elliot's stomach churned. He thought of the figures he had seen, the faceless man, the twisted child. Were they victims of the room, Were they the pieces Eleanor spoke of? One passage caught his eye, written in a hurried, scrawling hand. There is a way to escape its grip. A bargain must be struck. A trade. But the cost is great and few survive it whole. A bargain. Elliot leaned back, running a hand through his hair. He didn't know what kind of trade the room demanded, but he suspected it wasn't something he'd be willing to give. That afternoon, Elliot decided to search the cabin for more clues. The attic had given him the journal. Maybe there were other relics of the Hargraves' past hidden somewhere. He started in the bedroom, pulling open drawers and rummaging through the old wooden wardrobe. Most of it was junk, moth-eaten clothes, broken trinkets. But in the bottom drawer, he found something unusual, a bundle of photographs tied together with twine. The photos were black and white, their edges yellowed with age. The first few were innocuous enough. Pictures of the Hargrave family posing in front of the cabin, their faces stiff and unsmiling. But as he flipped through them, the images grew stranger. One photo showed Eleanor standing in front of the forgotten room, her hand on the doorknob. Her eyes were wide, almost manic, and there was a faint shadow behind her, a figure barely visible in the frame. Another photo showed the room itself, its walls covered in strange symbols. The symbols were sharp and angular, like runes, and they seemed to pulse with a sinister energy even through the faded image. The final photo made Elliot's blood run cold. It was a picture of the cabin's living room, but it wasn't the Hargraves in the foreground. It was him. Elliot stared at the image, his hands trembling. He was sitting at the typewriter, his face pale and gaunt, as though the life had been drained from him. It didn't make sense. How could he be in a photograph that was over a century old? That night, Elliot returned to the attic, desperate to find anything else that might explain the room's hold on him. Near the back of the crawl space, he discovered an old wooden crate nailed shut. It took him nearly 10 minutes to pry it open with a rusty crowbar he'd found in the kitchen. Inside was a collection of items that made his skin crawl. There were more photographs, each depicting different occupants of the cabin over the years. Some showed them staring blankly at the camera. Others captured them mid-scream, their faces twisted in terror. There were letters too, written in frantic, barely legible handwriting. "The room knows me. I can't escape it. It's in my mind. If you're reading this, it's already too late." At the bottom of the crate was a small, leather-bound book, its cover embossed with a symbol Elliot recognized from the photos of the forgotten room. The book was filled with diagrams and notes written in Eleanor's handwriting. It described rituals, sacrifices, and incantations, all ways to communicate with the presence in the room. One page was marked with a red X. "The room will not stop until it gets what it wants. But if I can contain it, perhaps I can end this curse. I must try." The passage was followed by a set of instructions. Eleanor's attempt to trap the presence within the room. Elliot's pulse quickened as he read. Eleanor had clearly tried to fight back against the room, but there was no indication of whether she had succeeded. He scanned the rest of the book, but the pages ended abruptly, as though Eleanor had been interrupted. He closed the book, his hands shaking. If Eleanor hadn't been able to defeat the room, what chance did he have? The whispers started again that night, louder than ever. "Finish it. Tell your story. Every story ends in blood." Elliot sat at the typewriter, his fingers hovering over the keys. He thought of the photographs, of the journal, of Eleanor's warnings. The room was hungry and it wasn't going to stop. He began to type. Elliot sat at the typewriter, his hands trembling as they hovered above the keys. The whispers pressed against his skull, their voices an unrelenting chorus. "Finish it. Tell your story. It's watching." He had typed a few hesitant words earlier, but they'd felt hollow, meaningless. The room demanded more, his thoughts, his fears, his very essence. Every time he stopped, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, their weight suffocating him. The air in the cabin seemed thicker now, heavy with an unnatural chill. The light from the overhead bulb flickered, its glow casting long, flickering shadows across the walls. Elliot wiped his damp palms on his jeans. He couldn't stay like this, paralyzed by fear and indecision. He had to face the room. Elliot stood in front of the door to the forgotten room, his chest tight with dread. The door had a strange gravity now, as though the air around it were alive. It hummed faintly, a low vibration he could feel in his bones. He reached for the doorknob, his hand shaking. The whispers stopped. For the first time in days, the cabin was silent. The sudden absence of sound was deafening, a void that made his ears ring. Elliot hesitated, but he couldn't turn back now. The door creaked open. The room was darker than before, its walls almost swallowing the light from his flashlight. Shadows pooled in the corners, shifting as though alive. The air was cold, biting at his skin. At first, the room seemed empty. The desk was still there, its surface bare, and the shelves lining the walls held nothing but dust. But then he saw it. In the far corner of the room, a figure crouched in the shadows. Elliot froze, his breath catching in his throat. The figure was barely visible, its form obscured by the darkness. But as his eyes adjusted, its shape became clearer. It was a woman, her body contorted unnaturally. Her long, dark hair hung over her face, obscuring her features, and her limbs bent at impossible angles. She didn't move, but Elliot could feel her watching him. "Who are you?" he whispered, his voice trembling. The woman didn't respond. Slowly she began to straighten, her movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings. Elliot stepped back, his flashlight beam shaking. "What do you want?" Her head tilted, her hair falling away to reveal her face, or what was left of it. Her features were a grotesque mask, half rotted and covered in deep scars. One eye was missing, the empty socket staring at him with a hollow, accusing gaze. Her lips twisted into a cruel smile, revealing jagged, yellowed teeth. "You've seen me before," she rasped, her voice like shattered glass. Elliot's mind raced. She was right. He had seen her. In the photographs, in the mirror's reflection, in the dreams that had haunted him since his arrival. "You're Eleanor," he said, his voice barely audible. The woman laughed, a harsh, grating sound that sent shivers down his spine. "Not anymore," she said. "Not since the room took me." Elliot backed away, his heart pounding. "What do you mean? What is this place? What does it want?" Eleanor's twisted form stepped closer, her movements slow and deliberate. The shadows seemed to cling to her, following her like a living shroud. "The room is older than you can imagine," she said, her voice echoing unnaturally. "It is a doorway, a wound in the world. It feeds on those who enter, consuming their stories, their lives, their very souls." Her milky eye fixed on him, unblinking. "It promised me answers, just as it promises you, but it lies. It always lies." Elliot felt his legs trembling beneath him. "Then why are you here? Why haven't you left?" Eleanor's smile widened, revealing more of her ruined teeth. "There is no leaving. The room keeps what it takes. I am its servant now, its voice. And soon you will be too." The shadows in the room began to writhe, their shapes twisting into grotesque forms. Faces appeared within the darkness, pale, screaming faces that melted away as quickly as they emerged. Elliot stumbled backward, his flashlight flickering. The cold was unbearable now, seeping into his bones. "I won't let it take me," he said, his voice shaking. Eleanor tilted her head as if amused. "You don't have a choice. The room has already marked you. It will take what it is owed." The walls of the room groaned, the sound deep and resonant. The ground beneath Elliot's feet seemed to shift, and the door behind him slammed shut with a deafening crash. Eleanor's form grew darker, her outline dissolving into the shadows until only her milky eye remained, hovering in the air. "Right," her voice hissed, echoing from all directions. "Finish your story, or it will finish you." The door burst open behind him, and Elliot ran. He collapsed onto the couch in the living room, gasping for breath. The cabin was silent again, but the weight of the room still pressed on him. Elliot looked at the typewriter, its black keys gleaming in the faint light. He thought of Eleanor, of her ruined form, and her chilling words. "The room has already marked you." There was no escaping it. He sat down at the typewriter and placed his hands on the keys. The words came unbidden, pouring from him as though pulled from the depths of his mind. They weren't his words, but they felt familiar, like memories he'd forgotten. The typewriter clicked furiously as the story unfolded before him, each sentence etched onto the page with terrifying clarity. Elliot didn't stop. He couldn't. The cabin was silent except for the rhythmic clatter of the typewriter. Elliot sat hunched over the machine, his fingers moving across the keys as though they had a will of their own. Each keystroke echoed through the room, blending with the growing weight of the whispers in his mind. "Finish it. Tell your story." The room knows. The words spilled onto the page, but Elliot couldn't stop to read them. They came too quickly, like a dam bursting, flooding him with thoughts and memories that didn't feel entirely his own. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the flow stopped. His fingers froze mid-sentence, and the typewriter fell silent. The last sentence on the page sent a chill down his spine. "You will choose what the room takes." Elliot leaned back in his chair, his hands trembling. He stared at the words, his chest tight with dread. He had hoped writing would satisfy the room, would free him from its grasp. Instead, it had only deepened his entanglement. "What does it want?" he whispered to the empty cabin. The air seemed to grow colder, the shadows in the corners deepening. The typewriter sat silent, its keys gleaming like sharp teeth. The door to the forgotten room creaked open. Elliot rose slowly, his legs unsteady. He didn't want to go back inside, but something pulled him toward the door. The whispers were softer now, more insidious, wrapping around his thoughts like vines. It's time. The room was dark, its air heavy with the scent of mildew and something metallic. Elliot stepped inside, the floorboards groaning beneath him. The desk had returned, but it wasn't empty. Sitting on its surface was the leather-bound book he had found in the attic, its pages open to a passage he hadn't seen before. Elliot approached cautiously, his flashlight casting long shadows across the room. The words on the page seemed to shimmer in the light, as though written in blood. "The room does not take without permission. A pact must be made, an offering given. The greater the offering, the greater the power it bestows." Beneath the passage, a single line had been added, written in jagged handwriting, "Choose wisely." The whispers rose again, louder and more insistent. The shadows in the room began to move, coalescing into the figure of Eleanor. She stood by the desk, her twisted form draped in darkness, her hollow gaze fixed on him. "You understand now," she said, her voice low and resonant. Elliot shook his head. "I don't want any of this. I didn't ask for this." Eleanor's lips twisted into a cruel smile. "None of us did. But the room doesn't care what you want. It only cares what you're willing to give. What does it want from me?" Elliot demanded, his voice shaking. "Everything," Eleanor said simply. The desk groaned, and the shadows around it deepened. Objects began to materialize on its surface. A photograph of Claire, their wedding day captured in soft golden light. A dog-eared copy of his first novel, the cover faded but familiar. A pen Claire had gifted him years ago, engraved with the words, for the stories yet to come. Elliot's throat tightened. These weren't just objects, they were pieces of his life, fragments of who he was. The room seemed to pulse with anticipation, its walls pressing inward. "You must choose," Eleanor said, her voice now a chorus of echoes. "The room will take, and you will give, but what you offer will define you." Elliot's mind raced. The room's hunger was palpable, its need inescapable. He couldn't leave, not without making a choice. He reached for the photograph of Claire, his fingers brushing against the smooth surface. Memories flooded his mind. Their first meeting at a bookstore, late-night talks about his dreams, her unwavering support even as his failures mounted. He hesitated, his hand trembling. "No," he whispered, pulling back. Elliot's gaze shifted to the book, his first novel, the one that had given him a taste of success, but also the crushing weight of expectation. It had been his pride and his curse, the starting point of a journey that now felt like a dead end. He picked it up, its weight heavier than he remembered. The whispers grew louder, almost jubilant. "Yes." Elliot slammed the book onto the desk. "Take it, take my work, take my stories, just let me go." The room shuddered, its walls groaning as though alive. The book dissolved into ash, the air filling with the acrid scent of burning paper. Eleanor's form flickered, her gaze turning sharp. "You think it's enough?" she asked, her voice tinged with mockery. "The room does not take lightly. It will take more than words." The photograph of Claire began to glow faintly, its edges curling as though consumed by invisible flames. "No!" Elliot shouted, lunging for it. The room roared, its shadows enveloping him. Eleanor's laughter echoed in his ears, cruel and victorious. "You don't understand," she said. "The room doesn't just take, it changes you. You'll never leave as you were." Elliot clutched the photograph to his chest, his tears hot against his cold skin. He felt the weight of the room pressing down on him, its presence burrowing into his mind. And then, just as suddenly, the room was silent. Elliot opened his eyes to find himself back in the living room. The typewriter sat on the coffee table, a fresh sheet of paper rolled into place. The whispers were gone, and the forgotten room's door was closed. But something was wrong. He felt it in the air, in the way the shadows clung to the corners of the cabin. The room had taken something from him, but he couldn't tell what. Elliot picked up the photograph of Claire. It was blank, the image of their wedding day erased. His hands trembled as he set it down. The room had claimed its price, and it wasn't finished. Story 3. The room was silent, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator down the hall. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed 3:12 a.m., casting a faint green hue over the room. Cassie lay in bed, her eyes wide open. Sleep had come easily earlier, but now she was awake, her body heavy and unresponsive. She tried to roll onto her side, but her limbs wouldn't obey. Her chest felt tight, as though an unseen weight pressed down on her. Her eyes darted around the room, the only part of her body that seemed capable of movement. Shadows clung to the corners of the ceiling, shifting subtly, though there was no light to cause them to dance. Then she heard it, a faint scrape, like fingernails dragging across the hardwood floor. Cassie's breath quickened, but her chest didn't rise or fall. Panic surged through her as she realized she couldn't even cry out. Her body was a prison, her voice locked away somewhere she couldn't reach. The sound grew louder, closer. Her gaze fixed on the corner near the doorway, where the shadows began to coalesce, pooling like black ink. Slowly the darkness took shape, a figure with impossibly long limbs and a head that tilted unnaturally, as though its neck were broken. It crawled forward, its movements jerky and uneven like a marionette. Controlled by unseen strings, Cassie. The voice was low, a hiss that scraped against her mind. Her pulse thundered in her ears as the figure climbed onto the bed, its weight pressing the mattress down beside her. She wanted to scream, to fight, but her body remained still, her eyes the only witness to the nightmare unfolding. The figure leaned closer, its face, or what should have been a face, hovering inches from hers. Empty sockets stared at her, and a jagged line where its mouth should be began to curl upward in a grotesque smile. Cassie's body screamed with the effort to move, to do anything. Then, without warning, the figure whispered, "I've been waiting." Her eyes snapped shut and the pressure on her chest released. She gasped for air, her body jerking upright as though breaking the surface of deep water. The room was empty. The clock now read 3:13 a.m. Cassie sat frozen, her breath shallow and uneven. Her limbs trembled as she reached for her phone, the cool, glass screen grounding her to reality. But the image of the figure was burned into her mind, as vivid as if it had still been there. She wanted to believe it was just a dream. But the faint scratch marks near the foot of her bed told her otherwise. Cassie walked through her small apartment the next morning, her body aching as though she'd spent the night wrestling an unseen force. The memory of the figure from her sleep lingered, replaying in her mind like a broken reel. She stared at her reflection in the bathroom mirror, the faint bags under her eyes a testament to weeks of restless nights. Her brown hair was unkempt, her face pale, and her lips dry. She barely recognized herself. Cassie lived alone in a modest one-bedroom apartment on the outskirts of the city. It wasn't much, but it had always been her sanctuary, a place where she could shut the world out and breathe. Lately, though, the space felt suffocating. Her nights had been restless for weeks, her dreams vivid and unsettling. But last night had been different. It wasn't just a nightmare, it felt real. Too real. The coffee maker beeped, pulling her out of her thoughts. She poured herself a mug and sat at the small kitchen table, scrolling through her phone absent-mindedly. Most of her notifications were from work, emails from her manager and team reminders about deadlines she didn't have the energy to care about. Work had been draining lately, a steady grind of long hours and impossible expectations. Cassie was a graphic designer, and while she once loved her job, the constant revisions and late nights had started to wear on her. She'd been sleeping less, eating poorly, and ignoring calls from friends who just wanted to check in. Her phone buzzed, and a text from her best friend, Sarah, popped up. Sarah: "Hey, you okay? Haven't heard from you in a while. Want to grab lunch?" Cassie stared at the message, her thumb hovering over the screen. She wanted to say yes. She missed Sarah's easy laughter and the way her presence made the world feel a little less heavy. But the thought of sitting across from someone and pretending everything was fine felt impossible. Instead, she typed, "Sorry, swamped with work. Rain check?" She hit send before she could second-guess herself. Cassie set the phone down and stared into her coffee. Her apartment was silent, the faint hum of the refrigerator the only sound. The quiet was usually a comfort, but today it felt oppressive. Her gaze drifted to the bedroom door, which hung slightly ajar. The shadows inside seemed darker than they should have been, and she could almost hear the faint scrape of nails against the floor. She shook her head, forcing herself to focus. "It was just a dream," she muttered, though the words felt hollow. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of her upstairs neighbor moving around. The faint thuds of footsteps and a muffled voice carried through the ceiling. She latched onto the noise, grateful for something to remind her she wasn't completely alone. Cassie had lived in the building for 3 years. It wasn't the nicest place, creaky floors, thin walls, and a heating system that barely worked in the winter, but it was hers. It was supposed to be safe. Now, it felt different. She stood and walked to the bedroom, pushing the door open. The room was just as she'd left it, unmade bed, curtains drawn, and a pile of laundry in the corner. But her eyes were drawn to the floor at the foot of the bed. The scratches were still there. They were faint, barely visible against the dark wood, but they hadn't been there before. Cassie knelt down, running her fingers over the marks. Her skin prickled and a chill ran up her spine. She grabbed her phone and snapped a picture of the scratches, though she wasn't sure why. As she stared at the screen, the memory of the shadowy figure whispered through her mind. "I've been waiting." Cassie straightened, her breath quickening. She backed out of the room and closed the door, her hand lingering on the knob. Her sanctuary didn't feel like home anymore. The apartment was quiet, but it didn't feel peaceful. Cassie sat on the edge of her couch, staring out the window at the grey sky. The early afternoon sunlight filtered weakly through the blinds, casting thin stripes of light across the room. She wrapped her arms around herself, trying to shake the chill that clung to her since the morning. Her apartment had always been small, but cozy, a space she'd filled with mismatched furniture, soft throw blankets, and framed art prints. The walls were painted a pale blue that reminded her of calm seas, and her bookshelves were crammed with novels she'd promised herself she'd read. But now the room felt different. The air seemed heavier, the corners darker. The shadows beneath, the coffee table stretched farther than they should have, and every creak of the floorboards sounded like footsteps. Cassie stood, pacing the length of the living room to distract herself. She glanced at the kitchen counter where her phone sat charging next to a half-empty coffee mug. She thought about calling Sarah, asking her to come over, but the idea felt wrong. She didn't want anyone else here. The feeling was irrational, but it gripped her tightly. Whatever was happening, whatever had crawled into her dreams and left its marks on her bedroom floor, felt tied to this space. Her gaze drifted to the hallway that led to her bedroom. The door was still closed, but she could feel the weight of the room pressing against it, like something on the other side was watching her. Cassie shook her head, forcing herself to focus. "Get a grip," she muttered. It was just a nightmare. She walked to the kitchen and busied herself cleaning the already spotless counter. The hum of the refrigerator seemed louder now, a constant drone that filled the silence. She scrubbed at an invisible stain on the countertop, her motions quick and repetitive, until her wrist began to ache. Then she heard it. A faint thump from the bedroom. Cassie froze, her pulse quickening. She stared down the hallway, her ears straining for another sound. For a moment, the apartment was silent. Then it came again, a soft, deliberate thump, like something heavy shifting against the floor. Her hands trembled as she reached for the knife on the counter, gripping the handle tightly. The rational part of her mind screamed that it was nothing, a loose pipe, the building settling, her overactive imagination. But she knew better. The hallway stretched before her like a tunnel, the shadows at the end seeming deeper than they should have been. Cassie took a shaky step forward, the knife held firmly in front of her. The air grew colder as she approached the bedroom door. Her free hand trembled as she reached for the knob, hesitating for a moment before twisting it open. The room was dark, the curtains drawn tightly against the daylight. The bed was still unmade, and the pile of laundry sat untouched in the corner. But something was different. The scratches on the floor had multiplied. Cassie stared, her breath catching in her throat. The faint marks she'd noticed earlier now stretched across the floorboards in jagged, intersecting lines like claws raking through the wood. Her pulse thundered in her ears as she stepped closer. She knelt down, her fingers brushing over the fresh scratches. The wood felt rough and splintered, as though the marks had been made recently. Then, from the corner of the room, came the sound of faint breathing. Cassie's head snapped up, her eyes locking on the shadows near the laundry pile. The air seemed to shift, and for a moment, she thought she saw something. A shape, low to the ground, shifting slightly. "Who's there?" she demanded, her voice shaking. The breathing stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, pressing. against her ears like static. Cassie gripped the knife tighter, her hands trembling as she took a step back. She didn't notice the shadow behind her until it moved. Cassie didn't remember falling asleep. One moment, she had been sitting on the couch, gripping the knife and staring at the hallway as though sheer vigilance could keep the darkness at bay. The next, she was back in her bedroom, lying on her back in the suffocating stillness of the night. Her body wouldn't move. Her heart raced as the now familiar weight pressed down on her chest, pinning her to the mattress. The air was thick and cold, the kind of chill that seeped into her bones. Her eyes darted around the room, desperate to find something, anything, that would explain what was happening. The room was dark, but not empty. The shadows at the foot of the bed were alive, shifting and coiling like ink spilled in water. Slowly, they began to take shape. A figure crouched low to the ground, its elongated limbs moving with unsettling precision. Cassie tried to scream, but her voice was locked inside her throat, a silent cry that echoed only in her mind. The figure's head tilted sharply, the motion so sudden it made her stomach lurch. Its hollow eyes seemed to drink in the faint light, staring directly at her. Cassie. The voice was a low hiss, like wind dragging through a cracked window. Her breath came in shallow bursts, her chest rising and falling in rapid jerks as she fought against the invisible force holding her down. Every muscle screamed to move, to fight, but she was a prisoner in her own body. The figure began to crawl forward, its movements jerky and unnatural, as though each limb moved independently of the others. It climbed onto the bed, its weight causing the mattress to dip beneath it. Cassie's mind raced. This wasn't a dream. She could feel the pressure of the figure's weight, the chill emanating from its body. She could even smell it. A damp, earthy scent, like decaying leaves. The figure stopped inches from her face, its jagged mouth curling into a grotesque smile. "I told you," it whispered, its breath cold against her skin. "I've been waiting." Tears stung Cassie's eyes as she fought against the paralysis, her entire body screaming in silent resistance. The figure leaned closer, its empty sockets inches from hers. And then it spoke again, its voice lower, more guttural. "You can't. Run. You can't hide. You're mine." Cassie's vision blurred, her mind teetering on the edge of panic. She had to move. She had to do something. With a final, desperate surge of willpower, she managed to twitch her fingers. The small motion sent a shockwave through her body, breaking the invisible chains that held her down. Cassie jolted upright, gasping for air, as though she had been drowning. The room was still, the shadows gone. She clutched her chest, her heart pounding so hard it hurt. Her sheets were damp with sweat, and the faint scent of decay still lingered in the air. Cassie scrambled out of bed, her legs unsteady as she turned on every light in the apartment. She didn't care how ridiculous it seemed. She needed to banish the darkness. She collapsed onto the couch, clutching a blanket around her shoulders as her breathing slowed. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 12 a.m., the same time as before. Her phone buzzed, and she jumped, her nerves frayed. She grabbed it off the coffee table, her hands trembling as she checked the screen. It was a text from Sarah. "Sarah, I know it's late, but are you okay? I just had the weirdest dream about you." Cassie stared at the message, her skin crawling. She wanted to reply, to ask what Sarah meant, but her fingers wouldn't move. Instead, her gaze drifted back to the hallway. The bedroom door was wide open. The first thing Cassie did the next morning was type "sleep paralysis" into her search bar. She sat cross-legged on the couch, her laptop balanced on her knees, as she scrolled through articles and forums describing the phenomenon. The explanations were clinical, almost dismissive. Sleep paralysis occurs when a person wakes up before their body's natural sleep paralysis mechanism shuts off. It is often accompanied by hallucinations caused by a semi-dream state. Hallucinations. That was the word that stuck in her mind. Was that all this was? Her body misfiring, her mind conjuring horrors to fill the gaps in its understanding? It seemed logical, but logic did little to dispel the memory of the figure. Its voice, its weight, the scratches on the floor. She clicked on a forum thread titled, "Shadow Figures During Sleep Paralysis. Anyone else?" The responses ranged from skeptical to terrified shadow walker. Totally normal. It's just your brain trying to make sense of being paralyzed. Ignore it. It'll go away eventually. Haunted by it. I've had this since I was a kid. The shadow isn't a hallucination. It's real. It feeds on fear. Don't let it in. Seeking answers. There's folklore about sleep paralysis demons, entities that prey on you in your sleep. It's not just science. Look up the old hag or shadow people. Cassie's heart sank as she read the replies. Some offered comfort, citing medical studies and therapy as solutions. Others described encounters eerily similar to hers. Shadowy figures, the sensation of being watched, voices calling their names. She clicked on a link about folklore, leading her to an article about the old hag, a mythological figure associated with sleep paralysis. According to legend, the hag would sit on the chest of her victims, rendering them immobile and filling their minds with terror. Other cultures spoke of shadow people, entities that lurked at the edges of dreams, feeding on fear and negative energy. Cassie's stomach twisted. Was this what she was experiencing? A clinical phenomenon, a folklore nightmare, or something in between? Her phone buzzed on the coffee table, breaking her focus. It was Sarah again. Sarah, I know you said you're busy, but I'm worried about you. Are you okay? Can we talk? Cassie hesitated, her thumb hovering over the screen. Part of her wanted to confide in Sarah, to tell her everything, but the thought of saying it out loud made her feel foolish. How could she explain the unexplainable? Instead, she typed, "I'm okay, just tired. Talk soon." The moment she hit send, she felt a pang of guilt. Later that afternoon, Cassie left her apartment for the first time in days. She headed to the old library, where the faint hum of conversation and the quiet rustle of pages offered a reprieve from the oppressive silence of her home. She sat at a table near the back, flipping through books on sleep disorders and folklore. One passage caught her eye. In many cultures, sleep paralysis is not viewed as a medical condition but as a spiritual attack. The entity is believed to be drawn to individuals with unresolved trauma or emotional vulnerability. Cassie closed the book, her hands trembling. Trauma. Vulnerability. Her mind wandered to the months leading up to this, her growing isolation, her sleepless nights, the stress at work. She thought about her father's death a year ago, the weight of his absence still pressing on her like an open wound. Was this her fault? Had she somehow drawn this thing to her? By the time she returned home, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the apartment. Cassie hesitated at the door, her hand resting on the doorknob. The thought of stepping back inside filled her with dread, but where else could she go? She turned the knob and stepped inside, flicking on the lights. Immediately, the apartment was as she'd left it, but the air felt heavier. She locked the door behind her, double-checking the deadbolt before setting her bag down. The laptop was still on the coffee table, the forum thread from earlier open on the screen. One reply she hadn't noticed before caught her eye. Watcher in the dark. If it keeps happening, it's not just sleep paralysis. It's trying to reach you. The more you fear it, the stronger it gets. The words sent a chill down her spine. Cassie closed the laptop and sat on the couch, her knees drawn to her chest. She told herself it was just a nightmare, just her mind playing tricks on her. But deep down, she wasn't sure she believed that anymore. In the silence, she heard it again, the faint scrape of nails on the floor. Her gaze darted toward the hallway. The bedroom door was ajar, and the shadows beyond it seemed darker than they should have been. That night, Cassie tried to prepare herself. She double-checked the locks on every window and door, drew the curtains tight, and left every light in the apartment on. Her laptop sat open on the coffee table, still displaying the forum thread. She read the same warnings over and over. The more you fear it, the stronger it gets. Don't let it in. It feeds on your energy. Cassie wasn't sure what letting it in even meant. She wasn't inviting it into her dreams. It was forcing its way in, pinning her down and invading her space. She curled up on the couch, too afraid to sleep in her bedroom. But despite her fear, exhaustion tugged at her. The fight to stay awake was losing to the pull of her body's need for rest. When her eyes closed, she barely noticed. The pressure was immediate. Cassie's eyes snapped open, but her body wouldn't move. She was still on the couch, but the apartment was dark. The lamps she'd left on were extinguished, and the curtains hung lifelessly against the windows, as though the light outside had been swallowed whole. Her chest was heavy, her breathing shallow. The familiar paralysis gripped her, turning her limbs to stone. She heard it again, the faint scrape of nails on the floor. The sound was coming from the hallway just outside her view. Her eyes darted toward the source, but her head remained locked. In place, she could feel it, the presence. It was waiting, watching. Cassie. The voice hissed through the darkness, louder this time, more insistent. The scraping grew closer, and the shadows at the edge of the room began to shift. Her heart thundered in her chest as the figure emerged. It was taller now, its limbs impossibly long, its movements fluid and predatory. Its face, or the absence of one, loomed closer, the dark void where its eyes should have been fixed directly on her. "You can't run," it whispered, the words wrapping around her mind like a vice. "You can't hide." Cassie tried to scream, but her voice was trapped in her throat. Her chest heaved with the effort to move, her muscles straining against the invisible weight. The figure tilted its head, the motion sharp and unnatural. Its jagged mouth stretched into a twisted grin, revealing rows of uneven, jagged teeth. "Let me in," it said, its voice a guttural growl. Cassie's mind reeled, the words echoing over and over. "Let me in." She didn't know what it meant, but the repetition clawed at her sanity. She closed her eyes, trying to will the figure away, to force herself awake. The room fell silent. For a moment she thought it was over. But then she felt it. A cold, skeletal hand brushing against her cheek. Her eyes flew open, and the figure was there, inches from her face. "I'm already here," it hissed. Cassie woke with a start, her body jerking upright. She gasped for air, her lungs burning as though she'd been drowning. The room was bright again, the light still on, but she felt no relief. She stumbled off the couch, her legs unsteady as she backed away from the hallway. Her hand flew to her phone, and she dialed Sarah's number without thinking. "Hello?" Sarah answered, her voice groggy with sleep. "I can't do this anymore," Cassie said, her voice shaking. "I can't stay here. It's getting worse. I think it's trying to—" "Cassie, slow down," Sarah said, her tone shifting to concern. "What's going on? Are you okay?" "No," Cassie said, her breath hitching. "It's not just dreams, it's real." "There's something in my apartment, Sarah. I can't—" Her voice broke as she collapsed onto the floor, her knees pulled to her chest. "Cassie," Sarah said firmly, "I'm coming over. I'll be there in 20 minutes, okay? Don't do anything. Just stay on the phone with me." "No, don't come here," Cassie said, panic rising in her chest. "I don't want it to—" Her words were cut off by a loud bang from the bedroom. Cassie froze, her phone slipping from her trembling fingers. She turned toward the hallway, her body stiff with fear. The bedroom door slammed open, and the shadows within writhed like living things. "Cassie," Sarah's voice called faintly from the phone. The air in the apartment grew colder, the lights flickering, as the shadows spilled out of the room, stretching toward her like tendrils. "You're mine," the voice growled, low and guttural. Cassie screamed. When Sarah arrived, Cassie was sitting on the floor by the couch, her knees drawn to her chest. She stared at the hallway, her eyes wide and unblinking. "Cassie?" Sarah said cautiously as she stepped inside. Cassie flinched at the sound of her voice, her gaze snapping to Sarah. For a moment, she looked like she didn't recognize her. Then, tears welled in her eyes, and she scrambled to her feet, running to her friend. "You shouldn't have come," Cassie whispered, clutching Sarah tightly. "You sounded terrified on the phone," Sarah said, holding her. "I couldn't leave you alone like this. What's going on?" Cassie pulled away, her face pale and streaked with tears. "It's in the apartment," she said. "It's been in my dreams, but now it's here. I can feel it." Sarah frowned, her expression skeptical but concerned. "What's it?" Cassie opened her mouth to explain, but the words caught in her throat. How could she describe something she didn't understand herself? The shadowy figure, the voice, the scratches, it all sounded impossible. Instead, she turned toward the hallway. "It's in there," she said, pointing toward the bedroom. Sarah followed her gaze, her brow furrowing. "Cass, there's nothing there," she said, her tone gentle. "You've been under a lot of stress lately. Maybe it's just—" "No," Cassie snapped, her voice rising. "It's real. I've seen it, I've felt it, it said my name. It's not just in my head." Sarah hesitated, uncertainty flickering across her face. She sighed and grabbed Cassie's hand. "Okay," she said. "Let's go look. Together." Cassie shook her head violently, digging her heels into the floor. "I can't go back in there," she said, her voice trembling. Sarah squeezed her hand. "You don't have to," she said, "but I need to show you there's nothing to be afraid of." Before Cassie could protest, Sarah walked down the hallway. The floor creaked beneath her steps as she reached the bedroom door. "See?" Sarah called, pushing the door open. "It's just your—" Her voice cut off abruptly. "Sarah?" Cassie called, her heart pounding. There was no answer. Cassie's breath hitched as she took a tentative step forward. The hallway seemed longer now, the shadows stretching and shifting as she approached. "Sarah?" she called again, her voice barely above a whisper. When she reached the doorway, she froze. Sarah was standing in the center of the room, her back to Cassie. Her body was rigid, her head tilted slightly to the side. "Sarah," Cassie said, her voice shaking. Slowly, Sarah turned to face her. Her eyes were wide and blank, staring at something Cassie couldn't see. Her mouth moved, but the words were too faint to hear. "What is it?" Cassie whispered, stepping closer. Sarah raised a trembling hand and pointed toward the corner of the room. Cassie turned, her blood running cold. The figure was there, its form darker and more solid than ever before. It was crouched low, its long limbs folded unnaturally, its head tilted at an impossible angle. "Cassie!" it hissed, its voice scraping against her mind. Cassie stumbled backward, grabbing Sarah's arm and pulling her toward the door. "We have to go," she said, her voice trembling. Sarah didn't move. Her eyes remained fixed on the figure, her face pale and slack. "Sarah!" Cassie shouted, shaking her. Finally, Sarah blinked, her eyes regaining focus. She gasped, stumbling into Cassie's arms. "What the hell was that?" she whispered, her voice shaking. Cassie dragged her out of the room, slamming the door behind them. "I told you," she said, her breaths coming in shallow bursts. "It's real." They collapsed onto the couch, the silence between them heavy and suffocating. Sarah buried her face in her hands, her body trembling. "I saw it," she said finally, her voice muffled. "It was wrong. It shouldn't exist." Cassie nodded, her heart still racing. It wants something, she said. It keeps saying, let me in. I don't know what that means, but I think it's tied to me. It's feeding off me. Sarah looked up, her expression grim. Then we need to figure out what it is, she said, and how to stop it. The air in the apartment was thick with tension as Cassie and Sarah sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by hastily stacked books, printouts, and an open laptop. The screen glowed faintly in the dim light, displaying search results for phrases like shadow figures folklore and entities in sleep paralysis. This thing, it's older than we thought, Sarah said, flipping through one of the books she'd borrowed from the library on her way over. Every culture has a version of it. The old hag, shadow people, night demons. They all describe the same thing, a figure that appears during sleep paralysis, feeding on fear. Cassie shivered, her hands wrapped around a mug of untouched tea. But it's not just in my sleep anymore, she said. It's here, awake. How is that possible? Sarah shook her head, her brow furrowed. I don't know, she admitted. But maybe it's more than sleep paralysis. Look at this. She turned the book toward Cassie, pointing to a passage. In many cultures, shadow entities are believed to be tied to unresolved trauma or lingering spiritual energy. They are said to attach themselves to individuals who are vulnerable, emotionally, mentally, or spiritually, and grow stronger the more they are feared. Unresolved trauma, Cassie murmured, her voice hollow. She thought of her father, of the years she'd spent trying to drown her grief in work and isolation. Do you think this is about your dad? Sarah asked gently. I don't know, Cassie admitted. Maybe. I've been struggling since he died. But how would that attract something like this? It's not just you, Sarah said, flipping to another page. Listen to this. Some entities attach themselves not to a person but to a place. They act as guardians or parasites, feeding off the energy of anyone who enters their domain. Cassie stiffened. The apartment, she said. Sarah nodded. Maybe it's tied to this building, or even this room. Has anything like this ever happened to you before you moved here? Cassie shook her head. No, but the scratches, the shadows, they've been getting worse since I started spending more time at home. Like it knows I'm alone, vulnerable. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the discovery settling over them. Finally, Sarah closed the book and pulled up another tab on the laptop. If it's tied to the apartment, we need to figure out why. Who lived here before you? Was there a death or something traumatic that could explain this? Cassie frowned. I don't know. I didn't ask when I moved in. We need to find out, Sarah said. She began typing furiously, searching for records tied to the building's history. After a few moments, she found something. An article from a local news archive, dated 20 years earlier. Tenant found dead in apparent sleep paralysis incident. Cassie's stomach dropped as she read the headline. Her eyes scanned the article, the details sending chills through her. The victim, a 32-year-old woman named Rebecca Lane, had been found in her bedroom after neighbors complained of a foul odor. Police reports indicated no signs of foul play, and the death was ruled asphyxiation caused by sleep paralysis. But that doesn't make sense, Cassie said, her voice trembling. You don't just die from sleep paralysis. Unless it wasn't just sleep paralysis, Sarah said, her voice grim. The article included a photograph of Rebecca Lane smiling brightly in front of a sunflower field. Cassie stared at the image, her heart pounding. There was something eerily familiar about the woman's face. She lived here, Cassie said, her voice barely above a whisper. In this apartment. Sarah nodded. And if this thing was tied to her, maybe it didn't leave when she died. They dug deeper, piecing together fragments of information from articles, forums, and folklore. Rebecca Lane's story wasn't an isolated case. Over the years, other tenants in the building had reported strange occurrences, unexplained noises, feelings of being watched, recurring nightmares. One tenant had written a blog post about her experiences. I moved out after 3 months. I couldn't sleep. Every night I felt like something was in the room with me. I woke up with scratches on my arms and legs, and I swear I heard someone whispering my name. Another had shared their story in an online forum, The Apartment. Felt wrong, like it was watching me. I started having sleep paralysis, seeing this shadow figure at the foot of my bed. It told me to let it in. I left before I could find out what that meant. Cassie's hands shook as she scrolled through the stories. "Why didn't I know about this?" she said, her voice cracking. Sarah sighed. Landlords don't exactly advertise haunted apartment on the lease agreement. Cassie leaned back in her chair, her mind racing. Rebecca Lane had lived here. She died here. And now whatever had haunted her was coming for Cassie. "It's not going to stop," she said, her voice trembling. "It wants me to let it in." "But what does that mean? What happens if I do?" Sarah hesitated. "I think it wants to take you," she said finally, "the same way it took her." Cassie's breath caught. She thought of the shadowy figure, its jagged grin, the cold weight of its presence. She thought of Rebecca Lane, of the scratches on her floor, of the words that echoed in her mind every night. "Let me in." Cassie sat in her living room as the sun dipped below the horizon, its last rays painting the walls in deep orange hues. Sarah had left an hour earlier, reluctantly agreeing to give Cassie space after much pleading. "Call me if anything happens," Sarah had said. Anything. Cassie had promised, but now, alone in the apartment, she wasn't sure she should have. The weight of the entity's presence had grown stronger throughout the day. Every shadow in the room seemed to pulse, as though alive. The air felt charged, oppressive, carrying a faint static hum she couldn't ignore. She glanced at the clock on the wall. 6:45 p.m. Night was coming. By 7:30 p.m., Cassie had turned on every light in the apartment. The harsh glow of the bulbs did little to ease her nerves, but the thought of darkness was unbearable. She tried to keep herself busy, cleaning the kitchen counters for the 3rd time, folding and refolding the same pile of laundry. But no matter where she went, she felt it, the shadows shifting just beyond her view, the faintest whisper of her name carried by the still air. "Stop it," she muttered to herself, her voice trembling. "You're imagining things." Her phone buzzed on, the counter making her jump. She snatched it up and saw Sarah's name on the screen. "Sarah, you hanging in there? Sure you don't want me to come back?" Cassie hesitated, her thumb hovering over the screen. She wanted to say yes, to beg Sarah to return and sit with her until morning. But she was afraid of what might happen if Sarah came back. The entity had spoken directly to her friend, pulled her into its orbit. She typed, "I'm fine. I'll call if I need you." Cassie stared at the message before sending it, knowing it was a lie. The first sign of trouble came at 9 p.m. Cassie was in the living room, sitting on the couch with her legs tucked under her. She hadn't turned on the TV or music. The apartment was silent, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator. The lights began to flicker. Cassie froze, her gaze darting to the nearest lamp. It sputtered, the bulb casting erratic flashes across the room before plunging into darkness. One by one, the other lights followed suit, each extinguishing in rapid succession until the entire apartment was bathed in shadows. "No," Cassie whispered, her voice shaking. She grabbed her phone, turning on the flashlight app. The beam cut through the dark, but it felt weak, swallowed by the oppressive blackness. A sound echoed from the hallway, a low, rhythmic tapping. Cassie gripped her phone tightly, the light shaking as she pointed it toward the noise. The tapping grew louder, heavier, until it became a deliberate thump-thump that reverberated through the walls. It's not real, she said to herself, her voice trembling. It's not real. But then the whisper came, low and guttural. Cassie. Her stomach twisted as the voice filled the room, curling around her like smoke. It wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from everywhere. The air grew colder, and her breath fogged in the flashlight's beam. She stood, her legs shaking as she backed away from the couch. Then the shadows began to move. By 9:15 p.m., the apartment was no longer her own. The shadows stretched and coiled, covering the walls like tendrils of ink. The faint glow from her phone seemed to make them stronger, the light casting their movements into sharp relief. Cassie stumbled into the kitchen, her back pressing against the counter. The shadows followed her, slow and deliberate, as though savoring her fear. The voice returned, louder now, its tone sharp and commanding. "Let me in." "No," she whispered, shaking her head. "No, I won't." "Let me in," the voice repeated, each word scraping against her mind. She closed her eyes, her breaths coming in shallow gasps. Her phone slipped from her trembling fingers, clattering to the floor and plunging her into complete darkness. Something moved behind her. Cassie spun around, her hands fumbling for the nearest object. Her fingers closed around a knife from the drying rack, and she clutched it tightly. "Stay away!" she shouted into the dark, her voice cracking. The only answer was a low, guttural laugh. The air shifted, and she felt it. A cold, skeletal hand brushing against her arm. She screamed, swinging the knife wildly, but it cut through empty air. "You can't fight me," the voice hissed close to her ear. "You belong to me now." At 9:30 p.m., Cassie's reality began to blur. She stumbled into the hallway, her vision swimming as the shadows grew thicker. The walls seemed to pulse, their surfaces rippling like liquid. Her bedroom door slammed open, and the sound echoed through the apartment. Cassie froze, her body trembling as the shadows spilled into the hallway, rushing toward her like a tidal wave. "Let me in," the voice roared, deafening now, a chorus of overlapping tones. Cassie clutched her head, sinking to her knees. The shadows coiled around her, cold and suffocating, pressing against her mind. Through the haze of fear and confusion, one thought rose to the surface. "It's feeding on me. My fear is making it stronger." She forced herself to breathe, to steady her racing heart. "You can't have me," she whispered, her voice shaky but determined. The shadows recoiled, hissing like a wounded animal. "You are mine," the voice growled, its tone laced with fury. Cassie opened her eyes, staring into the void as it loomed over her. "No," she said, louder this time. "I don't belong to you." The void surged, but her resolve held. The shadows faltered, flickering like dying flames. Cassie felt the air grow lighter, the oppressive weight lifting slightly. For the first time, she saw it hesitate. Cassie sat on the floor of her living room, her body trembling. The apartment was quiet now, but the memory of the shadows lingered, an ache in her chest and a coldness in her bones. She gripped her phone with white-knuckled hands, her heart racing as she dialed Sarah's number. It rang twice before Sarah picked up. "Cassie, what's wrong?" Sarah's voice was groggy, but her concern was immediate. "It's getting worse," Cassie said, her voice shaking. "It's not just dreams, it's real. It's in the apartment, it's in me." "Okay, breathe," Sarah said, her tone steadying. "Tell me what happened." Cassie recounted the night in broken sentences, her words tumbling over each other. As she described the shadows, the voice, the way it demanded she let it in. "You can't stay there," Sarah said firmly. "Pack a bag. Come stay with me." Cassie shook her head, even though Sarah couldn't see her. "I don't think it matters where I go. It's tied to me now. If I leave, it'll just follow." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Finally, Sarah said, "Then we need help. Someone who knows about this kind of thing." "Like who?" Cassie asked, desperation creeping into her voice. Sarah hesitated before replying. I know someone. A friend of my mom's. She's kind of into this stuff. Energy, spirits, the paranormal. I don't know if she can help, but it's worth a try. Cassie felt a flicker of hope. Do you think she'll see me? I'll call her right now, Sarah said. Just hang tight, okay? Less than an hour later, Sarah arrived at Cassie's apartment, accompanied by a tall, thin woman with piercing green eyes and a calm, commanding presence. She introduced herself as Evelyn, a spiritual healer and medium. The moment Evelyn stepped inside, her expression shifted. Her calm demeanor gave way to a faint crease of concern, her gaze scanning the room as though she could see what lingered in the shadows. This place is heavy, Evelyn said softly, her voice low. It's not just the apartment. There's something attached to you. Cassie's stomach turned. What does that mean? Evelyn motioned for her to sit. Sarah joined her on the couch while Evelyn stood in the center of the room, her hands outstretched. She closed her eyes, her breathing slow and deliberate. After a moment, she opened them and looked directly at Cassie. It's feeding on you, she said. Your fear, your grief, it's like a beacon, drawing it closer. This entity isn't random. It's been waiting for you. Cassie's pulse quickened. Waiting for me? Why? Because you're vulnerable, Evelyn said. It's been tied to this place for years, but it needs a host. Someone to anchor it. You've given it an opening. The dreams, Cassie whispered. The sleep paralysis, that's how it started. Evelyn nodded. That's how it always starts. It wears you down, blurring the lines between sleep and wakefulness until you can't tell what's real and what's not. Once you accept it, once you let it in, it takes over completely. Cassie's chest tightened. What happens if I do? Evelyn's expression darkened. You don't want to know. Evelyn began her work immediately. She lit sage, the sharp, earthy scent filling the apartment as she moved from room to room, chanting softly. Cassie and Sarah watched in silence. Their nerves frayed as the air seemed to grow colder. When Evelyn reached the bedroom, she stopped abruptly. Her body stiffened and her breathing quickened. It's here, she said, her voice low. Cassie's heart sank. The entity? Evelyn nodded. She placed the sage on the nightstand and knelt beside the scratches on the floor. Her fingers hovered over the jagged marks, her expression grave. This is its anchor, she said. It's tied to this spot. Something happened here. Something violent. Something unfinished. Rebecca Lane, Cassie said softly. Evelyn looked up sharply. Who? The woman who lived here before me, Cassie explained. She died in this apartment. The article said it was sleep paralysis, but now I think it was this. Evelyn's gaze darkened. If she died here, the energy would have amplified. Her fear, her death, it left a scar. That's what you're feeling. That's what it's using to grow stronger. Can we stop it? Sarah asked, her voice tense. Evelyn hesitated. We can weaken it, maybe even banish it, but it won't go willingly. Evelyn instructed Cassie to sit on the floor in the living room. She placed candles in a circle around her, their flames flickering as though disturbed by an unseen wind. This will draw it out, Evelyn said, her voice steady. It'll come for you. It'll try to break you. But you have to hold your ground. Don't speak to it. Don't give it anything. Cassie swallowed hard, her hands trembling. And if I can't? Evelyn didn't answer. The ritual began, Evelyn chanting in a low, rhythmic voice as the shadows in the apartment began to shift. The air grew heavier, colder, and the faint smell of decay filled the room. Cassie closed her eyes, her breathing shallow as the darkness pressed against her mind, and then it came. Cassie. The voice was louder now, more insistent. The shadows around her twisted and coiled, forming the shape she had come to fear. The figure stood at the edge of the circle, its hollow eyes fixed on her. "Let me in," it growled, its voice resonating like a thunderclap. Cassie's eyes snapped open and she stared into the void. She could feel its hunger, its malice, pressing against her like a physical force. "Don't speak," Evelyn reminded her, her voice sharp. The figure stepped closer, its jagged grin widening. "You can't fight me," it hissed. "You're mine." Cassie clenched her fists, her body trembling as the figure loomed over her. "Hold on," Evelyn said, her voice rising above the roar of the shadows. "Don't let it win." The room was a battlefield of shadows and light. The flames of the candles sputtered and stretched, their glow barely holding back the tide of darkness that pressed against the circle. Evelyn's chants grew louder, more urgent, as the figure loomed closer to Cassie, its hollow eyes fixed on her. "Cassie." The voice sent a chill down her spine, each syllable dragging through her mind like broken glass. The entity's form was more solid now, its limbs impossibly long, its jagged grin curling wider with every step. Evelyn's voice broke through the suffocating tension. "Cassie, focus on my voice. Don't let it pull you in." But Cassie couldn't. "Look away." The figure tilted its head, its movements sharp and unnatural, like a puppet on fraying strings. It raised a skeletal hand, pointing directly at her. "You know me," it whispered, its tone softer, but no less sinister. Cassie's breath caught. A flicker of recognition sparked in her mind, a faint memory just out of reach. "I don't," she whispered, shaking her head. "I don't know you." The shadows rippled, the entity's grin stretching unnaturally. "You do," it hissed. "You've always known." The air grew colder, the weight of the entity's presence pressing against Cassie's chest. Images began to flash through her mind, disjointed and fleeting, like fragments of a broken mirror. A girl's laughter, high and bright, echoed in her ears. A field of sunflowers swayed in the wind, their golden heads tilting toward the sun. And then darkness, suffocating and absolute. "Rebecca Lane," Cassie murmured, her voice trembling. The entity laughed, a low, guttural sound that made her skin crawl. "She called to me," it said. "Just like you." Cassie's stomach twisted. "Why? What did she do?" "She was weak," the entity growled. "Alone, afraid, just like you." Evelyn's chanting faltered, her voice cutting through the haze. "Cassie, don't let it distract you. It's twisting the truth to break you." But the images wouldn't stop. Rebecca's face appeared in her mind, pale and gaunt, her eyes wide with terror. Cassie could feel her fear as though it were her own, a suffocating dread that pressed against her lungs. "She let me in," the entity said, stepping closer. "She gave me her fear, her pain. She was mine, and so are you." Cassie shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "No," she whispered. "I'm not like her." "You are," the entity hissed. "You called to me the moment you entered this place. Your grief, your loneliness. It was a beacon." The shadows surged, pressing against the edge of the circle. The candles flickered violently, their flames shrinking as the darkness threatened to consume them. Evelyn's voice rose above the chaos, her chant taking on a sharper, more commanding tone. The shadows recoiled slightly, but the entity remained, its grin unbroken. "Cassie," Evelyn said, her voice strained. "It's tied to something, an object, a memory, something it's using to anchor itself to you. Think. What does it want?" Cassie's mind raced, the fragments of memory swirling in her thoughts. The scratches on the floor, the shadowy figure in her dreams, the words it had whispered every night. "Let me in." And then she remembered her father's death. The ache in her chest was sudden and overwhelming, the grief she'd tried so hard to bury rushing to the surface. She thought of the nights she'd spent crying herself to sleep, the endless guilt, that she hadn't been there when he passed. "It's not Rebecca," Cassie said, her voice trembling. "It's me. It's my pain." Evelyn's chanting faltered, her gaze snapping to Cassie. "What do you mean?" "It's feeding on me," Cassie said. "My grief, my fear. That's what it wants. That's how it gets stronger." The entity laughed, its voice echoing through the room. "You gave yourself to me," it said. "You let me in the moment you let your grief consume you. I'm every tear you shed, every scream you buried, every breath you couldn't take. I'm you." Cassie's body trembled as the truth settled over her. The entity wasn't just a shadowy figure lurking in her apartment. It was the manifestation of everything she'd been trying to avoid. Her pain, her guilt, her isolation. "How do I stop it?" Cassie asked, her voice breaking. "You can't," the entity hissed. "I am you. Without me, you are nothing." Evelyn's voice cut through the darkness. "That's a lie," she said firmly. "It's not you, Cassie. It's a parasite. It's using your pain to keep you trapped. If you let go, it loses its power." Cassie stared at the entity, its grin faltering as Evelyn's words took hold. The truth was terrifying, but it was also liberating. She took a deep breath, her voice steadying. "You don't own me," she said. "You never did." The entity recoiled, the shadows writhing violently. "You need me," it growled, its voice cracking. "No," Cassie said firmly. "I don't." With every word, the darkness around her began to thin, the edges of the entity's form dissolving into mist. The shadows lashed out violently, crashing against the circle of candles, like waves against a cliff. The flames flickered but held, their light forcing the entity to retreat slightly. Its form rippled, jagged edges dissolving into tendrils of darkness, only to reform moments later. "You think you can fight me?" the entity roared, its voice a cacophony of rage. "I am the weight you carry, the fear you hide. You cannot destroy me because I am you." Cassie stood in the center of the circle, trembling but defiant. The realization that the entity fed on her pain had given her a new sense of clarity. For too long, she had let her grief control her, shape her days and nights. She had let it isolate her, silence her, and weaken her. "No," she said, her voice trembling but steady. "You're not me. You're what I've been holding on to. You're what I need to let go of." The entity surged forward, its grin stretching wide. "Then let me in," it hissed, its words curling around her like smoke. "Let me take it all away. The grief, the guilt, the pain. It can all be mine." For a moment, Cassie hesitated. The offer was seductive in its simplicity. To surrender, to stop fighting, to let the entity carry the weight she had borne for so long. But deep down, she knew the truth. Letting it in wasn't surrender. It was obliteration. Evelyn's voice rose, cutting through the entity's whispers. Her chant was no longer soft and rhythmic, but sharp and commanding, each word like a blade slicing through the dark. "The light reveals. The light expels!" she shouted, holding her hands high as the flames of the candles surged brighter. "It has no power here!" The shadows writhed, the entity recoiling as the light intensified. Its grin faltered, its hollow eyes narrowing. "With fury, this isn't over," it growled, its voice cracking. "It is," Cassie said, stepping forward. She clenched her fists, her fear melting away as anger took its place. "You don't control me! You never did!" The entity lunged, its skeletal hands reaching for her, but Cassie stood her ground. She closed her eyes, focusing on the pain she had carried for so long, not to hold on to it, but to release it. "I'm done hiding," she said, her voice breaking. "I'm done running. You can't have me." The entity screamed, its voice a deafening roar that shook the walls of the apartment. The shadows surged one final time, slamming against the circle of light before shattering into fragments. room was engulfed in blinding brightness, the shadows evaporating like mist in the morning sun. When the light faded, the apartment was silent. Cassie opened her eyes, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The candles had burned low, their flames steady and calm. The air was lighter, the oppressive weight that had filled the room gone. Evelyn lowered her hands, her face pale but triumphant. "It's over," she said softly. Cassie looked around, her heart racing. The entity was gone, its presence wiped from the apartment. But the memory of its whispers lingered, a reminder of how close she had come to losing herself. "Thank you," Cassie said, her voice shaking. Evelyn nodded. "You did the hard part," she said. "You faced it. You let go." Cassie sank to the floor, tears streaming down her face. For the first time in months, she felt like she could breathe. Later that night, Cassie sat on the couch, staring out the window at the quiet street below. The apartment felt different now, still and peaceful, the shadows no longer shifting at the edges of her vision. Sarah sat beside her, a comforting presence in the dim light. "How are you feeling?" she asked. Cassie hesitated before replying. "Lighter," she said, "but I know it's not over." Sarah frowned. "What do you mean?" Cassie turned to her, her expression calm but resolute. "The entity was a part of me," she said. "My grief, my pain. It made me vulnerable, but it also made me strong. I know it's gone, but I also know it left a mark. And I need to keep moving forward, or it might find its way back." Sarah nodded, squeezing her hand. "You're not alone," she said. "You never were." Cassie smiled faintly, the first genuine smile she'd felt in weeks. The peace in the apartment was fleeting. For 3 days, Cassie felt lighter, as though a dark veil had been lifted from her life. She slept deeply for the first time in weeks, her dreams filled with sunlight and open fields instead of suffocating shadows. The air in the apartment seemed warmer, the corners less menacing. But on the 4th night, the shadows returned. It started subtly, a flicker in her peripheral vision, a faint cold spot near the bedroom door. Cassie told herself it was her imagination, the residual fear of what she'd endured. But by the 5th night, the presence was undeniable. The shadows at the edge of her vision grew darker, sharper, as though reaching for her. The whisper came again, faint but unmistakable. "Cassie." Evelyn returned the next evening, her calm demeanor cracking as she entered the apartment. She stood in the doorway for a moment, her eyes scanning the room. "It's still here," she said softly. Cassie's heart sank. "I thought we got rid of it," she said, her voice trembling. "We weakened it," Evelyn said, "drove it back into the darkness. But some entities, they don't let go so easily. It's still tied to you, Cassie. It's waiting for another opening." Cassie felt a cold knot form in her stomach. "What do I do?" Evelyn hesitated. "There's one last option," she said, "but it's dangerous, final." Cassie swallowed hard. "What is it?" Evelyn walked to the center of the living room, her hands moving slowly as though feeling the air. "The entity is tethered to you, but it's also tethered to this place," she said. "It's drawing power from both. To sever that connection, we have to remove its anchor entirely." "You mean burn the place down?" Sarah asked, her tone incredulous. Evelyn shook her head. "Not the building, the anchor, the emotional scar it's feeding on." She turned to Cassie, her expression serious. "You." The weight of Evelyn's words hung heavy in the room. Cassie sat on the edge of the couch, her hands trembling as she stared at the floor. "You're saying I have to get rid of my grief?" "Not just grief," Evelyn said. "All of it. The pain, the guilt, the fear. the parts of yourself that it's using to stay tethered to you. You have to let them go completely. How? Cassie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Evelyn knelt beside her, her green eyes filled with a mix of empathy and urgency. There's a ritual, she said. It's dangerous, but it will sever the bond. You'll confront the entity one last time and you'll have to give it what it wants. What does it want? Cassie asked, her throat tightening. Evelyn's gaze softened. It wants a piece of you, she said. The part of you it's been feeding on. To banish it, you'll have to face the source of your pain and let it go completely. Cassie's chest tightened. She thought of her father, the weight of his loss pressing against her heart like a stone. She thought of the nights she'd spent crying in silence, the guilt she carried for not being there when he died. That's easier said than done, she said, her voice cracking. Evelyn placed a hand on her shoulder. I know, she said, but it's the only way. The ritual began at midnight. Evelyn drew a circle of salt in the center of the living room, placing candles at each cardinal point. The air was thick with the scent of sage and lavender, the smoke curling into the shadows. Cassie sat in the center of the circle, her legs crossed and her hands resting on her knees. Evelyn and Sarah stood at the edges, their expressions tense but determined. This is your fight, Evelyn said. We'll be here, but the battle will be yours. Cassie nodded, her heart pounding as Evelyn began to chant. The words were ancient, foreign, carrying a weight that resonated deep in Cassie's chest. The air in the apartment grew colder, the shadows deepening as the candles flickered. The familiar pressure returned, pressing against Cassie's chest like an invisible weight. Cassie. The voice echoed through the room, louder than ever. The shadows coalesced, forming the jagged, towering figure that had haunted her for weeks. Its hollow eyes stared at her, and its jagged grin widened as it stepped forward. You can't stop me, it growled, its voice like gravel scraping against metal. I am you! Cassie clenched her fists, her body trembling. No, she said, her voice steady. You're not me. You're what I've been holding on to, and I'm letting you go. The entity laughed, a deep guttural sound that shook the walls. You can't let me go, it hissed. I am your pain, your guilt, your fear. Without me, you are nothing. Cassie closed her eyes, focusing on her father's face. She remembered his smile, the warmth of his voice, the way he used to laugh. I miss you, she whispered, tears streaming down her face. But I can't carry this anymore. I can't carry you anymore. The shadows surged, the entity's form twisting violently. Don't! It roared, its voice filled with desperation. Cassie opened her eyes, staring into the void. Goodbye, she said softly. The entity screamed, its form shattering into 1,000 fragments of darkness. The shadows dissolved, the air growing lighter as the candles burned brighter. When the silence returned, Cassie was alone in the circle. The apartment was silent. Cassie sat in the circle of salt, her body trembling. The shadows were gone. The oppressive weight that had clung to the room lifted. The candles around her burned steadily, their light warm and unwavering. Evelyn stepped forward cautiously, her movement slow as though afraid the calm might shatter. She knelt beside Cassie, placing a hand on her shoulder. It's done, Evelyn said softly. Cassie's breath hitched, her tears spilling freely now. She didn't know if they were tears of relief, grief, or exhaustion, maybe all three. She leaned forward, clutching Evelyn's hand like a lifeline. It's gone? Cassie asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Evelyn nodded. You severed the bond. The entity is no longer tied to you. Sarah crouched on Cassie's other side, her eyes filled with concern. Are you okay? Cassie hesitated, her body still trembling. She felt hollow, like something vital had been stripped from her. The ache of grief that had lived inside her for so long was gone, but its absence left an unfamiliar emptiness. "I don't know," Cassie admitted. The rest of the night passed in a haze. Sarah stayed with Cassie, helping her clean up the remnants of the ritual, while Evelyn extinguished the candles and scattered the salt. The apartment felt lighter now, but Cassie couldn't shake the feeling of being untethered, as though she were floating without direction. By dawn, the three of them sat on the couch, the silence between them heavy but not uncomfortable. Evelyn broke it first. "You did something incredible tonight," she said, her voice steady but kind. "You faced what most people run from. That takes strength." Cassie stared at the floor, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. "I don't feel strong," she said. "I feel, lost." "That's normal," Evelyn said. "When we let go of something that's defined us for so long, it leaves a void. But that void isn't meant to stay empty. It's a space to rebuild." Sarah placed a hand on Cassie's shoulder. "You don't have to do it alone," she said. Cassie managed a faint smile, the first one she'd felt in what seemed like forever. Over the next few days, Cassie began to reclaim her life. She cleaned the apartment thoroughly, scrubbing every surface and rearranging furniture to break the patterns that reminded her of the entity. She threw out old items she no longer needed and opened the windows to let in the fresh air. But the emptiness remained, a quiet ache she couldn't ignore. Her nights were quiet now, no shadows shifting at the edge of her vision, no whispers in the dark. She slept deeply, her dreams filled with soft light and distant laughter. Yet when she woke, she felt a strange longing, as though she were mourning not just her father, but the part of herself she'd given up. One evening, Sarah invited her out. "For coffee. You need to get out of that apartment," Sarah said, smiling warmly as they sat at a small cafe near the park. Cassie sipped her drink, the warm liquid grounding her. "I guess I've been hiding for a while," she admitted. "Not anymore," Sarah said. "You're starting over, and that's a good thing." Cassie nodded, her gaze drifting to the window. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in soft hues of orange and pink. For the first time in months, the sight didn't fill her with dread. That night, Cassie stood in her bedroom, staring at the space where the scratches had once been. They were gone now, sanded and polished away, but she still felt the weight of what had happened there. She placed her hand on the floor, closing her eyes. "I'm still here," she whispered. "I'm still me." And for the first time, she believed it. The apartment was quiet that night, the kind of silence that felt deliberate. Cassie lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. The faint hum of the refrigerator down the hall was the only sound, a comforting reminder that the world hadn't stopped turning. She'd spent the last week rebuilding her life, piece by piece. The shadows that had once consumed her thoughts had faded, replaced by tentative hope. The air in the apartment was lighter, the oppressive weight of the entity a distant memory, and yet a faint unease lingered. At 3:12 a.m., Cassie woke abruptly, her eyes snapped open, her heart racing. She lay still, her body tense, as she stared into the darkness. The room was quiet, the soft light from the street lamp outside spilling through the curtains. It was nothing, just a dream, she told herself. But as she turned her head toward the foot of the bed, her breath caught in her throat. There, at the edge of the room, a shadow lingered. It was faint, barely visible against the darkened wall. Its edges were jagged, shifting slightly, as though it were testing the boundaries of the light. Cassie's pulse thundered in her ears. She sat up slowly, her gaze locked on the shadow. "No," she whispered, her voice trembling. "You're gone. I let you go." The shadow didn't move, didn't speak. It simply watched. Cassie clenched her fists, her body trembling. She forced herself to breathe, to steady her racing thoughts. "You're not real," she said, her voice stronger. "Now. You're not me. You're nothing." The shadow flickered, its form growing fainter. The air in the room felt heavier for a moment, as though the shadow was considering her words. Then, it was gone. Cassie lay back against the pillows, her body shaking with adrenaline. The silence in the apartment felt suffocating now, the darkness pressing against her like a tangible weight. But as her breathing slowed, a sense of calm began to settle over her. The shadow was gone. It might come back, she realized. It might always be there, waiting at the edges of her mind, ready to exploit the moments when she felt weak or afraid. But it didn't control her anymore. She closed her eyes, the memory of the entity's whispers still faint in the back of her. "Mind, let me in." "No," she whispered into the darkness. "Not anymore." Outside, the apartment building stood still under the pale light of the moon. The shadows in the windows were just that. Shadows empty and harmless. But in the stillness of the night, somewhere deep within the cracks of the old walls, a faint whisper lingered. "Cassie." The cool air carried a faint scent of pine and damp earth as Dana pushed through the overgrown trail, her boots crunching against fallen leaves. She glanced over her shoulder, but the dense trees behind her revealed nothing but shadow. She was alone, or so she thought. Lake Wendigo wasn't supposed to be on her itinerary. She'd meant to stick to the marked trails, maybe snap a few pictures for her amateur photography blog, but a wrong turn and a curious echo had drawn her here. It wasn't just the sound of her own footsteps echoing off the hills that had unsettled her. The lake seemed alive with sound, whispers, distant splashes, even laughter carried on the wind. When she finally broke through the dense thicket, the sight of the lake took her breath away. The water was unnaturally still, its surface a perfect mirror reflecting the dark clouds above. A ring of towering pines encircled it, their branches swaying slightly despite the absence of any breeze, and there, half buried in the sand at the shoreline, was the recorder. Dana knelt, brushing away the damp sand. It was an old, boxy device, its metal edges rusted and its buttons worn smooth. "What are you doing here?" she murmured, turning it over in her hands. The recorder clicked suddenly, startling her. A faint hiss of static came from its tiny speaker, followed by a voice that sent a chill down her spine. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Dana's breath caught. The voice was faint but unmistakable, clearer than it had any right to be on such a weathered device. She pressed one of the buttons, trying to rewind the tape, but the recorder clicked off. The lake's surface rippled slightly, as though something just beneath had stirred. Against her better judgment, Dana sat by the water's edge, her fingers nervously tracing the recorder's edges. It felt heavy, as though it carried more than just its physical weight. She pressed play again, and this time the voice was different. "Please, help me." "I can't." The voice dissolved into static, followed by what sounded like a faint splash. Dana's hands trembled. "Who are you?" she whispered. The recorder clicked again, its tape whirring furiously. The hiss of static grew louder, merging with the faint echoes she'd heard on the trail. It was impossible to tell where the sound ended and the whispers around her began. And then, in a voice low and unmistakable, the recorder said her name. Dana. Her pulse raced, and she scrambled to her feet, the recorder falling from her hands. It hit the sand with a dull thud but didn't stop playing. The whispers grew louder, overlapping until they became a deafening roar. The water rippled violently, and for the first time Dana noticed the shadows beneath the surface, dark shapes shifting just out of focus. She grabbed the recorder and ran. She disappeared into the trees, The lake grew still again, its surface smooth and unbroken, but the faint echoes of her footsteps lingered, carried across the water like a warning. The recorder sat on Dana's kitchen table, its worn edges glinting faintly under the harsh light of the overhead bulb. She'd stared at it for hours, trying to rationalize what had happened at the lake. Each time she reached for it, her hand stopped short, trembling as though the mere thought of touching it again was dangerous. Her apartment was small and cluttered, filled with the remnants of her life before she dropped out of college. Bookshelves overflowed with photography guides and nature journals. The walls were decorated with her framed photos of misty forests and craggy cliffs. It was supposed to be her safe space, but tonight it felt like the recorder's presence had invaded it. She stared at her phone, her thumb hovering over Max's number. Her brother was the only family she could talk to about something like this. Someone who wouldn't immediately dismiss her as paranoid or crazy. Finally, with a deep breath, she pressed the button. "Dana?" Max's voice was groggy, irritated. "It's past midnight. What's going on?" "I found something," she blurted, skipping the pleasantries. "At the lake." There was a pause, followed by a groan. "What lake?" "Lake Wendigo. I got lost hiking and—" Her voice faltered. She wasn't sure how to explain without sounding unhinged. "And what?" Max asked, his tone sharper now. Dana glanced at the recorder, its rusted edges casting distorted shadows under the light. "I found this recorder. It said my name, Max. And there were voices, people asking for help. The silence on the other end was deafening." Finally, Max sighed. "Dana, are you okay? Have you been sleeping? You tend to get dramatic when you're overtired." "I'm not making this up," she snapped. "I'm telling you, there's something wrong with that lake." "Yeah, no kidding," Max said, his voice suddenly guarded. Dana frowned. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You really don't remember, do you?" Max's question hung in the air like a storm cloud. Dana's mind raced, trying to piece together what he was talking about. "What are you talking about?" she asked, her voice low. "Our uncle," Max said. "Uncle Henry. He disappeared at that lake when Mom and Dad were kids. It's why they never let us go near it when we were growing up." Dana froze. The memory stirred faintly, like a shadow at the edge of her mind. Uncle Henry. She'd heard his name in passing during family gatherings, but he was always spoken of in hushed tones, as though saying it too loudly might conjure something terrible. What happened to him?" "They don't know," Max said. "He went camping there when he was 16 and never came back. The police found his tent, his boots, and his backpack. But no body, just some creepy stuff carved into a tree near the water. I think Dad said it looked like runes or something." Dana's stomach turned. The symbols on the tree sounded eerily similar to the carving she'd seen on the recorder. "Why didn't anyone tell me this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Max sighed. "You were a kid. It wasn't exactly bedtime story material." Dana stared at the recorder, her unease deepening. "Max, this thing, it's not normal." The voices sounded real, like people trapped somewhere. "Dana, I'm serious," she interrupted. "I think one of them was Melissa." Max went silent. Melissa had been Dana's best friend in high school. She'd vanished during a hiking trip 5 years ago, her disappearance leaving the town shaken. For months, search parties combed the woods near Lake Wendigo, but no trace of her was ever found. "Melissa disappeared near that lake," Dana said, her voice trembling. What if she's still there?" "That's not possible," Max said flatly. "But what if it is?" Dana pressed. "What if the lake, what if it takes people, what if it's holding them somewhere?" Max exhaled sharply. "Look, I'll come over tomorrow and we can talk about this, but you need to sleep. Don't touch that thing again, okay?" Dana hesitated, then nodded as though he could see her. "Okay, tomorrow." The call ended, leaving Dana alone with her thoughts, and the recorder. She glanced at it, half expecting it to click on again. The air in the apartment felt heavy, oppressive. Every creak of the walls and hum of the fridge made her flinch. Finally, she grabbed a blanket and curled up on the couch, her back to the table where the recorder sat. Sleep didn't come easily. The next morning, Max arrived with coffee and skepticism in equal measure. He was tall and broad-shouldered, his perpetual 5 o'clock shadow making him look older than his 30 years. "Okay," he said as he stepped inside. "Let me see this thing." Dana handed him the recorder, watching as he turned it over in his hands. "It's ancient," he said, inspecting the rusted buttons. "Where exactly did you find it?" "Near the lake," Dana said. "It was half buried in the sand." Max pressed one of the buttons, but nothing happened. "It worked yesterday," Dana said quickly. "It was playing voices, people asking for help." "Voices, huh?" Max raised an eyebrow. "I'm not crazy," Dana snapped. "I didn't say you were," Max said, setting the recorder down. "But I think you might have freaked yourself out. Old recordings can sound weird, especially on something this busted. Maybe it was some hiker messing around with it years ago." Dana crossed her arms, frustration boiling beneath her skin. "And the part where it said my name, that's just some weird coincidence." Max hesitated. "I don't know. Maybe." They spent the afternoon researching Lake Wendigo. Max scrolled through local history forums on his laptop, while Dana sifted through old articles in the town library's online archives. The more they read, the more unsettled they became. The lake had been the site of dozens of disappearances over the years, dating back to the early 1900s. Campers, hikers, even entire families had vanished without a trace. One article mentioned a search party from 1923 that claimed to have heard voices coming from the lake, calling their names. Another detailed an account from 1975, when a fisherman reported seeing shadowy figures on the water's surface just before his boat capsized. "I told you," Dana said, pointing to the screen. "It's not just me. There's something wrong with that lake." Max leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. "It doesn't prove anything, just a bunch of creepy stories." Dana slammed her hands on the table, startling him. "Max, we grew up hearing those stories. You just said Uncle Henry disappeared there. How can you still act like this is all in my head?" Max opened his mouth to argue, but stopped when he saw the tears in her eyes. "Okay," he said softly. "If you're serious about this, we'll figure it out. Together." That night, as Dana lay in bed, the recorder clicked on by itself. The voices were softer this time, faint and overlapping. But one voice rose above the others, sending a shiver down her spine. "Dana!" She bolted upright, her eyes darting, to the recorder on the table. It hissed with static for a moment, then went silent. The apartment was still, but the silence felt wrong, like the air before a thunderstorm. And then faintly she heard it, the sound of water dripping, though there was no leak in sight. Lake Wendigo was the kind of place that didn't show up on maps unless you were looking for it. Nestled deep in the wilderness, it was surrounded by dense, ancient forests that stretched for miles in every direction. The only roads leading to it were poorly maintained dirt trails marked by faded signs warning travelers of the lack of cell service and unpredictable terrain. The lake had earned a quiet infamy over the decades, whispered about in local bars and passed down as campfire tales. Some described it as cursed, a place that kept what it took. Others brushed it off as an eerie coincidence, a perfect storm of natural dangers like hidden sinkholes and unpredictable weather. But those who knew the stories, really knew them, would never go near the water. Dana stood on the trailhead overlooking the lake, her heart sinking as she took in the view again. She had convinced Max to come with her, though he'd made his reluctance painfully clear by grumbling the entire drive. "Looks peaceful enough to me," Max muttered, shoving his hands. Into his jacket pockets, Dana didn't respond. The lake was eerily still, its surface reflecting the overcast sky like a giant sheet of glass. The pine trees surrounding it swayed slightly in the breeze, their needles whispering like distant voices. "It's not," she finally said, her voice quiet. The trail ahead of them dipped into the forest, winding down to the shoreline. As they descended, the air grew colder, carrying with it the faint smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. The beach where Dana had found the recorder was just as she remembered it. A small crescent of sand nestled between rocky outcroppings, the ground littered with driftwood and debris. Max scanned the area, his skeptical expression softening slightly. "Okay, I'll admit it's creepy, but creepy doesn't mean haunted." Dana ignored him, her gaze fixed on the water. Something about the lake felt wrong, as though it were watching her. The sense of being observed had returned the moment she stepped onto the beach, prickling at the back of her neck like static electricity. "I want to see if we can find anything else," she said, pulling a small handheld camera from her backpack. "Like what?" Max asked. "I don't know," Dana admitted. "Anything, maybe more recordings, maybe..." She trailed off, not wanting to say it out loud. "Maybe Melissa." The two siblings split up, scanning the area for anything unusual. Max wandered toward the tree line, kicking aside driftwood and muttering to himself about wasting his Saturday. Dana stayed closer to the water, her camera trained on the ground. It didn't take long for her to find something, half hidden beneath. A tangle of roots was another object, smaller than the recorder, but just as old. She knelt, brushing away the sand to reveal a rusted cassette tape. The label had long since faded, leaving only faint smudges of ink. She glanced over her shoulder, making sure Max wasn't watching, and slid the tape into her pocket. By the time they regrouped, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the beach. The temperature had dropped sharply, and the stillness of the lake had become even more pronounced. "Find anything?" Max asked, rubbing his arms, for warmth. "No," Dana lied, avoiding his gaze. "Good, let's get out of here." As they started back up the trail, Dana couldn't shake the feeling that something was following them. The crunch of their footsteps seemed too loud, as though the forest were amplifying the sound. Every so often, she caught movement in her peripheral vision, a flicker of shadow, a ripple in the water. But when she turned to look, there was nothing there. Back at the car, Dana hesitated before getting in, her gaze drifting back toward the trail. The lake was out of sight now, hidden behind the thick trees, but she could still feel its pull. "Dana," Max called, snapping her out of her thoughts. "You coming? Or are we camping here tonight?" "Yeah," she said quickly, sliding into the passenger seat. As Max started the engine and they pulled onto the dirt road, Dana glanced out the window. The forest blurred past, its shadows growing darker with each passing mile. And then, just as they rounded a bend, she saw it. Standing in the middle of the road was a figure, a woman, her hair tangled and dripping wet. "Stop!" Dana shouted, but when Max slammed on the brakes, the road was empty. "What the hell, Dana?" Max snapped, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. "There was someone there," Dana said, her voice shaking. Max squinted into the rearview mirror, but the road behind them was just as deserted. "You're freaking yourself out," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. Dana didn't respond. She kept her eyes on the mirror, her heart pounding. The figure was gone, but the lake's pull was stronger than ever. That night, Dana sat alone in her apartment, the cassette tape on the table in front of her. She'd told Max she needed to rest, but the truth was, she couldn't stop thinking about what she'd seen. Her hands trembled as she slid the tape into an old cassette player she'd found in her closet. The tape hissed and popped as it began to play, the sound crackling like a campfire. For a moment, There was nothing but static. Then a voice emerged, faint and distorted. "If you're hearing this, it's already too late." Dana's stomach twisted. The voice was unfamiliar, male, but filled with fear. "The lake. It remembers. It knows I tried to stop it, but..." The tape cut off abruptly, replaced by a sharp, high-pitched whine that made Dana wince. She stopped the player, her hands shaking. The room was silent again, but the unease in her chest didn't fade. She glanced at the window, her reflection faint against the darkened glass. For a moment, she thought she saw movement outside, just a shadow flickering in the streetlights, but when she looked again, it was gone. The clock read 2:37 a.m. when Dana woke with a start. Her apartment was dark except for the faint glow of the streetlights outside, their light filtering through the blinds in jagged slats. Her heart pounded, though she didn't know why. A cold sweat clung to her skin, and the air in the room felt heavy, oppressive. The cassette tape sat on the table where she'd left it, the player next to it. She stared at it for a long moment, her stomach twisting with unease. Then she heard a faint splash, like a pebble dropping into water. Her blood turned to ice. The sound was impossible. Her apartment was miles from the lake. She sat up slowly, straining to listen. The sound came again, louder this time, followed by a soft, rhythmic dripping. Dana turned toward the window. At first she saw nothing, but as her eyes adjusted, she froze. There, in the faint light of the street lamp, was a figure standing just beyond the glass. Her breath caught in her throat. The figure was a woman, her long hair matted and dripping wet. She was pale, almost grey, and her eyes were dark hollows, fixed unblinkingly on Dana. For a moment, Dana couldn't move. The world seemed to tilt, her vision narrowing as though the figure's presence consumed everything else. Then the woman raised a hand and pressed it against the glass. A cold, wet print spread across the pane, the water running down like tears. Dana scrambled backward, knocking over a lamp in her panic. The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, and then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, the woman was gone. Dana's chest heaved as she sat on the floor, her hands trembling. The dripping sound continued, louder now, and she realized it was coming from the kitchen. She forced herself to her feet, her legs shaky as she made her way toward the sound. The light in the kitchen flickered weakly, casting the room in shifting shadows. The sink was dry, but the dripping sound persisted, growing louder with each step. It was coming from the cassette player. The tape had started playing on its own. The distorted hiss of static filled the room, broken by faint voices that rose and fell like the ebb and flow of waves. Dana hesitated, her finger hovering over the stop button. But something compelled her to listen. The voices were faint, overlapping, but one stood out. Dana. Her blood ran cold. The voice was soft, familiar. "Melissa," she whispered. The static grew louder, drowning out the voices, but she was sure she'd heard her name. Suddenly the tape clicked, and the voices stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. Dana stared at the player, her pulse racing. Then, from somewhere deep inside the apartment, she heard her name again. Dana. The voice was faint but unmistakable, and it didn't come from the tape. It came from the direction of her bedroom. Dana turned slowly, dread pooling in her chest. The hallway stretched before her, the shadows darker than they should have been. She stepped forward, her bare feet cold against the floor. "Melissa," she called, her voice trembling. There was no response, but she could feel something in the air, a heaviness, a presence that pressed against her skin. The door to her bedroom was ajar, the faint glow of her bedside lamp spilling into the hall. She pushed it open cautiously, the hinges creaking softly. The room was empty, but on her bed, soaking into the comforter, was a wet footprint. Dana backed out of the room, her heart racing. She grabbed her phone from the kitchen counter and dialed Max's number with shaking hands. It rang twice before he picked up. Dana. What the hell? It's the middle of the night. I think... She stopped, her voice catching. I think she's here, Max groaned. Who's there? What are you talking about? Melissa, Dana cried, her voice breaking. She's in my apartment. Or something is. I saw her, Max. There was a long pause. When Max spoke again, his tone was cautious, but not dismissive. Are you sure? Dana glanced at the cassette player, the tape still in place. I heard her voice, on the tape, and then I saw her. Max sighed heavily. I'm coming over. By the time Max arrived, the apartment was quiet. The tape hadn't played again, and the dripping sound had stopped. But Dana could still feel the room's heaviness, like something unseen was watching her. Max stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room warily. Okay, start from the beginning. She told him everything, about the figure outside the window, the tape playing on its own, the wet footprint on her bed. Max listened, his skepticism giving way to unease. Are you sure you didn't imagine it? You said you were tired. Dana grabbed his arm, her grip tight. I'm not crazy, Max. I know what I saw. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Okay, let's listen to the tape again. Dana hesitated but nodded. She pressed play, bracing herself for the static and voices. But this time, the tape was silent. Max frowned, leaning closer to the player. Maybe it's broken, Dana shook her head. It was working earlier. You have to believe me. Max sat back, his jaw tight. Look, I believe that you're scared. But maybe this thing is just messing with your head. You said you found it at the lake, right? What if it's been sitting there for years, picking up weird interference or something? Dana wanted to argue, but her resolve faltered. The events of the night had shaken her to her core, but with the tape silent and the apartment still, it was easy to feel like she'd imagined it all. Maybe, she said quietly. Max patted her shoulder. Get some sleep. We'll figure this out in the morning. Dana tried to sleep, but the events of the night replayed in her mind. The figure at the window, the wet footprint, the voice calling her name. She stared at the ceiling, her body tense, and then just as she was beginning to drift off, she heard it again, a faint splash, the sound of water dripping, and her name whispered softly in the darkness. Dana. Dana woke to the sound of her apartment door opening. For a split second, her heart froze, her mind still tethered to the echoes of the night before, the voice calling her name, the wet footprint, the tape that refused to stay silent. But then, she heard Max's familiar voice. Dana, you awake? Relief washed over her. She climbed out of bed, her movements sluggish, the night's terror clinging to her like a second skin. She found Max in the kitchen, pouring coffee from her half-empty pot. He looked tired, his face lined with worry. Hey, she said quietly, her voice hoarse. Max turned, his frown deepening as he looked her over. You look like hell. Thanks, she muttered, collapsing into a chair at the table. The recorder and cassette tape still sat where she'd left them, their presence a dark weight on the otherwise mundane scene. Max set a mug of coffee in front of her and sat across the table, his expression unreadable. All right, he said. We need to talk about this, all of it. Dana took a sip of coffee, wincing as the bitter liquid burned her throat. You mean the lake, the tape, the ghost in my apartment? Or the fact that no one in our family ever told me Uncle Henry disappeared there? Max flinched at the mention of their uncle. I told you, they didn't want us to know. Mom and Dad never talked about it unless they had to. It messed them. Up, Dana? They were kids when it happened? Dana shook her head. Still doesn't explain why no one warned me before I went hiking there. Max sighed, running a hand through his hair. Because no one thought you'd go there. You know how they feel about that place. It's cursed. Always has been. There'd be word cursed hung in the air like a knife. Dana leaned forward, her hands trembling around her mug. "What do you mean, always?" Max hesitated, his eyes darting to the recorder on the table. "You remember Grandpa, right? How he used to tell us those creepy stories about the lake?" Dana nodded. Their grandfather had been a stern, enigmatic man, his deep voice carrying an edge of warning whenever he spoke about the wilderness. "Well," Max continued, his voice low, "those stories weren't just to scare us. He believed them, and so did Grandma. They said the lake had a memory, that it remembered everyone who died there. And if you got too close, it would call you." Dana shivered, her mind racing. "What does that even mean?" "Call you? How?" Max shook his head. "I don't know. Grandpa was always vague about it. But the way he talked about it, it wasn't just a superstition. It was like he knew." "Knew what?" "That the lake doesn't let go of people. That it takes them and they don't come back. At least not the way they were." Dana's stomach twisted. The image of the woman at her window flashed in her mind, her hollow eyes, her dripping hair. "Max," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I think Melissa is there. I think she's part of it now." Max's face darkened. "Dana, I'm serious," she pressed. "I heard her voice. I know it was her. And last night She stopped, her breath catching. "I saw something, someone." Max leaned back, his expression grim. "Who?" "I don't know," Dana admitted. "It looked like a woman, but she wasn't human." Max stood abruptly, pacing the small kitchen. "This is insane. You're scaring yourself with all this. It's just an old tape, and your brain is filling in the gaps." Dana slammed her hand on the table, the sound echoing in the room. Then, "Explain the footprint on my bed, or the voices, or the fact that this stupid recorder said my name." Max stopped pacing, his fists clenched. "I don't know, okay? Maybe it's the lake. Maybe it's messing with your head. But this isn't something we can fix." Dana's voice softened. "What if we can? What if we figure out what it wants? Maybe we can stop it." Max stared at her, his jaw tight. "You don't stop something like this, Dana. You survive it." Despite his protests, Max helped Dana dig deeper into their family's history. They spent hours sifting through old photographs, letters, and journals, piecing together a fragmented story of loss and fear. One journal, written by their grandfather, stood out. The entries were brief but chilling, describing strange occurrences near the lake, whispers on the wind, shadowy figures in the trees, and reflections in the water that didn't match the world above. One entry caught Dana's attention. The time. "Lake knows, it remembers. Henry thought he could conquer it, but he was wrong. It took him, it always takes." The final entry was scrawled in a shaky hand. "If you hear your name, run." That night, Dana sat alone in her apartment, the journal open on her lap. Max had gone home, promising to check in the next day, but she could tell he didn't believe. They could do anything to stop the lake, but Dana couldn't give up, not when the evidence pointed to something real, something sinister. She glanced at the recorder on the table. Her fear of the device had dulled, replaced by a burning need for answers. With trembling hands, she pressed play. The static returned loud and grating, but beneath it, voices emerged, faint and overlapping, like a crowd murmuring in the distance. Dana leaned closer, straining to make out the words. "Please," a voice whispered. "Help us." Another voice, louder and more desperate. "It's not safe. Don't come back." Dana's heart raced. The voices were clearer now, more distinct. She could almost picture the people behind them. Then a third voice broke through, soft and familiar. "Dana." She froze. It was Melissa. "Dana," the voice repeated, tinged with desperation. The lake. It wants you. The tape hissed, the static growing louder. The voices overlapped again, their words blending into a chaotic jumble. But one phrase rose above the rest. Don't let it take you. The recorder clicked off, leaving Dana in silence. She stared at it, her hands trembling. The lake wanted her, but she wasn't going to let it win. The morning sun barely penetrated the dense canopy of trees as Dana and Max stood on the edge of Lake Wendigo, the recorder heavy in Dana's pocket. The lake's surface was unnervingly still, a perfect mirror reflecting the overcast sky and dark pines. Max glanced at his sister, his jaw tight. Are you sure about this? Dana nodded, though her stomach churned with unease. I need to know what's happening, what it wants. They weren't alone this time. Dana had tracked down someone who claimed to know more about the lake's dark history, a local historian named Irene Carter. In her late 60s, Irene was a small, wiry woman with piercing blue eyes and a no-nonsense demeanor. She stood at the edge of the lake, staring at the water with an expression that was equal parts curiosity and fear. You don't bring people here lightly, Irene said, her voice low. This place, it doesn't like to be disturbed. Then, why did you come? Max asked, folding his arms. Irene turned to him, her gaze sharp. Because I need you to understand what you're dealing with. The three of them sat on a fallen log near the water's edge as Irene began her story. Lake Wendigo has always been a strange place, she said, her voice steady. Even before settlers came, the local tribes avoided it. They believed it was a place where the dead lingered, unable to move on. Dana leaned forward. Why? What made it different? Irene hesitated, then gestured toward the water. The lake isn't natural. It's what you'd call a kettle lake, formed thousands of years ago when a chunk of glacial ice melted. But there's something beneath it, something ancient and alive. Alive, Max echoed, his voice tinged with skepticism. Irene nodded. Not in the way we think of life, but it has a consciousness, a memory. The tribes believed the lake was a gateway, a liminal space between the living and the dead. Anyone who drowned here became part of it, trapped in its memory. Dana felt a chill run down her spine. And the recorder, the voices, is that part of the memory? Yes, Irene said. Over the years, the lake has absorbed everything, every death, every lost soul. It's like a sponge, soaking up the energy of the people it claims. The recorder is just a tool, something someone left behind, but the lake uses it to communicate. Max shook his head, frustration evident on his face. Okay, so the lake remembers people. Why does it want Dana? Why is it messing with her now? Irene hesitated, her gaze drifting back to the water. Because it doesn't just want memories. It wants balance. Balance? Dana repeated. Irene turned to her, her expression grim. Every life it takes leaves an imbalance. The more it takes, the more it hungers. It needs someone to willingly restore that balance. So it wants a sacrifice, Max said bluntly. Irene didn't answer immediately. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet. It wants someone who belongs to it, someone it's already marked. Dana's breath caught in her throat. Marked? What do you mean? The lake chooses its victims long before it takes them, Irene explained. It calls to them, draws them in. It uses their fears, their regrets, their pain, and once they've crossed a certain threshold, once they've interacted with its memory, it doesn't let go. Dana glanced at the recorder in her pocket, a sinking realization dawning on her. She had crossed that threshold the moment she'd found it. Max's face darkened. So what? The lake just decides who it wants and that's it? No way out? There's a way, Irene said, her voice firm. But it's not easy. And it's not without cost. Irene stood and walked toward the water, her boots sinking slightly into the damp sand. The lake wants balance. If you give it what it wants, it may release those it's holding. but it's not always clear what that offering needs to be. Dana joined her, her voice trembling. How do we know what to give? How do we even start? You listen, Irene said simply. Dana frowned, confused, until Irene gestured to the recorder. The lake is already talking to you. It knows what it wants. You just have to understand its language. Dana's hand tightened around the recorder in her pocket. The voices, the whispers, they weren't just random noise. They were the lake's way of guiding her. But the thought brought little comfort. As they prepared to leave, Irene offered one last piece of advice. If you go back to the lake, she said, her tone heavy with warning, be prepared to face the truth. The lake doesn't just take lives, it reveals them. Everything you've tried to bury, everything you've run from, it will bring to the surface. Dana swallowed hard, her mind flashing to Melissa, to the years of guilt she'd carried since her best friend's disappearance. Max put a protective arm around her shoulders. We're not letting it take you, he said firmly. Irene shook her head. You don't understand. If Dana doesn't give it what it wants, it won't stop. It will take her and it will keep taking, until there's nothing left. That night, back at the apartment, Dana sat alone in the dark, the recorder in front of her. Irene's words echoed in her mind. The lake doesn't just take, it reveals. Her hands shook as she pressed play. The static was softer this time, almost soothing. Beneath it, the voices rose and fell, their tones mournful and pleading. Dana. Melissa's voice was clear now, unmistakable. Come back. You have to come back. Dana's chest tightened. She wanted to believe it was Melissa, that her friend was still alive, or at least part of her was. But the lake's pull wasn't just about Melissa. It was about something bigger, something darker. And the only way to find the truth was to face it. Dana sat on the couch, staring at the recorder on the coffee table. The faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the floor were the only sounds in her apartment. But it wasn't the silence that unnerved her. It was the growing sense that she wasn't alone. The air felt heavy, thick with a presence she couldn't see. She rubbed her arms, trying to shake the chill that had settled into her bones since her trip to the lake. The recorder sat still, yet it seemed alive. Waiting, come on, she whispered, her voice trembling. Do something, say something. But the device remained silent, as though mocking her impatience. Then the lights flickered. She sat bolt upright, her breath catching. The overhead bulb buzzed weakly, dimming and brightening in uneven intervals. A faint sound began to build, soft, at first like the distant rush of water. Her eyes darted to the window. Outside, the street was empty, the lampposts casting steady pools of light. The sound wasn't coming from outside, it was coming from the walls. The rushing noise grew louder, carrying with it faint voices, whispers overlapping, their words impossible to discern. Dana clutched the edge of the couch, her heart pounding. Stop! It, she whispered, as though the room would obey. The whispers grew sharper, more distinct. She could hear her name now, spoken by a dozen different voices. Dana. Dana. The sound shifted suddenly, becoming a deafening roar. The lights flickered wildly, casting erratic shadows across the room, and then, as quickly as it had begun, the noise stopped. The apartment was silent again, but the air was colder, heavier. Dana grabbed her phone and called Max, her hands trembling. Dana! He answered, his voice groggy. It's happening again, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Max sighed heavily. What's happening? The voices, the noises. It's in the walls, Max. It's here. There was a long pause on the other end. I'm coming over, he said finally. Max arrived within half an hour, his expression grim as he stepped into the apartment. He paused just inside the doorway, his eyes scanning the room as though expecting something to leap out at him. It feels weird in here, he muttered. Dana nodded. wrapping her arms around herself. It's been like this all night. Max approached the recorder, eyeing it warily. Has it done anything? No, Dana said. But everything else has. The lights, the walls, the voices. Max picked up the recorder, turning it over in his hands. Maybe it's not just the lake, he said. Maybe whatever's on this thing is spreading. Dana's stomach turned. She hadn't considered that possibility, but it made sense. The lake had given her the recorder, a connection to its memory. What if it wasn't just a tool, but a doorway? What do we do? She asked, her voice trembling. Max set the recorder back on the table, his jaw tight. We need to figure out what it wants. Fast. As the siblings talked, the lights flickered again. Max frowned, looking around. Did you pay your electric bill? Not funny, Dana snapped. But her irritation was short-lived. A new sound had joined the hum of the lights, a faint dripping, steady and rhythmic. Dana's heart sank. Not again. Max followed her gaze toward the kitchen. The sound grew louder as they approached, echoing unnaturally in the stillness of the apartment. When they reached the sink, Max turned the faucet, but it was dry. The dripping sound continued, louder now, coming from behind them. They turned in unison, their eyes landing on the recorder. Water was pooling beneath it, dripping steadily onto the floor. That's not possible, Max muttered, his voice tight. Dana approached the table, cautiously, her breath hitching. The recorder wasn't just dripping, it was soaking wet, as though it had been pulled from the lake moments ago. She reached out, her fingers trembling, and picked it up. The water was ice cold, seeping into her skin. As soon as her hand closed around the device, the voices returned. Dana! Dana! Her knees buckled and she dropped the recorder, the sound cutting off as it hit the floor. Max grabbed her arm, steadying her. Hey, stay with me, he said. Dana blinked, her vision swimming. The room seemed darker now, the shadows deeper and more menacing. She could feel the lake's pull, stronger than ever, as though it were trying to drag her back. We have to go, she whispered. Max frowned. What are you talking about? To the lake, she said, her voice firmer. It's calling me. If we don't go, it's going to come here. Max's grip on her arm tightened. That's exactly what it wants, Dana, don't you see? It's trying to get you alone out there. Dana shook her head. It doesn't matter. If we don't face it, it's going to keep taking. I can't let it. Max hesitated, his jaw clenched. Finally, he nodded. All right. But we do this together. The drive to Lake Wendigo was tense and silent, the weight of their decision settling over them like a heavy fog. The forest was darker than Dana remembered, the trees looming like sentinels as they parked and made their way toward the water. The lake was unnervingly calm, its surface reflecting the moonlight in fractured patterns. The recorder in Dana's pocket seemed heavier now, as though it was pulling her toward the shoreline. Now what? Max asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dana didn't answer. She pulled the recorder from her pocket and held it up. The static began immediately, louder than it had ever been. Voices rose and fell, their tones desperate and mournful. Then, a single voice cut through the noise. Dana, Melissa. Come closer, the voice said, soft but commanding. Dana stepped toward the water, her movements slow and deliberate. Max grabbed her arm. Dana, don't. She looked at him, her eyes filled with determination. It's her, Max. I have to try. As Dana reached the edge of the lake, the water rippled and the voices grew louder. Shapes began to appear beneath the surface, shadowy figures moving just out of focus. She knelt, holding the recorder over the water. What do you want from me? She asked, her voice trembling. The water stilled, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, from the depths, a figure began to emerge. It was Melissa, Her face was pale, her hair drifting around her like dark tendrils. Her eyes met Dana's, filled with sorrow. "Help us," Melissa whispered. "Please." Dana stared at the figure rising from the water. Melissa's face was pale, her eyes hollow yet piercing. Her hair swayed like reeds, drifting in the dark, glassy lake. For a moment, Dana felt rooted in place, the weight of the scene pressing on her chest. "Help us," Melissa repeated, her voice a soft echo that seemed to ripple through the air. Behind her, other figures moved beneath the surface, faint and shadowy, their forms twisted and indistinct. "Melissa," Dana whispered. Stepping closer to the water's edge, Max grabbed her arm. "Dana, no!" She shook him off, her eyes locked on her friend. "She's trapped, Max. I have to help her." "Think about this," Max hissed. "You don't even know what you're dealing with." But Dana was already reaching for the recorder in her pocket. The recorder felt heavier than before, its cold surface sending a shiver up her spine. She held it over the water, her breath catching as the static began to build. The voices rose, overlapping and indistinct, until Melissa's voice cut through. "Listen." Dana hesitated, glancing at Max. He was tense, his eyes darting between her and the water, his jaw tight with worry. "Fine," he said finally, his voice low. "But if anything happens, we're leaving. I don't care what this thing wants." Dana nodded, her hands trembling as she pressed play. The recorder hissed, the static growing louder. Faint splashes and whispers filled the air, and then Melissa's voice emerged again. "Find the mirror. Find the mirror." Dana frowned. "Mirror? What mirror?" The water rippled violently, distorting Melissa's figure. Behind her, the shadowy forms beneath the surface began to move faster, their shapes twisting as though writhing in pain. "Mirror," Melissa repeated, her voice cracking. "It's the key. The room." Before Dana could respond, the static erupted into a deafening roar. She dropped the recorder, clutching her ears as the sound reverberated through the air. The lake stilled, and Melissa's form vanished, leaving only the smooth, dark surface behind. Dana staggered back, her chest heaving. What just happened? Max bent to retrieve the recorder, his expression grim. "She said something about a mirror. Does that mean anything to you?" Dana shook her head. "No, but she mentioned a room too. Maybe it's something." "At the lake?" Max frowned, his gaze drifting toward the dark water. "Or maybe it's something we're not supposed to find." "Then why would she tell me about it?" Dana shot back, frustration bubbling to the surface. "Why would she ask for help?" "Because it's not her," Max said firmly. "It's the lake. It's using her voice, Dana. It's trying to pull you deeper into this." Dana clenched, her fists, her emotions warring within her. Part of her knew Max could be right, but she couldn't ignore the desperate tone in Melissa's voice, the way she'd looked at her as though pleading for salvation. "We're going to find it," Dana said, her voice steady. "Whatever this mirror is, it's the key. Melissa said so." Max sighed heavily. "Fine, but we're not doing it alone." The siblings returned to Irene's cabin the next morning, their nerves frayed from the night's events. Irene greeted them at the door, her sharp eyes narrowing as she saw the recorder in Dana's hand. "You've been back to the lake," she said, her voice heavy with disapproval. Dana nodded. "Melissa, my friend, she spoke to me. She said something about a mirror and a room. Do you know what she meant?" Irene's expression darkened, and she motioned for them to come inside. The small cabin smelled of pine and old books, its walls lined with shelves packed with dusty tomes and artifacts. Irene gestured for them to sit at a worn table, then pulled a thick, leather-bound journal from a nearby shelf. Flipping through the journal's yellowed pages, Irene stopped at a sketch of the lake, its outline marked with strange symbols. "This is Lake Wendigo," she said, pointing to the map. "And this..." She tapped a spot near the center of the lake, marked with a jagged X. "This is where the mirror is said to be." "What is it?" Dana asked, leaning closer. "An artifact," Irene said, "or a doorway, depending on who you ask. The local tribes believed it was a sacred object, a connection between the living and the dead. They called it the Sky Mirror." Maxie raised an eyebrow. "And it's just sitting in the middle of the lake?" "Not exactly," Irene said. "The mirror is submerged. It's said to rest at the bottom, accessible only to those the lake deems worthy." Dana frowned. "Worthy? What does that mean?" "It means the lake chooses," Irene said. "And it doesn't choose lightly." Dana felt a chill run down her spine. "Melissa said the mirror was the key." "The key to what?" Irene hesitated, her expression grim. "To the room." "What room?" Max asked, his tone sharp. Irene closed the journal, her hands trembling slightly. "The lake has a memory, yes, but it also has a heart, a space where its power is concentrated. The tribes called it the echoing room. It's said to hold the memories of everyone the lake has taken." Max leaned back, his arms crossed. "Let me guess. To get to this room, you need the mirror." "Exactly," Irene said. "The mirror is a guide, a way to navigate the lake's depths. Without it, the room is unreachable." Dana's mind raced. The mirror, the room, it was all connected to Melissa, to the voices, to everything the lake had shown her. "Have you ever seen the mirror?" she asked. Irene shook her head. "No, but there are stories, accounts from people who've claimed to glimpse it in the water. Most of them disappeared shortly afterward." Max scoffed. "Great, so the plan is to dive into a cursed lake, find a magical mirror, and hope it doesn't kill us?" "It's the only way," Dana said, her voice firm. Max looked at her, his frustration evident. "Dana, this thing doesn't want to be beaten. It's a trap, and you're walking right into it." "Maybe," Dana said. "But if there's a chance I can save Melissa, save all of them, I have to try." Max sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. "Fine. But if this goes south, we're out of there. Got it?" Dana nodded, determination burning in her chest. As they left Irene's cabin, the recorder in Dana's pocket felt heavier than ever. The lake was waiting, and the mirror was calling. But Dana couldn't shake the feeling that the answers she sought would come at a price. The trail to Lake Wendigo was quieter than Dana had ever experienced. The usual rustle of leaves and distant bird calls were absent, replaced by a profound, oppressive silence. Every crunch of her boots on the dirt path felt amplified, echoing, faintly in the still air. Max walked a few steps ahead, his shoulders hunched and his hands stuffed into his jacket pockets. He hadn't said much since they left Irene's cabin, his earlier protests replaced by a tense determination. The recorder in Dana's pocket felt impossibly heavy, its presence a constant reminder of the lake's pull. The faint, static hum it emitted was barely audible but persistent, like a whisper just beyond the edge of hearing. As the trees thinned and the lake came into view, Dana felt her stomach tighten. The water was unnaturally still, its surface reflecting the grey sky above like polished glass. "We shouldn't be here," Max muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Dana ignored him, stepping closer to the shoreline. They stood in silence for a long moment, staring at the water. The weight of the lake's presence was palpable, pressing down on them like an invisible force. "What now?" Max asked, his voice strained. Dana reached into her pocket and pulled out the recorder. The moment it touched her hand, the static grew louder, the faint whispering voices rising and falling like waves. She pressed play. The static hissed, crackling with a strange, almost rhythmic cadence. Voices emerged, faint and overlapping, their tones desperate and pleading. "Help us. Find the mirror." It's the only way. Dana's pulse quickened. The voices sounded closer now, more distinct. She could almost picture the faces behind. Them, dozens of them, all trapped beneath the lake's surface. Then a single voice cut through the others, sharp and commanding. Dana. Her breath caught. It was Melissa. Dana, the voice repeated. You have to come closer. It's waiting for you. The water rippled suddenly, the disturbance breaking the lake's unnatural stillness. Dana took a step back, her heart racing, as the ripples grew larger, spreading outward in perfect concentric circles. Do you see that? She whispered, her voice trembling. Max nodded, his eyes fixed on the water. Yeah, I don't like it. The ripples converged near the center of the lake, forming a small whirlpool. The surface of the water darkened, and something began to rise from the depths. A figure emerged, pale and shrouded in mist. Dana's breath hitched as the figure stepped onto the water's surface, its movements slow and deliberate. At first, it was hard to make out any details, the figure's edges blurred and shifting. But as it moved closer, it began to take shape. It was a woman, her long hair dripping wet and clinging to her face. Her eyes were dark hollows, her features twisted and gaunt. Melissa? Dana whispered, her voice shaking. The figure stopped, its hollow eyes locking onto her. No, it said, its voice low and distorted. Max stepped in front of Dana, his hands clenched into fists. Who are you? What do you want? The figure tilted its head, the movement unnaturally slow. I am the lake, it said simply. Dana's knees went weak. The lake? The figure nodded. I am its memory, its hunger, its voice. I am all who have come before you, and I am all who will come after. The air grew colder, the oppressive weight of the lake's presence pressing harder against Dana's chest. What do you want with me? She asked, her voice trembling. The figure stepped closer, its bare feet making no sound on the water's surface. You are already part of me, it said. You came willingly. You brought the recorder. You listened to its call. And now, you will give me what I need. Dana's stomach churned. What do you mean? The figure's dark eyes bore into hers. You must bring the mirror to the room. Only then will you understand. Max stepped forward, his voice rising in anger. No way. You're not taking her. We're done playing your games. The figure's gaze shifted to him, its expression unreadable. You cannot stop what has already begun, it said. The air around them seemed to shift, the stillness breaking as a gust of wind rippled through the trees. The lake's surface churned, and the shadowy shapes beneath the water became more distinct. Dozens of them, their distorted forms writhing and twisting. Dana! The figure said, its voice softer now, almost pleading. You must finish this, or it will never stop. Dana's mind raced, torn between fear and a growing sense of resolve. The figure's words were cryptic, but one thing was clear. The lake wasn't going to release her or anyone else without the mirror. Where is it? She asked, her voice trembling. Where's the mirror? The figure raised a hand, pointing toward the center of the lake. Beneath the surface, waiting. Max grabbed Dana's arm. No, absolutely not. She turned to him, her eyes filled with determination. I don't have a choice, Max. If I don't do this, it's never going to end. You don't know that, Max argued. This thing could be lying to you. It's trying to lure you in. Dana looked back at the figure, its hollow eyes watching her intently. Maybe it is, she said quietly. But if there's even a chance I can save Melissa, save all of them, I have to try. The figure began to fade, its form dissolving into mist. The mirror, it whispered one last time. Bring it to the room. The whirlpool at the center of the lake grew larger, its dark depths beckoning. Dana stared at it, her heart pounding. She didn't know if she had the strength to face what lay beneath the surface, but the lake's pull was undeniable. "Let's go," she said, turning to Max. He hesitated, his jaw tight. "This is insane." "Maybe," Dana said, "but it's the only way." The siblings stood at the water's edge, the weight of the lake's presence pressing down on them. The path ahead was dangerous, and the lake's intentions were far from clear. But Dana couldn't turn back now. The mirror was waiting. Dana's boots sank into the muddy shoreline as she stepped closer to the lake. The whirlpool in the center churned violently, its dark waters glinting under the overcast sky. The air felt electric, charged with an unnatural energy that prickled at her skin. Behind her, Max hovered anxiously, his frustration etched across his face. "This is suicide," he muttered. Dana didn't respond. Her focus was fixed on the water, the whispers from the recorder still echoing faintly in her mind. The lake wanted her to find the mirror. It had made that much clear. But the cost of doing so was something she hadn't fully grasped. "What happens when you find it?" Max asked, breaking the silence. Dana turned to him, her expression resolute. "I bring it to the room. That's what Melissa said." "And then what?" Max pressed. "The lake just lets us go? Lets you go?" Dana's stomach churned. She didn't have an answer. "I don't know," she admitted. "But if it means freeing Melissa, freeing the others, I have to try." Max shook his head, his fists clenching. "What if it's lying to you? What if it takes you instead? Or worse?" "It doesn't matter," Dana said, her voice trembling but firm. "I can't just walk away." Max stepped closer, gripping her shoulders. "I'm not letting you do this alone." They prepared in silence, the weight of their decision hanging heavily between them. Max had brought a small inflatable raft from his garage, a relic of long-forgotten camping trips. It wasn't much, but it would get them to the center of the lake. The recorder sat in Dana's lap as they rowed out, its faint static blending with the sound of the oars slicing through the water. The lake's surface was unnaturally calm near the shore, but as they approached the whirlpool, the water grew darker, its depths impenetrable. The whispers began again, soft and insistent. Closer, closer. The raft rocked as they neared the whirlpool, the current pulling them in with a slow but relentless force. Max gritted his teeth, struggling to keep them steady with the oars. "This is a bad idea," he muttered, his knuckles white. Dana ignored him, her gaze fixed on the swirling water. The center of the whirlpool seemed to glow faintly, a soft, silvery light pulsing beneath the surface. "That's it," she whispered, leaning forward. "The mirror." Max cursed under his breath. "Okay, great. How exactly are we supposed to get it?" "I'll go in," Dana said. "The hell you will," Max snapped, his voice rising. "You're not diving into that thing." Dana turned to him, her expression resolute. "I have to." Before Max could argue further, the raft lurched violently. The oars slipped from his hands, and the boat spun, the current pulling them closer to the center of the whirlpool. Dana. "Hang on!" Max shouted, grabbing the edge of the raft, but Dana was already moving. She slipped the recorder into her jacket pocket and took a deep breath. "Wait!" Max yelled, but it was too late. Dana plunged into the water. The cold was like 1,000 needles piercing her skin, shocking the air from her lungs. The current pulled her downward, spinning her as though she were caught in a massive drain. She fought to orient herself, her eyes straining to see through the murky depths. The faint silver light from the mirror grew brighter, guiding her as she descended. Shapes moved around her, dark, distorted forms that seemed to reach for her. "Help us," they whispered, their voices muffled by the water. Dana's lungs burned. As she swam deeper, her arms outstretched toward the glowing light. At last, her fingers brushed something solid. The mirror was embedded in the lake bed, its surface smooth and impossibly cold. It was oval-shaped, rimmed with a faintly glowing silver frame, and its reflection shimmered unnaturally, showing images that shifted and twisted like smoke. Dana's chest heaved as she fought the urge to breathe. She grasped the mirror and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. "Bring it to the room. Free us." Desperation gave her strength. She yanked at the mirror with all her might, and with a jarring lurch, it came free. The moment the mirror was dislodged, the water around her exploded with movement. The shadowy forms surged toward her, their hands clawing and grasping. Dana kicked, upward, clutching the mirror tightly. Her lungs screamed for air as she pushed herself toward the surface, the silver glow illuminating the chaos around her. At last, she broke through, gasping and coughing as she surfaced near the raft. "Dana!" Max yelled, reaching for her. She grabbed his outstretched hand and he hauled her into the raft. The mirror clutched against her chest. "Are you insane?" Max shouted, his voice shaking. Dana didn't answer. She stared at the mirror, its surface, rippling like liquid mercury. The whispers had stopped. As they paddled back to shore, Dana felt a strange calm settle over her. The mirror's weight was comforting, its presence reassuring despite the chaos that had unfolded. But as they reached the shoreline, the calm shattered. The figure from before stood waiting for them, its form hazy and indistinct. "You have it," the figure said, its hollow voice echoing in Dana's mind. She stepped out of the raft, clutching the mirror tightly. "I brought it. Now tell me what to do." The figure tilted its head. "You know what must be done." Dana's heart sank. She thought of Irene's warning. The lake doesn't just take, it reveals, and it demands balance. "What's the cost?" she asked, her voice trembling. The figure stepped closer, its hollow eyes meeting hers. "To enter the room, you must offer a part of yourself, a memory, a dream, a life. The lake will decide what it takes." Max stepped between Dana and the figure, his fists clenched. "She's not giving you anything." The figure ignored him, its gaze fixed on Dana. "The mirror is the key," it said. "But the door requires sacrifice. Without it, the lake will never be still." Dana's mind raced, her resolve wavering. The lake wanted more than the mirror. It wanted her. But if she refused, the lake's hunger would continue, claiming more lives, more memories. "Dana, don't do this," Max said, his voice breaking. She turned to him, tears streaming down her face. "I have to." The cabin they'd rented for the night was small and sparsely furnished, a place Max had insisted on retreating to after retrieving the mirror. The lake was still too close for comfort, but Dana had agreed reluctantly, the weight of the mirror's demands pressing on her like an iron shackle. The mirror now sat propped against the cabin's wall, its surface shimmering faintly in the dim light. Max eyed it warily as though it might spring to life at any moment. "You're not seriously thinking about going back to that lake," he said, pacing the cramped living room. Dana sat at the small dining table, her hands folded tightly in her lap. "I don't have a choice," she said quietly. "There's always a choice," Max shot back. "And this one ends with you giving up a piece of yourself to whatever that thing is." Dana's gaze drifted to the mirror. The strange, rippling surface reflected the room in distorted fragments, as though showing a version of reality that wasn't quite real. "I don't think it's just about me," she said finally. "The lake, it's connected to everyone it's taken. Melissa, Uncle Henry, all those people. If I can bring the mirror to the room, maybe I can free them." Max stopped pacing and turned to her, his face dark with anger and fear. "And what if it's a trap? What if you're the next name on its list?" Dana didn't respond. She couldn't. That night, as they tried to sleep, The haunting began. Dana lay on the creaky bed staring at the ceiling. The cabin was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that felt wrong. She closed her eyes, but her mind refused to settle, the whispers from the lake replaying endlessly in her thoughts. Find the mirror. Bring it to the room. Just as she began to drift off, a sound broke the silence. Drip, drip, drip. Her eyes snapped open. The sound was faint but unmistakable, the same dripping she'd heard in her apartment. She sat up slowly, her heart pounding. "Max," she called, her voice barely above a whisper. There was no response. The dripping grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the cabin. Dana swung her legs over the edge of the bed and stood, her bare feet cold against the wooden floor. The sound was coming from the living room. She crept toward the door, her pulse racing. The faint glow from the mirror spilled into the hallway, casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. As she stepped into the living room, her breath caught. The mirror was no longer propped against the wall. It stood upright in the center of the room, its silvery surface rippling like water. And in its reflection, Dana saw someone standing behind her. She spun around, but the room was empty. Her gaze darted back to the mirror, where the figure still stood. A woman, her long hair dripping wet, her hollow eyes fixed on Dana. "Melissa," Dana whispered, her voice trembling. The figure in the mirror tilted its head, a slow, deliberate motion. "Dana," Melissa's voice echoed softly, though her lips didn't move. "What do you want?" Dana asked, her hands trembling. The figure's gaze shifted to the mirror's surface. "Bring it to the room. Free us." Dana stepped closer, her reflection disappearing as the mirror's surface became a swirling vortex of shadows and light. "How?" she whispered. The vortex stilled, and a single word appeared on the mirror's surface, written in dripping black letters. "Sacrifice." Dana stumbled back, her breath quickening. The mirror's glow dimmed, and the room was silent again. A creak from behind made her whirl around. Max stood in the doorway, his face pale and drawn. "Dana," he said, his voice tight. "What the hell is going on?" She pointed to the mirror, but the vortex was gone. The mirror's surface was still and reflective once more, showing only their warped reflections. "It was Melissa," Dana said, her voice trembling. "She's in there. They're all in there. She told me to bring the mirror to the room." Max's jaw tightened. "And what about that word? Sacrifice. You think that's just for fun?" Dana swallowed hard, unable to meet his gaze. The next morning, they found the first sign that the lake's influence had spread beyond its boundaries. Max stepped outside to get some air and froze on the cabin's porch. "Dana," he called, his voice tight with unease. She joined him, her stomach sinking as she saw what he was staring at. Footprints, wet and barefoot, led from the woods to the cabin, stopping just short of the front door. Max scanned the tree line, his fists clenching. "Someone's out there." Dana shook her head. "No, it's the lake." Throughout the day, the haunting grew worse. The walls of the cabin groaned as though under immense pressure, and the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Dana tried to ignore it, focusing on the mirror and the recorder, but the feeling of being watched was unrelenting. At one point, Max tried to leave, muttering about needing space. He opened the cabin door and froze. The trees had shifted, their trunks impossibly close together, creating an impenetrable wall of wood. "We're trapped," he said, his voice hollow. As night fell, the mirror began to glow again, its surface rippling like water. Dana sat in front of it, her heart pounding as the whispers returned. "Dana." The voices rose and fell, overlapping in a mournful symphony. She could hear Melissa, Uncle Henry, and countless others, their pleas blending. into a single, desperate cry, "Bring it to the room." The cabin trembled, and the shadows in the corners grew darker, stretching toward Dana like grasping hands. Max grabbed her shoulder, pulling her back. "We need to leave, now." Dana shook her head, her eyes fixed on the mirror. "It won't let us, not until I finish this." The air in the cabin seemed to vibrate, the walls groaning as though alive. The mirror's glow grew brighter, illuminating the room in flickering, silvery light. Dana stood, her resolve hardening. "The lake is calling," she said. "It's time." Max grabbed her arm, his voice desperate. "Dana, don't. We don't know what's going to happen." She turned to him, tears streaming down her face. "I can't ignore it anymore, Max. If I don't do this, it'll never stop." Max's grip loosened, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "Then I'm coming. With you." Dana nodded, clutching the mirror tightly. The lake was waiting. The hike back to Lake Wendigo felt different this time, as though the forest itself were alive. The trees seemed taller, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches clawing at the grey sky. The air was heavy and damp, carrying a faint metallic tang that Dana couldn't place. Max walked beside her, his jaw tight, his hand gripping a flashlight even though the overcast sky still provided some light. The mirror was strapped to Dana's back, its weight pressing into her with every step, as though reminding her of what lay ahead. Neither of them spoke. Words felt meaningless now, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the forest. As they approached the lake, the trees thinned, revealing the dark, glassy water. The whirlpool in the center had grown larger, its swirling depths illuminated by the faint silver glow of the room below. The lake was waiting. Max broke the silence first, his voice low and tense. "This is it, huh? The big finale?" Dana glanced at him, her expression unreadable. "I guess so." Max stared at the water, his face grim. "You don't have to do this, you know. We can leave, figure out another way." Dana shook her head, her hand brushing against the mirror's cold frame. "There is no other way. You saw what happened at the cabin. It's not going to let us leave." Max sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair. "Fine. But if anything happens to you..." "Max," Dana interrupted, her voice firm. "If something happens to me, you have to finish this. Promise me." Max's jaw tightened, his fists clenching. "I don't like this." "Neither do I," Dana admitted. They stepped onto the shore, the muddy ground sucking at their boots. The lake's surface rippled as they approached, the whispers growing louder. "Dana. Max. Bring it. Bring the mirror." Max shuddered, his grip on the flashlight tightening. "I hate this place." Dana didn't respond. She unstrapped the mirror from her back and held it in front of her, its surface rippling faintly. The glow from the whirlpool intensified, casting eerie shadows. "Across the water, what now?" Max asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Dana stared at the whirlpool, her heart pounding. "We go in." Max's eyes widened. "You're kidding, right?" She shook her head. "It's the only way." The lake's whispers grew louder, more insistent. The water churned violently, the silver glow pulsing like a heartbeat. Dana stepped into the lake, the icy water soaking through her boots and biting at her skin. "Dana, wait!" Max shouted, but she kept moving. The water rose to her knees, then her waist, each step heavier than the last. The mirror's glow seemed to resonate with the lake, its surface flickering as though alive. Max cursed under his breath and followed her, the water sloshing around him as he waded in. The whirlpool loomed before them, its dark depths swirling with shadows and light. The voices rose, overlapping in a chaotic symphony. "Bring it. Bring the mirror." Dana hesitated, her breath catching. The weight of the mirror in her hands felt unbearable, as though it were pulling her down. Max grabbed her arm. Dana, we can still turn back. We can figure something else out. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. It has to end, Max. I can't keep running. Before he could respond, the whirlpool surged, and a figure emerged from its depths. The figure was tall and indistinct, its form shrouded in darkness. Its hollow eyes glowed faintly, locked onto Dana with an intensity that made her stomach churn. You have come, the figure said, its voice echoing in her mind. Dana's hands trembled as she held up the mirror. I brought it. Now what? The figure tilted its head, its movements slow and deliberate. The mirror is the key. Place it in the room, and all will be revealed. What's the cost? Dana asked, her voice trembling. The figure's hollow gaze bore into her. The lake will decide. Dana looked at Max, her chest tightening. I need you to stay here. Max's eyes widened. No way. If you're going in, I'm coming with you. Max, please, Dana said, her voice breaking. If something happens to me, you have to get out. You have to tell people what happened. Max's jaw tightened, his fists clenching. I'm not leaving you. Dana reached out and gripped his hand. You have to. Promise me. Max hesitated, his eyes filled with pain. Finally, he nodded. I promise. Dana turned back to the figure, the mirror clutched tightly in her hands. Take me to the room. The figure extended a hand, its long, shadowy fingers brushing against the mirror's surface. The lake churned violently, and the whirlpool began to pull Dana downward. Dana! Max shouted, but she was already sinking. The water closed over, her head, the icy cold stealing her breath. As Dana descended, the silver glow of the room grew brighter, illuminating the swirling shadows around her. The water seemed to press against her, suffocating her as she sank deeper and deeper. Finally, her feet touched solid ground. She stood in the center of a vast circular chamber, its walls shimmering like liquid mercury. The room pulsed with a rhythmic hum, the sound vibrating in her chest. The mirror in her hands began to glow, its surface rippling as though alive. Place it, a voice whispered, echoing from all directions. Dana stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate. In the center of the room was a pedestal, its surface carved with strange, angular symbols. She placed the mirror on the pedestal, its glow intensifying as it connected with the room. The whispers grew louder, more frantic. The shadows in the walls twisted and writhed, forming faces, dozens of them, all staring at Dana with hollow eyes. Dana! Melissa's voice rose above the others, filled with desperation. You have to choose. The room began to change, the walls closing in as the light from the mirror pulsed brighter and brighter. Dana's chest tightened as the weight of the lake's demands pressed down on her. What do you want from me? She cried. The faces in the walls stared at her, their mouths moving in unison. Balance. The silver glow of the mirror pulsed in rhythmic waves, illuminating the vast chamber in eerie flashes. The faces in the walls grew clearer, their hollow eyes locked on Dana. The whispers overlapped, filling the air with a desperate symphony that made her head spin. Balance, they repeated, their voices a single, unified echo. Dana's heart pounded as she stepped back from the pedestal, her breath catching in her throat. The room felt alive, its walls shifting like liquid, closing in around her. What does that mean? She demanded, her voice trembling. What do you want me to do? The whispers fell silent, and for a moment, the chamber was still. Then, from the mirror, a single image appeared, shimmering like a memory brought to life. The image showed a younger Dana and Melissa sitting on the edge of a dock, their feet dangling over the water. They were laughing, their voices carrying over the gentle ripples of the lake. It was a memory Dana hadn't thought about in years. A moment of pure happiness before Melissa had vanished. The image shifted, and the scene grew darker. The dock was empty now, the water still and black. A shadow moved beneath the surface, and then Melissa appeared, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. She reached toward the surface, her mouth forming silent screams. Dana's stomach twisted. No! The image dissolved, replaced by another. This time, it was the recorder, lying half buried in the sand. A hand reached for it, her hand. The whispers returned, louder now. You brought it. You listened. You chose. Dana's chest tightened as the weight of their words sank in. No, she said, shaking her head. I didn't know. I didn't know what it was. The faces in the walls watched her, their expressions cold and unmoving. The lake calls to those it has marked, they said. You heard its voice. You answered. Tears streamed down Dana's face. What do you want from me? How do I fix this? The whispers rose again, and the mirror's surface shifted, revealing more images. She saw her uncle Henry standing at the edge of the lake. He was young, barely older than a teenager, his face pale with fear. The water rippled before him, and he took a hesitant step forward, vanishing beneath the surface. The image changed again, showing Melissa standing near the same spot, her face twisted with confusion and fear. She reached out as though trying to pull something or someone back, and then she was gone. Dana fell to her knees, her hands trembling. It took them. It's taking everyone. Why? Why are you doing this? The mirror's glow intensified, and the room seemed to shudder. The lake remembers, the voices said. It is the wound that never heals. It takes to restore. It takes to survive. What does that mean? Dana cried. The faces in the walls began to melt, their features blurring into shadows. It is a cycle, they said. The lake is balance. One life is given, another is freed. Dana's mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. The lake wasn't just a predator. It was a keeper of something ancient and terrible, something that required sacrifice to maintain its existence. Her voice cracked as she asked the question she dreaded most. What happens if I don't make the sacrifice? The whispers fell silent again, and the walls trembled. The lake will grow, they said finally. Its hunger will spread. More will be taken. More will be consumed. Dana stared at the mirror, her reflection flickering in its rippling surface. She thought of Melissa, of Uncle Henry, of all the lives the lake had claimed. And she thought of Max, waiting for her on the shore. The mirror began to glow brighter, and the whispers shifted. A new voice emerged, soft and familiar. Dana. Melissa's face appeared in the mirror, her expression filled with sorrow. You don't have to do this, she said. You can leave. The lake doesn't need you. Dana's breath caught. Melissa, is it really you? Melissa nodded, her image wavering. It's me, but you can't stay here, Dana. It's too late for me. Save yourself. Dana shook her head, her tears falling freely. I can't leave you. I won't. The mirror's glow intensified, and Melissa's face twisted in anguish. Please, she whispered, don't let it take you to the... room began to collapse, the walls crumbling inward as the mirror pulsed violently. The whispers turned to screams, the faces in the walls twisting in agony. Dana clutched her chest, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The lake wanted balance. It wanted her. She thought of Max, of the promise she'd made him. And she thought of Melissa, trapped in the lake's memory, waiting for release. I'm sorry, Dana whispered. She placed her hands on the mirror, its surface cold and alive beneath her fingers. The glow enveloped her, and the room dissolved into blinding light. When Dana opened her eyes, she was standing on the shore of the lake. The water was calm, its surface reflecting the first rays of dawn. Max was there, shaking her shoulders, his face pale with fear. "Dana, are you okay? What happened?" She looked at him, her heart aching. "It's done," she said softly. Max's brow furrowed. "What do you mean? What's done?" Dana didn't answer. She turned toward the lake, her gaze drifting to the horizon. The mirror was gone, and so was part of her. The forest was eerily quiet as Dana and Max sat on the muddy shore of Lake Wendigo. The silver glow of the whirlpool was gone, the water now still and dark, as though the lake itself was holding its breath. Dana stared at the horizon, her thoughts heavy and fragmented. Her fingers twitched, the sensation of the mirror's cold, pulsing surface still lingering on her skin. She could feel it, the emptiness inside her. A piece of herself was gone, claimed by the lake. What happened in there? Max asked, breaking the silence. His voice was hoarse, thick with worry. Dana shook her head, unable to meet his gaze. "It wanted balance," she said softly. "I gave it something. I don't know what, but it wasn't enough." Max frowned, his brow furrowed. "What do you mean it wasn't enough? You did what it asked. You brought the mirror to the room. Isn't that the end of it?" Dana's chest tightened. She looked at him, tears welling in her eyes. "The lake doesn't just want things. It wants people, Max. Lives, memories. It wants me." Max stood abruptly, pacing along the shoreline. No way, we're not doing this. We'll go back to Irene, figure something else out. There has to be another way." "There isn't," Dana said, her voice trembling. "I've seen it. The lake's memory, its hunger. It's not going to stop unless I make the sacrifice." Max whirled to face her, his fists clenched. "Then let it stop. Let it take whatever it wants, just not you." Dana's hands trembled as she reached out to him. "If I don't do this, it's going to keep growing. It'll take you. It'll take more people. I can't let that happen." Max's voice cracked as he grabbed her arms. "I can't lose you, Dana. I've already lost too much." Dana's heart ached at the desperation in his voice. She thought of Melissa, trapped in the lake's memory, her face etched with sorrow. And she thought of all the others, the shadowy forms, the voices pleading for release. "I can't let this happen to anyone else," she said softly. "Not if I can stop it." The air around them grew colder, the oppressive weight of the lake's presence pressing down on them. The water rippled, and the whispers returned, soft and insistent. "Dana." The voice was Melissa's, and it sent a shiver down Dana's spine. She turned toward the lake, her breath hitching as a figure emerged from the water. Melissa stepped onto the shore, her long hair dripping, her hollow eyes fixed on Dana. "It's the only way," she said, her voice distant and mournful. "The lake needs balance." Max stepped between them, his jaw tight. "No, I don't care what it needs. You're not taking her." Melissa tilted her head, her expression unreadable. "It's not me," she said softly. "It's the lake." The water churned violently, and more figures began to rise. Shadowy forms with twisted faces, their voices blending into a cacophony of pleas. "Help us. Free us. Give us balance." Dana's knees buckled under the weight of their desperation. She felt the pull of the lake stronger than ever, drawing her toward the water. "I have to do this," she whispered, tears streaming down her face. Max grabbed her arm, shaking his head. "No, if someone has to go, it'll be me. I won't. Let it take you." Dana looked at him, her chest aching. "It's already taken me, Max. I've been part of this since the moment I found the recorder." The lake surged, and the figures stepped closer, their hollow eyes filled with longing. The whispers grew louder, the words blending into a single, haunting command. "Choose." Dana took a shaky breath and stepped forward, pulling free from Max's grip. "I choose me," she said, her voice steady despite the fear in her chest. Max lunged for her, his voice breaking. "Dana, no!" She turned to him, her eyes filled with tears. "You promised me, Max. You said you'd let me finish this, Max." Froze, his fists clenched, his body trembling. "I can't," he whispered. "You have to," Dana said. "Go. Tell people what happened. Tell them about the lake. Make sure no one else gets taken." Dana walked toward the water, the whispers growing louder with each step. The figures surrounded her, their hands reaching out as though to guide her. The lake's pull was irresistible now, its hunger palpable. As she stepped into the water, the cold bit into her skin, but she didn't stop. She waded deeper and deeper, the dark surface rippling around her. The last thing she heard before the water closed over her head was Max's anguished cry. The lake stilled, its surface returning to a glassy calm. The figures faded, their forms dissolving into the water. The oppressive weight in the air lifted, leaving only silence. Max fell to his knees on the shore, his chest heaving with sobs. He stared at the lake, hoping against hope that Dana would reappear. But she didn't. The first rays of dawn broke over the horizon. The whispers returned, faint and distant. "Thank you." It was Dana's voice. The forest felt hollow as Max walked away from Lake Wendigo. The morning sun struggled to pierce the thick canopy, casting faint fragmented light onto the trail. His legs felt heavy, each step pulling him farther from the shore where he had last seen Dana. He clutched the recorder in one hand, its cold weight pressing into his palm. The static had gone silent, and the device felt inert now, as though the lake's hunger had finally been sated. But the quiet was wrong. Dana was gone. When Max reached the edge of the forest, the world felt alien. The hum of distant cars, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, all of it was too normal. It was as though the lake had never existed, its dark presence erased by the mundane noise of life. But Max knew better. He climbed into his car, tossing the recorder onto the passenger seat. The sight of it made his stomach churn, but he couldn't bring himself to leave it behind. It was the last piece of Dana he had left. As he started the engine, his phone buzzed. He hesitated before answering, his voice hollow. "Hello?" "Max?" Irene's voice was sharp, urgent. "What happened?" Max swallowed hard. "It's done." There was a long pause. "And Dana?" His grip tightened on the steering wheel. She didn't make it." Back at Irene's cabin, the air was thick with tension. Max recounted everything that had happened. The mirror, the room, Dana's final sacrifice. Irene listened in, silence, her expression grim. "The lake has always demanded balance," she said finally, "but it never gives without taking something in return." Max frowned. "What do you mean?" "She gave herself. Isn't that enough?" Irene shook her head, her eyes filled with a sorrow that seemed to span decades. "The lake doesn't just take, it lingers. Its curse doesn't end with one life." The days passed in a blur for Max. He returned to the city, but life felt hollow. The recorder sat on his desk, untouched, its presence a constant reminder of what he'd lost. At night, he dreamed of the lake. He saw Dana standing on the shore, her hair blowing in the wind, her eyes filled with something between sorrow and peace. "Max," she whispered, "it's not over." He always woke drenched in sweat, his chest tight with the weight of her words. One evening, unable to resist any longer, Max picked up the recorder and pressed play. At first there was nothing but static, but then faintly a voice emerged. "Max, His breath caught. It was Dana. "You have to stop it," she said, her voice distant and muffled. "The lake, it's waking. It'll take more if you don't." The static grew louder, drowning out her voice, and then the recorder clicked off. Max stared at it, his hands trembling. "What does that mean?" he whispered to the empty room. The next day, Max drove back to Lake Wendigo. The forest felt even darker than before, the trees twisted and looming. The lake's surface was still, but its presence was unmistakable. As he stood on the shore, the whispers returned. Max, his chest tightened. The voices were faint, but they grew louder with each passing second. The water rippled, and for a brief moment he saw shadows beneath the surface, dozens of them, their hollow eyes staring up at him. And then he saw her. Dana's face appeared just beneath the water, her expression calm but unreadable. "Max," she whispered, "it's starting again." Max fell to his knees, his mind racing. The lake had taken Dana, had claimed its balance, but it wasn't satisfied. He thought of Irene's warning. The lake doesn't just take, it lingers. "What do you want from me?" he shouted, his voice breaking. The water churned and Dana's voice echoed in his mind. "You have to stop it. Break the cycle." The whispers faded, and the lake grew still once more. Max sat on the shore, his fists clenched. He didn't know how to stop the lake, didn't know what it wanted or how to break its hold, but he knew one thing. He couldn't let it take anyone else. As he stood and walked away, the weight of the recorder in his pocket felt heavier than ever. The lake had marked him now, and it was waiting.